most likely, or perhaps a defensive mechanism too, in case of an attack. Not an uncommon scenario for sects in this world. The dirt path uphill turned to paved stone as we reached the upper sections of the sect. Liu Shang guided me from this point on, and we headed toward one of the halls, the largest one I'd seen so far. Entering the building, I walked behind Liu Shang as we made our way to one of the chambers. I paused upon entering the parchment-filled space, spotting a familiar face. "Elder Feng," Liu Shang said in a bow, and I hurriedly followed along. "We've returned from the sect task." How did the Elder work in so many different buildings, multiple shifts? And we just so happened to meet up in all of them? Nurse Joy's cultivation counterpart? "That is good to hear. What have you found on your tasks, disciples?" the Elder asked, and I let Liu Shang take the lead while I searched for the Elder's spirit. There was a gaze on me from an unknown location as I heard a chime-like laughter softly whisper in my ear. "Labby can sense her, a bit," Labby said, her ears swiveling around in search of the spirit. My attention went back to Liu Shang. The parasitic plant had a central flower filled with miasma in it, growing on the back of a spirit turtle. Senior helped free the turtle of the plant and remove the miasma from its body before this one and Senior sealed the entrance to the cavern. The Elder frowned, deep wrinkles appearing on his forehead. "Miasma, you say? That is troubling news. Very troubling. Your work is appreciated, disciples. I've noted your task. And for having reported back a news of such importance, I've increased the reward to 8 tokens." The Elder waved his hand, and a stack of 8 little wood and jade tokens appeared on the table. "As far as the spirit goes, you're aware the creature is much higher in realm than you, and a wild creature at that. If you choose to keep it, you will be responsible for its actions," the Elder spoke, turning toward me. "Do you still wish to do so?" he asked, and I nodded. "Very well. In that case, take this jade slip. If the creature is willing, you will be able to initiate a bond. Though it will not be under your control. Do remember that," the Elder said, throwing a jade slip at me. I bowed, which was pretty awkward to do while carrying Sheldon. "I'll be making preparations to send a group of cultivators to clear out the cavern. You may take your leave," the Elder said. I was about to take my tokens when Liu Shang spoke up. "Elder, if this one may. This one had a request for the Elder." Liu Shang stepped up to the tokens and placed a few more on the table. "This one wishes to use the tokens to get a slip to the second floor of the library that could be used by both Senior and this one." After I briefly stared at him, I too dipped my head. I certainly didn't have enough tokens to gain entry into the second floor just yet, and if he was willing to share, I wasn't going to refuse. Yet I wouldn't say I wasn't surprised by how nice he was being to me. Not the kind of behavior I'd expected from a cultivator. Any cultivator. Very well. But only one of you at a time may use it," the Elder said, and a jade slip appeared in his hands, carved with the symbol of the library with the number 2 below it. "This one thanks the Elder," Liu Shang spoke, bowing his head as he took the jade slip. We moved out of the chamber. I heard a faint whisper come from behind me, lunar chi gathering and spreading around me, accompanied by the familiar presence of the Elder's spirit. "Let the blossom bloom tonight, disciple," the spirit said, her presence fading soon after. I turned to look behind me, but found only the dimly lit corridor. My gaze shifted to the full moon outside, wondering just what the spirit's motive had been in sending me on this quest. "Chirp!" Sheldon was awake and looking at me with his beady eyes, his mouth curved in its usual, adorable smile. I continued behind Liu Shang. It was pointless to determine what the spirit wanted from sending me to Taizhou. Whatever it may be, I wasn't going to complain about it. I left the sect hall, stopping on the paved stone path outside. The difference between night and day was just of color to me at this point, my eyes capable of seeing with almost the same clarity as they did during the day. "Thank you for sharing the pass with me," I said to Liu Shang with a light bow. "This one should be thanking Senior. This one wouldn't have been able to fulfill the task without Senior's help, not to mention freeing the turtle spirit from its agony." "This one was just repaying the favor," Liu Shang replied. I didn't argue against it. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. "This one has noticed Senior has an interest in alchemy. This one learns the formation arts alongside the mystery of the human body. The halls may not be where Senior wishes to be as a cultivator, but the teachings of craftsmanship are there to be taken for all disciples. If the Senior wishes, he can find me at the hall, and this one would be glad to help." I nodded at that, considering the offer. Formations did deeply interest me. If I could sit in on a class without having to officially join the sect as an alchemist or something, then I would gladly do so. "I'll think about it. Thank you for the offer, Yi Liu Shang," I said, and Labby squeaked. "This one will be taking leave as well, Lu Jie." I stared at the boy as he moved away, covered in a plume of misty clouds. I shook my head, smiling as I turned back around, feeling a strange sense of happiness. What a strange guy. I walked into my chamber, spotting the orange cat from before lying in my spirit herb garden, high as anything. Labby squeaked in outrage, jumping off my shoulders and began to chase the cat around with crackles of lightning. The sight was quite hilarious. "Chirp!" Sheldon said, reflecting my joy. "Welcome to the team, buddy," I told the little turtle, setting him down near my spirit herb garden. The turtle walked around, taking a curious look at the various plants. Moving a bit further ahead, in the portion I'd covered with dirt, Sheldon sat down and his chi swirled. Water formed in a whirlpool around him, digging into the soil, creating a small puddle within the spirit herb garden. The water shimmered with a light glow from soaking in all the chi. "Fair enough. I guess that works as your little pool, then," I said, and Sheldon chirped once more. Labby's fur raised as she crackled with lightning, staring down the cat. Something about eating her spirit herbs, from what I could gather. I shifted in close, grabbing the orange cat. You really didn't want to eat Labby's herbs and then stick around to find what happens next. I pet the cat lightly, and it meowed before leaping out of the window. Maybe I'll take him in, if he keeps coming around. A speaking cat would be dreadful, though. Just imagining the sass gave me shudders. "But, Master, Labby's herb, that is, Master's herbs, she ate them! She has betrayed the Empire! Justice must be delivered to the traitor!" Labby proclaimed, her voice burning with righteous fury. "It's all right, just a couple of leaves. They'll grow back in a few days. Now, come. We have a flower to bloom," I said, walking back to the little pool Sheldon had created. I took out the curled-up lotus blossom from my pouch. Its petals were glowing with a faint white color, reacting to the chi present around the spirit herb garden. I sat down beside the pool, and Sheldon climbed out, taking a seat near me. Labby ran up my back, sitting on my shoulders, and I began my work. I carefully set the flower into the muddy soil beneath the pool. After ensuring the flower was set, I closed my eyes and began to circulate my chi. One cycle into another, the rhythmic flow of an eternal cycle. There were many mysteries about this method of cultivation I'd discovered, but I was now starting to see aspects I hadn't before. The circles were like guiding paths that pulled the chi within themselves. The opposite spins of the circle were balancing counter pairs, both gathering chi into the same core at their center. Almost like magnetic field lines, or a pair of up and down spin electrons, for the lack of a better example. It was oddly similar to alchemy. The circulation of qi and the formation of a core. Like I was purifying a pill within my own body, but instead of a pill, it was qi itself. The two circles formed a pair, each half representing one side of the flow of qi, a dual spin array that locked itself into position, feeding off one another. The insights about my cultivation bolstered me as I found the circles starting to spread. At the center was a fuzzy presence, a seed formed of my own qi. The seed pulsed with each rotation of qi, growing, and my cultivation grew alongside it. It was the core of my own network of life. The chain I felt from the spirit herbs all led to this one little seed in my core. Something was forming in there. I had no idea what, but it was something, and it was tied to my very soul. Lunar qi swirled around me as I continued to cultivate. The air brimmed with the moon's light, a gentle cold sensation to it. The lotus started to bud as the light of the moon filled it. One petal opened, soon followed by another as the flower began to blossom. A new flower joined the network of qi within my spirit garden, and I felt the roots of qi extending from me shift around the lotus. Lunar qi flowed into me, swirling in my dantian before they headed out into the bond I shared with Labby. I opened my eyes to see Labby sitting with her eyes closed. The crescent mark on her forehead lit up with the light of the moon as arcs of moonlight swirled around her. My eyes drifted ahead onto the little flower glowing within the shallow pool of water, and I smiled. A beautiful white lotus reflected the moonlight within my garden. Chapter 38. Lunar Thunder. Labby sat in silence, feeling the qi circulating within the roots of the spirit herbs around her, guided by her great master. The essence of the spirit herbs was tantalizing, rubbing their sweet scent against her nose with the promise of a delicious meal. No, Labby mustn't, Labby told herself, shaking her head and returning her eager focus to her great master's cultivation. Qi pulsed as the lunar qi from the lotus flowed through the herbs, reaching her core before melding with her lightning qi. The two qi opposed each other, struggling for dominance. The lightning qi within her core crackled, while the lunar qi, gentle and swift, diverted the thunder back. A tenuous balance of qi was happening within herself as the two opposing natures struggled to remain together, like the conflicting nature of yin and yang. Labby flicked her ears, looking to the lazy turtle sleeping next to the pool of water. Her new junior brother was quiet and hadn't talked to her despite Labby's multiple greetings. Labby had thought him arrogant, but perhaps the turtle didn't know how to talk? Maybe the qi never taught it how to, as it had taught her. Sheldon opened his eyes upon her gaze, looking back at her with his perpetually smiling face. Labby squeaked, putting her intent into her call instead of speaking the way her master did. The way she'd done when she'd just been a little rat without any awareness of who she was. Sheldon stared. The turtle pulled its stumpy legs out of its shell and crawled to the pool of water containing the lotus, diving into it. The turtle remained in the water, swimming gently around in circles. Labby was greatly confused. The little turtle continued to serenely rotate within the pool, and Labby's gaze went to her master, who was deep into cultivation, his presence filling the entire chamber. Labby frowned. Through the gaps of the window, the light of the moon reflected itself in the water. Sheldon's stirring of that water caused the light to rotate in a circular pattern, and it seemed as if the moon was changing faces. The dark image of the moon, covered completely in a shadow, gradually shifted into a ray of thin light, seeping from the corners into a beautiful crescent. The light grew until the moon was half light, half dark, then only a tiny section remained. Before long, the glowing full moon presented itself, shining brightly within the pool, brimming with lunar chi. A chilly yet gentle warmth radiating from the light. The cycle continued. The full moon faded, giving way to darkness, until nothing remained. Only for the cycle to begin anew. Labby's chi swirled. There was a cycle here, like one the master told her about. The cycle of the moon. It had a name the chi now whispered in her mind. 8 phases of the moon. Labby honed in on the cycle of the moon within the shimmering pool, the ever-changing nature of the 8 phases and how each one led into the other. Labby cultivated her chi, swirling it with her new insight as her core began to fill with lunar chi. She cycled her chi like the phases of the moon, representing the cycle. The chi responded, flowing into her, flooding her with lunar chi. As the gentle chi met the violent thunder, Labby erupted into lightning. Labby's chi struggled. The two weren't in balance. The lunar chi and the thunder chi refused to merge, and her chi was starting to escape her control. "Chirp!" Sheldon spoke. Labby saw water flow around her in a whirlpool. The lightning struck the water but was diverted and lost within it. "Chirp!" Sheldon spoke again. Focusing inward, Labby let go of her consciousness, going deep within her mind to the source of all her chi. Within her core, the dual nature of chi struggled, ramming head-on like oil meeting fire. When they erupted, a pulse of pain ricocheted through her being. Labby swirled the chi around, trying to separate the two opposite natures. The turbulence remained, the chi moving toward each other as if attracted to one another. Labby cycled the moon and the lightning, struggling to pull the chi apart. Her efforts failed as her control slipped, the chi merging once more and erupting, stinging her dantian. She needed to stop the chi before it damaged her cultivation. But how? Labby had no answers, no insights. The chi didn't whisper its mysteries to her. Labby felt the words of the spirit echo in her mind. To cultivate like this was against her nature, the spirit had told her. To become what she wanted to, she'd gone against her instincts to simply feast on herbs wherever she saw them and keep eating until nothing remained. Ever since she'd been with her great master, she pushed against those instincts as best as she could. She'd suppressed her increasing hunger with cultivation, filling her being with chi and focusing on it. But perhaps she was doomed from the very start. To try and become more than just a rat was a futile effort for one such as her. Claws of doubt started to sink into Labby's heart, the chi in her core turning furthermore turbulent. What if she failed? A memory came to Labby's mind upon the thought. "Great Master, why do you smile even when the pill doesn't work? Isn't failing sad?" "No, Labby, it isn't sad at all. Each failure is a chance to learn what I did wrong, to correct upon my mistakes, perhaps to even gain new insights I hadn't expected. So many great discoveries originated from mistakes. To fear failure would be the most foolish thing I could do." Her great master shook his head and smiled at her. "Each time you fail, you are one step closer to succeeding. It can be frustrating sometimes, but it isn't ever pointless." Labby searched through the memories and resolved herself. She had to try. The chi swirled once more, flowing within a cycle. The lunar chi separated itself from the lightning as they formed two cycles of their own, one of energy and power, brimming and waiting to flow out into the world, the other of a gentler night, flowing freely with no restraints. Labby sank into the dual nature of her chi, remembering the little insights her master had told her about both. The moon was just a reflection of the sun, another side to the same coin. Similarly, lightning was what was born when two opposite energies were separated, creating an imbalance. Labby hadn't understood how that was possible. How the moon could be the sun, or how lightning could be born from two things that oppose one another. But now she started to understand. There wasn't a single cycle here. Each cycle was tied into the other. The cycle of the moon was tied to the cycle of the earth, the cycle of the earth tied to the cycle of the sun, the cycle of the sun to the stars, and so on and so forth. To divide the cycle in two would create an imbalance, one that the world would seek to rectify, and thus, lightning. The essence of the world circulated around her, filling her being as the lunar chi merged with her lightning chi. A new cycle was formed of two halves flowing into one another, two halves of the same whole. A balance was formed. Labby's core started to change, the chi in her core taking on a new form. Essence flooded her as she grew past the first realm and into the second. Power filled her, strength coursing through her body. Her claws shone like blades of moonlight as purple lightning coursed around her. And soon, she heard the gift from the moon spirit reveal itself within her core. "You have taken the first step, child. Choose your path from this moment and forth," the spirit whispered. 8 spirits of the moon stood before her, awaiting her choice. All 8 vaster than anything Labby had seen before. The dark moon, the moon of longing and hunger. The waxing crescent moon, the moon of growth and journey. The first half moon, the moon of strength and focus. The waxing gibbous moon, the moon of nurture and care. The full moon, the moon of completion. The waning gibbous moon, the moon of reflection. The second half moon, the moon of forgiveness. The waning crescent, the moon of surrender and peace. Labby stared at the phases of the moon, then closed her eyes and called out to one. The moon of growth, the moon of journey, the desire to be full, the eternal chase of completion. The spirits of the moon smiled, fading away as the crescent symbol on her forehead lit up, glowing brightly as she received a gift in her mind. Purple lightning soared around her as blades of crescent silver light extended from her claws. Labby felt the path in front of her. Though she couldn't take the form of her master yet, she could feel the steps she needed to follow. As soon as she entered the third realm, she would have the form she desired to take. Labby burst into another round of thunder, feeling her much deeper pool of chi and her stronger bond to her master. The name of her new art tugged at her mind, its strength and depths waiting to be explored. The Crescent Lunar Lightning Art. Squeak! Chapter 39. History of Cultivation. The rays of the sun touched my skin as I opened my eyes, breaking past the days of meditation. My circulating chi settled down. There was a richer quality to the chi that I couldn't quite describe, as if the chi within me contained more life than before. I sensed the seed within my core. I'd been mildly concerned about the possibility that the miasma flower had taken root within my dantian, but the thoughts were soon mitigated through cultivation. The seed was a part of me, the result of what I was forming with my spirit herb garden. The roots and networks of chi I sensed around me, the culmination of these herbs and their essence, all led to the little seed in my core. I didn't understand what it was. It wasn't my core solidifying, and it wasn't me forming the second circle of my cultivation either. Whatever the seed was, it was a part of me. Trickles of lunar chi were present in my core, remnants of whatever the flower sent. My gaze drifted back to the lotus, and I smiled when I saw Sheldon sleeping in the water besides the lotus, tucked comfortably into his shell. The lotus had lost its potent lunar chi with the rising sun, but even during daytime, hints of lunar chi wafted from the blooming spirit flower. I shifted my attention to Labby, who was sleeping curled up beside me. Her body was slightly larger, her fur a lighter shade of gray with a much more regal color than before. She could have been mistaken for a regular rat if one couldn't sense her chi before. But now, I doubt there would be anyone who wouldn't be able to tell her identity. I gently brushed Labby's fur. I'd been able to sense when Labby had begun trying to break through to the second realm. I'd been able to sense her distress and her fear. A part of me almost stopped my cultivation to help her, even though I knew interfering would only make things worse. In the end, she'd broken through, stabilizing her core and entering into the second realm. My bond with her was much stronger than before. I brushed Labby once more, then tugged at her spirit. A gentle nudge and pull, and she moved, before her body began to glow lightly. I watched, partly in fear and surprise, as her form broke down into chi. Her spirit filled up my dantian while she slept comfortably. My little foof girl really went ahead and broke through on her own, didn't she? I could peek into her dreams if I focused. The chi of the moon connected to dreams and night both. I laughed when I saw her riding a massive lotus spirit flower, standing tall and proud in a partly human form, wielding blades of crescent moon swords and lightning, while eating through a big basket of spirit herbs. That was a Labby dream, all right. I got up from my seat near the pool of water. Walking out of the spirit herb garden, I passed my desk, noticing a jade slip present on it. A smile crept upon my face. Liu Xiang had sent the library pass my way. I picked up the jade slip, inspecting it lightly before I turned around. I'll be back in an hour. Make that a few hours, actually, I told Sheldon, the little turtle opening his eyes and going right back to sleep. There were a lot of things I had to do. For now, I couldn't stop the smile creeping on my face as I rushed out of my room and toward the library. The path up to the library felt exceptionally long today. A smile was still plastered on my face despite my attempts to keep my excitement in control. I was trying to hold back my expectations on what may be found on the second floor, in preparation for potential disappointment by some vague mystical bullshit. It seemed to be a losing effort. Once within the library, my eyes vaguely glanced over where Elder Feng tended to be. I was momentarily surprised to see a different person present, an older man in the second realm. Meeting the man's gaze, I bowed respectfully, showing my jade slip and handing it to them. I turned toward the stairs leading to the second floor, taking a breath before heading up. The second floor wasn't particularly visually different from the first one. A normal person would struggle to tell the difference, but to my senses, it was a completely different world. The chi here was different, more potent, almost sharp, as if words tugged on the chi, carrying themselves out of the lines of books. If the library below was the layman's version of the library, then this was the true cultivator's library. Awe and surprise struck me moving amongst the many books and often jade slips present. I picked one up and sent a chi pulse in it, immediately recognizing it as the Viridian Fang's water arts and the history of the founding clan of the technique. I put the jade slate down. The technique wasn't much use to me, and I couldn't more than peer lightly into it without going down and asking to borrow it. As much as the jade slips and their ability to transmit information interested me, making a magic computer from one was a far-off dream for now. I shifted my attention to the books instead. The things I could freely read and browse as I pleased. I picked books on any and all topics of interest, before one in particular caught my eye. The Nature of Goo and Miasma. The book was heavy, even for me, a cultivator who could casually lift large rocks. The weight wasn't of physical origin, but originating from its chi. I paused at the thought. The books here contained qi. It should have been obvious that they did. In fact, I knew that already, yet somehow hadn't ever realized the implication. Why would something that hasn't intentionally been set with a formation or saturated with qi be so densely packed with qi? The words of truth garner the attention of the world, disciple. The heavier the book, the more worth the qi gives its contents. I jumped, turning around in a hurry. A smiling moon spirit floated behind me, shimmering with a pleasant white glow. I see the child has taken her first step. We think you are already aware of her wishes, even if you chose not to mull over them. The path of the moon is one of dreams and the night, of many faces carried within one. Try to not let your spirit get lost in its mirth. She would need a guiding hand. I bowed my head deeply in respect. I'll be there when she needs me. Thank you for your guidance, I said, still keeping my head bowed. We'll leave you alone, disciple. We are satisfied after seeing the child's choice. The crescent will guide her well. I sensed the spirit vanish and raised my head, also sensing the still-asleep Labby within my dantian. I could gain vague impressions of her childish dreams and desires, yet within them, I also sensed her worries and her growing understanding as her world expanded. She was growing, and growing fast, and I didn't feel ready to guide her just yet. There was a shift in Labby's qi as she momentarily shared her senses with me from her dreams. I almost smelled spirit herbs, as if I was buried under a hill of them. I shook my head, smiling. Maybe I'll be enough after all. We need to check your transformation to qi to zap into my dantian thing as well. This is totally breaking a lot of biology and physics, I said, heading to a nearby section with small tables on the floor. I set my stack down, sitting cross-legged. All right, time to dig in. This is probably how Labby felt when she got to eat her fill of spirit pills. I chuckled at the thought as I opened the first book and began to devour its contents. Bliss, goo, poison, death. There were many names for the vile energy that plagued the deeper caverns of our world, riddled with twisted creatures and demons that threatened the great Azure Jade Empire. Yet, as blasphemous as it may be, this scholar had tried to look at goo from a stance not mired in the notions of good or evil. Goo is the nature of death, the nature of corruption. Yet this scholar believes even goo is ultimately a part of the cycle of qi. The energies of death, may they be harnessed by barbarians in twisted blood rituals or by demons, still contribute to the greater cycle of heaven themselves. For life is incomplete without death, the cycle stuck in its place without an end. At great risk, this scholar writes these words: to deny death and its manifestations is to deny life, and as such, the very heavens themselves. I let out a deep breath, my qi pulsing in my core, following my slightly increased heartbeat from the intense weight present in the words. A little reading ahead informed me the author had been executed centuries ago, and it took a long time before his works were recognized. Something I'd seen back home as well. A true shame. The sun was going down by the time I set my little pack of books aside. I'd lost track of time, almost in a similar trance-like one I'd been cultivating, and perhaps equally as empowering. I'd learned about the history of qi, the way cultivation itself had evolved, having descended from greater spirits and mythical beasts onto spirit beasts, and then at last adapted by humans. Even after that, it was not until the eventual foundation of the Azure Jade Empire, the longest-lasting empire in history, that cultivation found the opportunity to finally become solidified. Each step and path there for people willing to know. The foundation of the 7 celestial peaks by the Jade Emperor a few millennia ago was the last largest revolution cultivation had seen. There was already science here, one filled with mystique and vague conceptual knowledge that combined both spirituality and theology into the understanding of the world. I wasn't confident enough to say their approach was wrong, but it had been arrogance to think I was creating something new. The science of cultivation was already present. All it needed was a nudge into a more logical and structured approach. I saw no reason why I couldn't be one of the people to try and do this. It was a shame finding little in regards to my cultivation method, but in all honesty, I was a lot more excited by that prospect and the potential for discovery. I glanced across the library, taking it all in. This much information was likely just a tiny fraction of what would be available to inner sect disciples or larger sects. The emperor and the imperial family likely held a prized collection of knowledge. If I wanted to escape the world of cultivation, I would have to leave all of this behind. All this knowledge and information I could likely use to progress and learn even more, and speed up my understanding of the world even further. Could I really do it? Should I? Were my fears truly warranted? I had no means outside my meager fighting abilities to protect myself, and I had no way to ensure I could keep doing as I wanted without catching the wrong eye. So far, I'd preferred to try and run away from my problems, escape their clutches, and never come into their sight. Avoidance was the best defense, or something like that. But if I really wanted to keep going, then I needed to be strong enough to stand against cultivators and even organizations like the alchemy halls. It'd be foolish to think I could do it from martial prowess. I wasn't some dumb cultivation protagonist with a hidden bloodline or secret inherited martial techniques that would allow me to rise unparalleled in this world. What I did have was knowledge, and I could use it to allow myself more freedom. At least, enough to protect myself. The truth of this was like swallowing a bitter pill that refused to travel down my throat. Unpleasant was an understatement. I closed the books at the table and quickly placed them back in their position, still thinking over things as I took my library pass and began to head back. If I truly wanted to establish myself, then the first step was to graduate as an apprentice alchemist. It was time to visit the old man again. Chapter 40. The First Pill. I walked through the sect grounds, heading for the little chamber old man had to himself. The scent of alchemical elixirs mixed in potions drifted from the chamber, a smell that I'd become quite familiar with. "Ah, Lugier, come in," old man said as his long sleeves swept to the side, brushing aside the chi-filled plume of smoke rising from his cauldron. "Master," I bowed, entering the chamber. "From the looks of you, it seems your quest for the library went well," he stated. "I'd gotten some guidance from the spirit of an elder, and a companion to go with me. There were some troubles, but things turned out well," I replied, and the old man smiled. "Ah, how you've changed, Lugier. It is good to see you at peace with your new path, child." This old man had sensed the turmoil that always plagued your heart, the anger you'd kept hiding within your chest. In its place, I now see peace and curiosity, almost as if you became a different person entirely. Old man rubbed his beard, and I stared at him with mixed emotions. I felt something I hadn't in a while. The emotions kept within Lugier's memories, the fragments of emotion and regret. I pushed those emotions back to where they'd come from as I bowed again. This apprentice is ever grateful for Master's generosity. I wouldn't have been able to walk this path of knowledge had I not been given your guidance, Master, I said in a single breath, raising my head to look at the old man. Now I've come once again, asking for guidance. The wrinkles of old man's head turned inward with a light frown. "What do you wish for, disciple?" "I want to try and make the 3 pills to gain the junior alchemist rank. I think I'm ready." The old man gestured for me to move farther in. I stepped into the room, taking a seat as old man moved to his cauldron, emptying the contents from within. Qi swirled around his arms, and plumes of smoke rose high as the fire beneath the cauldron blazed. There was no thermometer, equipment, or anything, but I could feel the heat on my skin coming from the flames, and the precision with which the old man directed his qi. This world may lack technological advances, but it certainly didn't lack in the mastery of skills such as these. The superhuman senses and decades, if not centuries, of training probably helped. I clenched my hands, looking down at them as I envisioned being able to do what the old man did. I didn't have the precision nor the control yet, but every time I saw the old man refine a pill, a part of me felt hope build up, to see how much he could achieve even if his qi pool wasn't the largest. The qi flared around the cauldron before the flames faded, the pill now formed. "It has been about 3 months since you came to me, Lu Jie, and though our lessons hadn't been many, your growth makes this old man proud. But before we proceed any further, this old man wishes to ask you, apprentice, what purpose does alchemy have to you?" I took a moment to gather my thoughts. To me, alchemy was an escape, Master, from everything that happened. When I first came to after the spar, I'd felt confusion, pain, anger. My heart had been in turmoil, and I'd felt afraid of everything. The soothing nature and the ease with which the pills had their essence flow through me soothed my heart. It gave me respite, and I'd clung onto it, I replied, sitting straighter. The old man hummed, taking the pills out from his cauldron. "What is it to you now, Lu Jie?" I closed my eyes and envisioned a simple lab with mostly basic equipment. A little garden of herbs, and Labby and Sheldon happily playing, with Labby helping me around the lab at times. "My future, Master. I see my path in alchemy. I see knowledge to be gained within it. I feel the desire to walk along this path, to bring change to many around me, to teach and to grow. I see the ability to help many people, and I desire to gain the skills that would allow me to do so." "Very well, Lu Jie. We will begin with the very first of the 3 pills," the old man said. Excitement built up in my chest. The Poison Flame pill is a pill that embodies the essence of fire. It takes 7 poisons within the pill and grants immunity to all of them. The flames within the pill serve to burn away the impurities present within your dantian, and most importantly, your pathways, allowing qi to flow more freely. Old man walked around the room as he picked some herbs from containers. But, just like fire, it is a pill to be treated with respect. It has the potential to cause harm just as much as the potential to cure. I nodded awkwardly. Definitely had first-hand experience with the dangers of fire, though perhaps I'd inhaled something that stopped making the logical part of the brain, since I never stopped enjoying those explosions either. I mean, why do alchemy when you couldn't at least explode some things in your face? After fire, there would be the water essence pill, followed by the earth essence. If you're able to form all of these, then you could call yourself a junior alchemist, my apprentice. I was about to nod when I realized something. Fire, water, earth. Hold up just a minute. What am I? The chosen arrowhead monk who has to master all 4 elements and save the world from the fire murder hobos? I chuckled lightly, then quickly killed off the laughter. Yet the thought continued to greatly amuse me. Ha! Maybe I should have picked up some wind arts while I was at it. "Pay attention to the fire, Lu Jie," the old man said. I coughed, bringing my attention back. The herbs were put into the cauldron as old man's qi pulsated, and the fire lit beneath the cauldron once more. The flame is the essence of this pill, and as alchemists, it is the flame we have to master, first and foremost. Now watch. I opened all my senses, paying attention to the flow of the qi and the fire. Qi pulsed in waves, spreading across the cauldron in a wave-like pattern, and the fire danced to its rhythm. The contents within the cauldron swirled with the qi guiding them, drawing their essence out. I sensed the whirlpool of qi the old man had formed, guiding the essence in circular pathways that eventually led into the core of the cauldron, where it all collected together to form the pill, one step at a time. The pill has fire within it. To tame the fire, you have to let it spread and mellow out before you clamp down on it from all sides. Following his words, I sensed the flaring pill release the fire essence, and sparks spread from the rising fire. The flame within the cauldron spread out, and for a moment I was worried the flames would hurt the old man. My concerns were for naught. They dodged the old man with a light nudge of his qi, and soon the spreading fire essence began to follow the whirlpool of qi, turning further inward. The heat rose, and sweat started to cover my arms and face as the flame swirled beneath the cauldron as well. The fire wanted an escape, yet the easiest path it could take was to be pulled into the pill, which it soon did, coalescing into a fiery pill that let out large plumes of smoke. The old man picked out the still smoking pill, this one a brighter shade of deep red, without the swirling brown impurities that could be seen in my drugnades. Now it is your turn. I got up from my seat and picked out the ingredients, grabbing the flaming grass last. I placed the herbs one at a time into the cauldron, feeling the essence within them. I noticed the way the qi flowed within the herbs, the way it responded to my own qi. The spirit herb garden and my cultivation method had both added a new layer of insight on the flow of qi within the herbs' root systems. There was a large network of interconnecting threads that kept these herbs filled with qi. I almost felt as if I could reach out to the herbs in front of me and guide the qi within it, urging it to grow. I dropped the last of the herbs within the cauldron and took a breath, closing the lid. Remember, Lu Jie, do not fight the fire. Let it flow out before you guide it to where you want it to be, Old Man said. Circulating the qi within my dantian, I let it spread through my pathways. I extended my senses, my qi spreading through the cauldron as I adjusted the qi pressure within the cauldron. Mentally checking the notes and the many experiments I'd done myself, I lit the fire beneath the cauldron, feeding it qi to fuel the flames. The heat began to increase and the herbs started to break down. Essence dripped out one at a time, and I maintained my focus, keeping an eye on the flame as I continued to raise the heat. A minute or so later, I sensed the right temperature. Fire essence began to break out of the flaming grass. I concentrated, allowing the fire essence to slowly build up. The heat stung my skin, and I began to sweat from the rising intensity of the fire. I kept at it, keeping the flame beneath the cauldron controlled as the fire essence began to spread. Then, in a sudden blast, it lashed out, a blast of fire spreading like an explosion. I took a step back, my control slipping as the qi pressure deviated, and for a moment, I felt I'd lost it. I renewed my focus on the qi filling the cauldron as I tried to allow the fire to spread. The essence licked the herbs, binding them within itself as it sought an escape. I refocused on what the old man had said. I needed to let it flow. Let the fire flow. That's what I'd been missing all this time. The temperature, the density, the saturation of qi, and the qi pressure were all factors I'd accounted for in my experiments. But I hadn't taken the flow of the qi into consideration, due to the difficulty in quantifying something like that. Qi flow. I needed to let the qi flow. Taking a deep breath of hot air that stung my nose, I focused on flowing the qi gently within the cauldron. A singular flow of qi that condensed at the bottom. The shape of the cauldron guided the qi, and I soon found a stable rhythm. The fire erupted, trying to escape, and I let it. I stood my ground, even as fire came close to me, escaping from the edges of the closed cauldron. Soon, the raging torrent began to swirl with my qi, slowly but surely flowing at the center. I let myself get lost in the motion. I couldn't think anything, all my attention fixated onto the pill. A drop of sweat entered my eye, and I blinked, my mind breaking out of its daze. I wiped my forehead, now covered in sweat. I turned around. Old Man smiled, and a thrill of excitement filled my chest. I carefully opened the lid of the cauldron to peer inside, and saw a deep red pill with a burning intensity to its qi. "You've taken the first step, my apprentice. This old man is proud." I grinned ear to ear. Now I just had to master the other two elements and save the world. Chapter 41. Grandfather. Yen Yun sighed, putting her brush down. In front of her was the first volume of her very first book. A story she'd created to live in a dream that wasn't, for just a few moments longer. The tale of an alchemist and a thief, of two star-struck lovers set apart by the world as they fought to be together just once. A tragedy, a story to break hearts. Yen Yun sighed. Next to her book was a long scroll detailing the two people's lives and whatever history on them Zhu Ri would have dug up. Yen Yun wasn't sure what she'd been expecting to find when she'd read the scroll, and even after having read it, she wasn't sure what to feel either. There had been details of the two people's little trade of some sort. The apprenticeship Lu Jie had gotten under an old alchemist in the outer sect, and, moreover, the expelled sworn brothers of Su Lin, one of whom had been crippled by an enraged elder. Yen Yun didn't feel pity, a fact that conflicted her but also didn't surprise her. Having read what she had, the man in question must have been prepared for the worst, and she'd heard of similar stories far too often. For some reason, though, the history behind the trade still bothered her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she'd still not gathered the courage to face them. The thought burnt her cheeks as she was filled with shame and embarrassment. The boy's laughter still echoed in her mind at times while Yen Yun slept, and she wished she could bury herself somewhere. It had caused her to forego sleep more often, choosing to cultivate instead, something her grandfather had been rather pleased by after her recent runaway. Yen Yun's qi stirred at the thought of her grandfather. She felt Lei Yu's disagreement about her grandfather, but she cared not to get into another argument with her spirit. The last one had already caused her enough troubles with her grandfather. "Young mistress, the great master is calling for you," Zhu Ri spoke, blending out of the shadows as she knelt. Her handmaiden and occasional spy mistress tended to be a lot more formal when her grandfather was around, as if she were a stranger to her. "I'll be there in a moment," Yen Yun replied. Zhu Ri nodded, moving out of her chamber. Yen Yun sat in silence, staring at the little book in front of her. Thunder crackled among her fingers as she hovered her hand above the note, ready to burn it all away. Foolish though it may have been, Yen Yun still poured effort into that. Lei Yu disagrees with the nature of it, but thinks it would be disrespectful to burn it. Yen Yun stopped at Lei Yu's words, taken by surprise. "Did Zhu Ri tell you to say that?" "What?" Yen Yun had said Lei Yu didn't consider her feelings enough, and now, when Lei Yu does, she doesn't even believe him, Lei Yu spoke, pouting. The expression and emotion was so baffling that, despite her wishes, laughter broke from her mouth, further increasing the indignant anger and hurt Lei Yu felt, which only served to make her laugh more. "I'm sorry, Lei Yu. I didn't mean to laugh. She held her tongue. There really wasn't a need for words between them in the end. Her spirit was tied to her dantian, their thoughts linked. "Thank you," Yan Yun said. Lei Yu waved her away, his chi swirling as if to pretend he wasn't paying her any attention. A pretense, and a bad one, but one she let him indulge in. She let the little arrogant bird be and got up from her seat. After taking one last look at her book, she opened a drawer, sending a pulse of chi to open a little hidden compartment behind it, where she stuffed the book with all her other ones. It would likely never see the light again, but it consoled her heart to have written it. Taking another moment to ready herself, Yan Yun put on her silver and gold hairpins as her robes changed forms to be a bit more proper. With one last look at herself, she headed out. She sensed Zuri follow her from the shadows at a distance as she made her way through the long corridors, heading for the relatively quiet and simplistic chamber her grandfather resided in. He may be insufferable and strict, but he was not a man to indulge in pointless displays of wealth and waste. Before she'd even stepped into the chamber, Yan Yun felt her grandfather's presence coming from within. His chi embodied the mountain themselves, rumbling with the power of rolling thunder powerful enough to strike hundreds down with a single blow. It was a tempered strength, calm and controlled, waiting for the right moment to be released. It had only been Yan Yun's recent advancements in cultivation that allowed her to even begin to grasp at the vast strength her grandfather possessed. For all her life, he'd been like an insurmountable peak, so high above she couldn't begin to fathom the heights he'd attained. But now, she was finally closing in, and she had no intentions of stopping now. "Come inside, Yuan," her grandfather said. Yan Yun took a breath before she opened the doors, entering the chamber and greeting her grandfather with a bow. "Good to see you, Cousin Yun. It has been a while," a boy spoke. "Indeed, you've grown quite pretty, Cousin Yun," another boy followed. Yan Yun raised her sight to see her two cousins standing within, Yan Li and Yan Lei, the young, prodigious twins that had recently gained the favor of her grandfather after awakening to the Phoenix bloodline. Arrogant little things, who she preferred not to meet if she could help it. "Indeed, it has been a while, Li and Lei. The last time we'd met, you two were still holding your mother's hands to walk," Yan Yun spoke. One of the brothers crackled with lightning, grinning at her. "Ancient history, cousin." "It is good to see you've grown over your obsessions for mingling with those beneath you for friendship," Li spoke up, patting his brother's shoulders. Yan Yun's chi flared. The little pricks. They knew she hated talking about that. From what Zuri had told her, they'd been the ones who'd filled her chambers with rats when she'd been much smaller. "It is good to see you cousins catch up, but there are matters of more importance at hand," her grandfather spoke, and the weight of a mountain descended on her shoulders. Yan Yun nodded gracefully, glancing at the two brothers to see them sweating lightly under her grandfather's presence. A slight smile covered her face at the sight, but one she quickly let go of. "Yuan, Li and Lei will be participating in the tournament alongside you. As their elder in the martial path, you're tasked with ensuring they are prepared to win the Outer Sect tournament and can enter the Inner Sect as core disciples." Yan Yun couldn't stop the bitter taste in her mouth, but she nodded nonetheless. She spotted Li grinning as he looked at her from the corner of his eye. "As juniors, you are to listen to everything Yuan says. I must not hear of any mischief caused by the two of you," her grandfather said to the two twins. "Yes, Elder. As you say, Elder," her grandfather nodded. "You may take your leave, Li and Lei. Head on and cultivate. There is but a month left till the tournament begins. Failure will not be accepted. The twins bowed as one before heading out of the chamber. You wish to say something, Yuan? Her grandfather asked. Why is grandfather teaching the twins? They are rumbustious, unruly, and far too arrogant. There are many other suitable disciples within the clan and branch families, Yan Yun spoke, and frowned when her grandfather shook his head. The kids need to learn a lesson in respect, but their arrogance isn't misplaced. I had heard they'd almost managed to cripple a disciple at the peak of the third realm within moments. The Phoenix bloodline is a potent one, and the arts the twins cultivate well situated for their demeanors. The two have talent. All they need is guidance. Yan Yun was assaulted with 100 thoughts she wished to voice. She swallowed them instead, nodding her head in acceptance. I have other important news for you, Yuan. I've found a suitable suitor for you. The eldest son of Lord Zhou himself. Yan Yun froze as ice filled her veins, staring at her grandfather in shock, her qi trembling. But what about my cultivation? She muttered out blankly. This is not something I could decide over lightly, but a tie with Lord Zhou is an invaluable asset for the clan. And it is not as if you wouldn't be allowed to cultivate as a married woman. Yan Yun clenched her teeth. Yan Yun, don't. Lei Yu won't be able to protect you. With a shuddering breath, she bowed her head. As you say, grandfather. Good. I expected no less from my granddaughter. Lord Zhou will be present during the tournament as well, alongside his son. Perform well, and make me proud. Yan Yun didn't reply, too afraid that if she spoke a word she may do something and say things she'd forever regret. You may leave now. Yan Yun bowed her head and left the chamber. She sensed her handmaiden stepping out of the shadows as she walked closer to her. Young mistress, Zuri said, but stepped back as a powerful arc of lightning shot at her. Yan Yun ignored Zuri, briskly walking to her chamber. She closed the door, expecting herself to have broken out in a shower of rage and anger. Yet all she could feel was a gaping pit at the base of her stomach. It is not the end, Yan Yun. If Yan Yun can perform beyond expectations, the elder may delay Yan Yun's betrothal, or even change his mind. Yan Yun can't give up on her goals. Yan Yun nodded, taking a deep breath. She sat down, making plans. She needed to cultivate. Her eyes went to the scroll containing the reports regarding Lu Jie and Su Lin. Yan Yun plucked up the scroll, glancing through till she found one particular section. Injured in a spar with Yen Li and Yen Lei, followed by an apprenticeship under Zhao Long, the old alchemist of the outer sect. Yan Yun stared with wide eyes before she set the scroll down. She needed to have a talk with Lu Jie and Su Lin. I sneezed, rubbing my nose. Even cultivation couldn't beat the common cold, the dratted little virus jumping worlds to annoy me. Although the weather was still pleasantly warm. An off-season cold, perhaps? I let go of the thoughts, stirring the herbs within my little cauldron. My attempts at remaking the fire pills old man taught me had resulted in failure so far, but progress was being steadily made at achieving a good success rate and reaction requirements. It would probably be a good idea to take note of the success rate of other alchemists, because I was pretty sure I was starting to beat my peers, slowly but surely in that regard. Mass production. Hell yeah. I chuckled and swirled my qi within the cauldron, preparing the next batch. I grinned as the pills formed, leading to another successful batch of herbs that Labby was now drooling over. I heard an indignant squeak from her as Sheldon splashed her with water and she tried to spark the turtle, without any success, all the while being watched by an amused cat who continued to lounge around in my spirit herb garden. The little guy seemed to be coming around more and more often, and I was tempted to name him and take him in. I mean, I already had a turtle and a rat. Couldn't hurt if I got one more, right? I shook my head, pulling my attention away from the spirits. I dug into my pouch to look at my burning red pill I'd formed in front of Old Man, the cumulations of all my efforts so far. With my attempts at finishing my apprenticeship with the other 2 pills, it was time I began to prepare to finally gather enough money to get my own lab. And for that, I need to give Su Lin a lot more pills. Time to crank out the drugs, baby. Chapter 42. Preparations. Maybe I should name you after all, I said to the little orange cat loaf sitting in my lap, to the frustration of Labby. I received a lazy meow as the cat stretched his legs. And yes, I checked this time. It's a he. You can't secretly understand me, can you? I asked the cat, its light brown eyes looking at me before he turned his butt to my face, tail held high in the air, and walked away to his drug garden. I hummed at the slight chi I sensed in his body, which may very well have been residue from the spirit herbs. I let the thoughts of the cat go, watching Labby sparkle and crackle as she played around with him. Sheldon seemed to be basking happily near the window, watching over them. The little guy was actually quite smart, and would stop Labby if she ever got too excited by splashing her with some water. Maybe I should teach him to shoot water from his mouth when I say water cannon. My handy turtle water gun could probably drown people very easily if he wanted. I laughed at the thought, returning to my notes. Symptoms of crippling and chi deficiency were written down, an entire note worth of things I'd gathered from the library and from my own research and experiments with spirit plants. The circles of the Dantian and their role, alongside some names and procedures for how people managed to fix their cores upon having crippled their cultivation. As was to be expected, I didn't find much in regard to potential cures to having a crippled cultivation. There were some stories of people who managed to break through and regain their cultivations, becoming stronger than ever and whatnot. But I hadn't found any detailed or accurate records of any such incident. What I did find was a potential solution to Su Lin's brother's condition. While I couldn't fix his Dantian or cultivation, what I could do was patch his body in a way that would allow him to hold chi within himself. He still couldn't cultivate or use any arts, but if the concept worked, then his physique at least would return close to that of a cultivator's. All I needed to do was figure out how to establish a spirit herb garden outside my own Dantian, and use him as an anchor instead. It'd allow for a direct transfer of qi from the spirit herbs, and the essence could then be used to essentially fix the holes in his Dantian to prevent any leaks. Although the idea seemed sound in principle, I had no way to test if it actually worked or not. My knowledge of the human body was, despite modern education, not enough to be doing stuff like this. And the body of a cultivator, and things like a Dantian, would not be following regular biology either. What I needed was someone proficient in medical aspects, who I could trust with my deal with Su Lin and the information about his brothers. I smiled as I took out a piece of paper and began to write a message to one such individual that I happened to know. The only one, really. I wonder if the spirit somehow intended this as well, I muttered, as I finished my letter, rolling it up. Now the question was how to send it to Laoshang. I could send it through the Sect, but I really didn't want to. There wasn't any sensitive information in there, but I also didn't want the Sect to have their hands involved in this either way. I looked at Labby, sparkling and crackling as she stood on Sheldon's shell, trying to do a jump kick and splashing into the water. Yeah, no. I turned my eyes toward the cat sitting next to me as he licked his paws, idly grooming himself. He looked back and gave me a quiet meow. I think I'm gonna name you, I told the cat, receiving a meow. He returned to his grooming, but I could tell he was listening. A cat, so… indeed. I have just the perfect name for you, I proclaimed. Labby's ears perked up. Even Sheldon was paying attention. Master is going to take him in as well? Well, Labby already has. But Labby didn't know Master was going to as well. Yes, Labby. From now on, Neon Knee, or Neon for short, will be with us. As long as he doesn't run off, that is, I said, proclaiming the name. There was no chi swirl, no light show, no magic thingamajig. And I sighed. Guess just naming a cat wasn't suddenly going to make him intelligent. I was about to put away my scroll and find Lao Shang myself when Neon grabbed the scroll in his mouth. So, you do understand me, don't you? I asked, sensing faint chi in him growing slightly. Similar to Labby before she'd broken through, the cat was smart enough to understand my words. Can you send this to Lao Shang? You should know his smell, I asked the cat. Labby squeaked, telling him something as well. Neon sniffed once, staring at me. You'll get a spirit pill if you do, I said, and Neon jumped onto my table before leaping out the window. Well, that was easy. Can Labby have a pill too? Labby asked with a squeak, looking at me with her beady eyes. Young lady, you need to be taught something called rehab, I said. She stared back at me, confused. We'll discuss that soon, I told her. I needed to limit her pill feeding. Although it wasn't harming her, an excess of anything was bad. With thoughts of working on Labby's discipline, I began to work with my cauldron, preparing the required herbs and ingredients for the last thing I needed before heading out to meet with Sulin. Plumes of smoke and the scent of various herbs filled my room, slowly drifting out of the open window. I'd gone through many assortments of herbs and items in the last 2 hours trying to make the right pill. I checked my notes, looking at the chi amount estimates, the chi flow pattern I was testing, alongside the combination of herbs I was working on. This was the next step, essentially, and something I'd be doing as an alchemist, making my own unique pills. So far, I'd only focused on refining the existing recipes and modifying them, which took out a major element of the alchemy process from the equation, which were the herbs and the mixture of the right essence. It had been like I was given all the chemicals and was told to simply execute the reaction correctly before, and I'd gone around playing with those. Now I had to find the right chemicals, understand how the essences interacted with each other, and then connect those to form the right pills. There were obviously types of chi and essences. Fire, water, wind, and earth were the basics. Then there was stuff like lightning, moon, sun, or light, shadow, poison, and so on and so forth. From what I'd read, each chi type was a mixture of the 4 bases of fire, water, earth, and wind. Nothing groundbreaking there. It was an elemental system with sub-elements added. Moon from water and yin, lightning from fire and yang, etc. But what I was interested in seeing was how they described something like poison. My research has been disappointing. Poison, as a nature of qi, is often only found among the descendants of certain clans, the Shi ducal clan being the largest, with many branch clans descending directly from the main bloodline, such as the Du, the Yi, and many others have also been found to have poison qi. Some have even argued about the similarities of the qi to Gu, causing tensions with the Shi clan within the empire. I stopped reading at that point as the book devolves into political talks on the clans and whatnot. But the core insight, or disappointing truth that it had given me, was that poison qi was simply considered outside of the elemental qi. The same went for blood qi and other similar types. I returned back to my cauldron.
I'd noted the essence and their reactions with others. Fire was not violent with water, as would be expected, but instead mellow. It was violent with wind, and same with earth, and vice versa.
But there were also strange interactions of essence when both fire, water, and earth essence herbs were combined. Like a sizzling, steaming rock pill with almost a metallic luster that was so hard I couldn't even crack it. And I could crack actual rocks. I sat in silence, trying to think of a way to form the pill I needed, when an idea came to me. I went to my spirit garden and to the moon lotus I had nearby. Unlike a regular lotus, this plant didn't wither off as it produced seeds. Instead, it formed little pods of tiny seeds filled with chi beneath its petals. So far, none of the seeds had grown into another lotus blossom on their own. I took a couple of seeds from the plant and returned to my cauldron. I added a mix of a few spirit herbs, letting the flames rise as I circulated my chi, refining them. Once the essence started to gush out of the herbs, I carefully opened the lid and deposited the lotus seeds. The seed began to mix with the essence, and I continued to refine them together with the herbs. Within a few moments, the seeds started to suck in the chi around them, mixing with their own essence as they coagulated into a sticky mass. I swirled my chi, smiling as I continued to work. I was close. The chi churned, the moon essence swirling within the cauldron as it bound the other essence together with it. A few moments later, I opened the cauldron and found a white pill with hints of green sitting inside. I had no idea what the pill did just yet. But if my theory was right, the pill should allow me to form an anchor within Su Lin's brother, fixing his chi deprivation. And perhaps, eventually fixing his cultivation as well. The window thumped as Nian jumped back in, a different note in his mouth this time. I opened the note, reading the contents, and smiled. Liu Xiang had agreed. All I needed to do now was to meet and tell Su Lin about it. Well, let's go then, I told my spirits, and one not-yet-spirit cat.
Squeak! Chirp!
Meow. Chapter 43. An Odd Gathering. I carried Sheldon snuggled up in my arms. Labby sat comfortably on my shoulder, sniffing the air as she flicked her ears, occasionally talking with Sheldon. Nian had thankfully not cared enough to tag along, happy to lick the spirit pill I'd given him for his help. I had 2 pouches this time for the number of pills I'd created for Su Lin. I almost expected Su Lin to be unable to sell all of them, especially the fire pill. Though it didn't worry me too much. There wasn't any particular rush for selling the pills. The goal of my own lab was appealing, but I had managed to make myself comfortable in the sect. With the library here, there was a very good reason to stay even after I managed to get my own lab. That, or being able to visit the library even if I wasn't a disciple anymore. I was surprised that almost next to no one had come to check after me ever since I'd vanished from the training halls. A notice that I'd be training by myself in hopes of breaking through had been enough to get them to leave me alone, outside of getting me for chores when I forgot to do them. It was perhaps a bit sad. There were few in the sect from the time Lu Jie had entered, and he had been poor at best in making friends. Which, hey, I couldn't talk in that regard either. The person I talked to the most was a spirit rat. The little grove of trees where I met Su Lin was visible from afar, and I could spot his figure within. I took a quick glance around to see if anyone was here, and rushed ahead within the groves. Su Lin soon sensed my presence, heading farther in, and I followed. "Been a while, eh?" Su Lin asked, giving me with a toothy grin. "Just about 2 weeks," I replied. Su Lin's gaze shifted to Sheldon in my arms. "You got another one? Planning to become one of those spirit tamers or something?" Su Lin said, and I laughed.
I'd somehow completely forgotten about the spirit tamers.
People who went in to capture suitable spirit animals to bond with and/or sell to other cultivators. It wasn't quite as friendly as it sounded as a job, but what Su Lin was referring to weren't the merchants, but the cultivators, whose cultivation method involved arts that bonded with a large number of spirits at once, training them all for combat. Cultivation spirit trainers. Just needed some gym battles within sects. He stuck around from the task I'd gone on to for the sect. Not really a bonded spirit. This little guy's stronger than me. Quite a bit. It'd do well if you treat him with respect, I said, smiling as Su Lin narrowed his eyes. And I'm a hidden master, yeah? We all have nice stories to tell. But let's be done here quickly. I'd looked into the girl who helped us out. Turns out she's the granddaughter of Elder Yan himself, Su Lin spoke, and I could sense his nervousness. I'm aware, I replied, as Su Lin stared at me in surprise. And you never thought to tell me? If Yun Yun would have done anything, she already would have. It's not like she doesn't know about this spirit herb thing, and she gave an oath, even if a misguided and misinformed one. It's not about the girl. It's about who she's the granddaughter of. Elder Yun isn't known for his mercy. Maybe the girl won't rat us out, but as things are, this isn't a good place to be meeting. I'll look into some other place where we can do this. I nodded in reply as Su Lin clicked his tongue. Where's the pills? He asked. I took out one of the pouches, handing it over in exchange for the bag of herbs. Taking hold of the other pouch, I handed it to him. I smiled at his confused look. You may want to take a look inside. I waited patiently, taking a quick glance at the herbs, noting some new ones before I returned my attention to Su Lin. By the heavens, you made all of these? He asked. There's a red one in the other bag. I've separated it from the rest. Su Lin set the first bag down, curiously opening the second one. The way his eyes almost popped out for a moment pleased me greatly, and Labby sparkled on my shoulders, reflecting my mirth. Is that a fire pill? He asked. Poison flame pill. It can purify your qi and dantian with fire, and grants immunity to the 7 common poisons present in the pill. It does hurt to eat it, so don't try that. I ain't a numbskull, Su Lin replied, but his gaze remained transfixed. This is going to sell for a lot. How much do you expect? I asked, curious. I don't know. I ain't got know-how on these higher-grade pills, but for all of 'em combined, if I had to guess, about 2 gold for your share. Now it was my turn to be bewildered. The amount he'd told me was about twice what I'd made in the last 2 months and a bit. A gold or so for the fire one, if I sell it to the right guy. The old hag won't be taking it, she ain't got the money. Heavens, I may need to go to Zhou Chen, Su Lin said with a frown. The thug from that day? I asked, and Su Lin nodded. Their guys are in cahoots with the Silver Fang. He runs the underground market in 7th Peak City. There's been some dispute and whatnot, and the guys have been troubling the old hag, so I could try and get him to leave her alone, Su Lin said. Didn't you have bad blood with them? Chen and Yun are trying to help, but I don't want them involved. With this pill, I may even be able to get off lightly, if I can give them my share of the money for some of it, Su Lin said. I don't think you need to, I said. You don't need to console me. I can look after. It's not that. Well, I was planning to tell you when Lao Xiang was here, but it doesn't hurt, I suppose. Su Lin's face twisted in confusion. I think I can help your brother, Zhang. Herbs turned to paste, being ground as their essence merged with qi, becoming a smooth salve. Liu Xiang continued to add more herbs, referring to the scripture describing the right blend of poison qi to incapacitate but not kill. Zhe Ju moved about nearby, her feet checking the herbs and tables as she threaded silk from her qi, working on the formation Liu Xiang had been preparing.
Is Liu Xiang going to Lu Jie?
Zhu asked, not looking up. Yes, the prospect amuses this one, and helping Senior on a task allows this one to gain a greater insight into Senior's cultivation as well, Liu Xiang said, hands continuously working on the salve.
Is it truly that fascinating? Zhu can't sense anything that special about his cultivation. It is just like any other human, weaker than others. Zhu finds it distasteful. He can't keep his spirit in control either.
Liu Xiang chided Zhu mentally, even as a quiet laugh broke through his mouth at Zhu's words. It was rare for her to have such strong opinions on anything, and the sight amused him quite a bit.
It is a subtle thing, and the removal of miasma is no minor feat, especially with a non-impressive qi amount. Senior is still a bit higher than this one in cultivation. Respect is due, regardless of strength. Only Liu Xiang thinks that, Zhu replied.
Liu Xiang felt slightly bitter at the words, for they resembled his mother's.
Zhu apologizes. It's all right,
he cut her off, focusing on the salve. The letter by Lu Jie had piqued his interest, and the solution to the crippling even stranger. He didn't know what the spirit anchor referred to, but he intended to find out soon.
Let us head on then,
Liu Xiang said. Zhu acknowledged his words, finishing the formation she'd been working on before she dematerialized into his dantian. Liu Xiang took a moment to change attire and headed out of the sect halls. He found respite to not be back at the Yi clan. The disciples around him still glanced and whispered, few wishing to approach one such as him. Those of the Yi didn't form bonds with their peers easily. The serpentine features didn't aid him much either. Short-sighted humans that fail to see beyond the prestige of clan rank and favor, Zhu said, sensing his thoughts. Liao Xiang didn't reply, though quietly he agreed with her assessment. It had been another reason why he'd found Lu Jie so interesting. His curiosity in Liao Xiang had been obvious, yet the boy lacked the fear of the Yi or his unnatural features. Even Liao Xiang's poison aura seemed to hold little effect.
He's just too dumb to notice,
Zhu Ji spoke. Liao Xiang chided her again, even as another quiet laugh escaped his mouth. He took note of the direction Lu Jie had given him as he made his way to the quiet and secluded grove. Liao Xiang soon sensed Lu Jie's presence nearby, alongside the other boy he'd mentioned. He entered the grove, noticing the two of them talking.
Ah, Liao Xiang, thanks for coming. This is Su Lin, and, he's the one whose brother I was talking about, Lu Jie spoke with a smile.
A quick glance showed Su Lin to be at the peak of the second realm.
This one greets Senior,
Liao Xiang spoke, dipping his head lightly.
Su Lin,
he added, nodding as the boy nodded back. He could sense Su Lin's suspicion mixed with the quiet hints of fear whenever his aura touched the another's. Not like Lu Jie, this one.
Will the person in question be arriving here?
Liao Xiang asked.
Ah, I totally forgot to mention that, didn't I? We'll have to go to 7th Peak City for it. The guy can't walk here, and, well, there's circumstances. I really should have told you about it. Sorry about that, Lu Jie said.
Liao Xiang calmly regarded him for a moment.
It is not a concern. This one just hadn't expected to be visiting the city. Yeah, my bad. Is it really all right with you? Lu Jie asked.
This one is fine with it.
Well, in that case, let's just go then?
Lu Jie spoke as the rat on his shoulder crackled lightly with thunder. Lao Sheng noted the spirit was in the second realm now, lunar qi mixed in with thunder radiating from the spirit rat. Intriguing. Nodding,
Lao Xiang turned around, listening to Jiju grumble at the lack of discipline with muffled laughter, imperceptible to the other two. It would be an interesting trip. I stared at Su Lin and Lao Xiang with an odd expression, and when neither moved, I began to lead the way. Guess I was the de facto leader of this group for now. I was about to walk out of the grove when I sensed a familiar presence heading toward me. Lightning surged, thunder qi coursing and radiating as the familiar aura of Yan Yun grew in strength. Yan Yun's expression wasn't hostile, but there was an edge to it, as if she was about to snap in two. And while I was glad the anger wasn't directed my way, I still wasn't pleased to see her heading my way like that. She paused, looking between the three of us in confusion. I'd expected her to avoid me after the misunderstanding and the way things had gone, but it seemed not. Hopefully, she wasn't looking for revenge. "Lu Jie," Yan Yun said, "I need to talk to you." Her aura flared as lightning crackled around her. Definitely an edge to it when her aura touched mine. I gulped, and Sheldon wiggled in my arms, jumping off. "Chirp!" the little guy exclaimed, and I started in surprise. The next moment, my feet seemed to lose cohesion as Sheldon's presence descended like a crashing mountain upon all of us. The presence wasn't even aimed at me, but I sensed its strength. A pool of water rose in front of him, swirling, and I shouted, "She's not an enemy!" A large tidal wave splashed all around us, and I was pushed off my feet and onto the ground soaking wet. "Chirp!" Sheldon chirped once more. I looked upon a now completely drenched Yan Yun, who stared blankly at Sheldon.
Whatever anger she'd had seemed to have vanished with the water, leaving only muted surprise. Sheldon walked back to me, climbing up my legs, and I found myself breaking out in laughter, soon quietly followed by Su Lin. My gaze looked around the ridiculous scene of 4 cultivators lying flat on the ground, drenched in water by a tiny turtle, and something about it tickled my funny bones. I turned to look at Lao Xiang to see if he was all right, when I stopped. Lao Xiang stared at me before looking down as the realization dawned on him. Her, and I quickly averted my gaze. My heartbeat rose, and I cursed internally. How the hell did I get a person's gender wrong again? Chapter 44. Budding Friendships. I forced my rising heartbeat to settle down. I'd think over Liu Xiang later. I needed to deal with Yan Yun first. My gaze traveled back to the prodigious girl who'd pulled herself to her feet. Her qi had flared. Warmth wafted off her body as steam rose from her, evaporating the water. Yan Yun's gaze remained fixed onto Sheldon, the little turtle staring back as if to dare her to try and flare her aura again. I widened my eyes in surprise as Yan Yun bowed her head in respect. "My apologies, Great Spirit," Yan Yun spoke. Sheldon chirped once more, then burrowed in my arms. I'd always known that Sheldon was strong, yet strong enough to make Yan Yun bow in respect? Perhaps I'd underestimated my little turtle. "It seems you are quite the fortunate one, Lu Jie," Yan Yun spoke, her voice a notch calmer now. There was still a hidden anger buried within, but the edge was lost. The water really had visibly calmed her down. "Sorry about Sheldon. I'm not sure why he splashed you like that," I replied, flaring my own qi as I began to evaporate the water from my clothes. Generating qi was a delicate balance, as it was just as easy to burn my clothes as it was to warm them. It took me a minute and a bit, even after my months of practice with alchemy, to finally dry myself off, something Yan Yun had done within moments. Shi Do? An odd name. Regardless, even if hidden, it was foolish of me to miss the vast presence of the spirit, a shameful display for which I apologize.
Lei Yu wouldn't blame Yan Yun. She is disturbed. Yan Yun waved her spirit's words away, though I could tell from the way her lips rose a fraction that the thought was appreciated. Matters not. I have things to discuss with you, Lu Jie. In regards to your trade with Su Lin and... Yan Yun paused, her eyes wandering as if to scan the surroundings. In regards to Li and Lei, the twins you sparred with before becoming an alchemist.
Anger and despair rose in my chest, and after a long while, I began to feel closer to Lu Jie's spirit. I breathed out, reining the anger back in, and nodded. "All right," I said, turning toward Lao Shang. "I have a few things I need to discuss as well." The four of us headed farther into the grove, Yan Yun and Lao Shang forming a perimeter to keep eyes off in case someone arrived. Taking a breath, I prepared for what I expected and dreaded would be a long and awkward talk. I stood in front of Yan Yun, who continued to stare at me. I'd somewhat expected a conversation like this to happen when Yan Yun found out what the actual deal was. She was the daughter of an elder in the sect, but I'd also been expecting this to happen a fair while back, and when it hadn't, I'd eventually lost track of the thought, too occupied with other details. "I would like you to explain yourself about the trade and the theft the two of you participate in. Bound as I am by my oath, and even though this is ultimately a minor offense, it would do my name shame if I were to let it go without any actions," Yan Yun said, her voice stiff and cold. "And, even if misguided, I had kept an eye out on the two of you. And I'd like to believe I am not so poor a judge of character," she added with a quiet sigh. I looked at Su Lin, who stood silently, his brows wrinkled in a frown. I didn't believe there was a point in trying to spin half-truths at this point. "I am learning alchemy. It is the path I have discovered, the path I wish to take. But as a third-realm disciple who's already 20, the sect would spare no resources over me until I proved myself by breaking through, which, as you can see, I haven't." A bitter smile flashed across my face, some of Lu Jie's feelings mixing in with my own. "You could have joined the alchemy halls." The stature of a devoted alchemist may not be equal to that of a cultivator, but an alchemist of the Cloudy Peaks sect would be treated well, even outside the city, Yan Yun replied calmly. "Join the halls and continue to produce the same old pills day in and day out, as I crawl ahead hoping to catch someone's eye so that I may be granted a better pill-making method or some favor and whatnot," I asked. Raising my eyebrows, there was a heat to my voice I hadn't intended to add. I continued regardless. "No, I'd rather not. My path is not that. It is to explore the mysteries of the world and see them for myself. Alchemy is just one method of doing that, a more suitable one to me than the martial path." "What about you then, Su Lin? Why do you steal spirit herbs from the sect? Your crimes are heavier than his, so do give your words some thought," Yan Yun spoke. I was about to interject when Su Lin grabbed my shoulders, stopping me, and he spoke quietly. "Because I owe the sect nothing. Because the path I'd been shown wasn't one for a lowly peasant like me. Talented, they'd called me, as they took me up from my home and brought me here, fed on dreams. I didn't mind. I was willing to work hard. But the heavens didn't shine so brightly upon my head, and I had to scrape by to push through. That is, until they took Brother John from us." I could sense a slight tremble in his voice. "He stood up for us. He didn't abandon us when everyone had. Brother John had been a genius. He'd advanced just as fast as half the kids from those lords with little resources. Until one day, he decided to help us
and let the son of some noble get injured. And his fate was cut short, as his cultivation was crippled, Su Lin continued. I felt an odd emotion fill my chest. It wasn't fury that tugged at me in his voice. It was the apathy, the crippling, crushing defeat that hung heavy on each word he spoke. No one stopped them. No one said a word.
The guy who'd crippled him got a light punishment, a slap on the wrist before he was let go. We were abandoned. I have no love for the sect that threw us aside like trash. I stood in silence, my chest tight. My gaze turned to Yan Yun. Her spirit had manifested on her shoulders, crackling with thunder as his serene gaze was fixed sharp on Su Lin. Very well. I have decided on your punishment, Yan Yun spoke. I sighed, turning a side glance at Lao Shang with a small measure of embarrassment. This wasn't the end of the world for me, although I would definitely miss the library. The two of you will participate in the upcoming tournament in the hunt for the spirit herbs and treasures, after I've trained the both of you. It doesn't require fighting, and will rely more on knowledge than martial strength. As such, I need you to beat Lei and Li. In return, I will make sure the two of you get a steady supply of spirit herbs without having to resort to this. My head snapped up. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Su Lin doing the same. The offer was generous. Too generous. It was a gift, not a punishment. Why? I asked, dumbfounded. Because I am a fool. Because my blood seethes when I see the strong prey on the weak. Because I've seen the arrogance of the sons of these lords, and wish to crush it beneath my feet. And because I am gambling my future, Yan Yun spoke as a pulse of qi spread all over me. Lightning thundered all around as she nodded, as if finally resolving a conflict within herself. I have lived far too long under the shadow of my grandfather. I'd hoped he'd see my wishes, and I'd hoped he would understand my desires if I did well enough. No more. I've seen enough, and I've waited enough. I will not let him dictate my future for me. And in that, I need the two of you to help me, Yan Yun said, and she pointedly turned her eyes on me. Lu Jie, from what I understand, you are good at coaxing spirit animals with your qi? Yan Yun asked. I thought about it before giving a light nod. I hadn't tested it properly, but from what Labby told me, my qi was something of a drug in its own right, tinged with the smell of spirit herbs. Master's qi is delicious, Labby said, and I smiled. Good, and your spirit can smell spirit herbs. There are only a few critters more capable of sniffing out spirit herbs than spirit rats. It is unfortunate they are utterly useless as spirit animals, almost never breaking through into the first realm, Yan Yun said with a smile. I was starting to see her point. We'll prepare soon. I'll let the both of you know about the details. And, Lu Jie, by the end of this month, I'll be seeing to it that you're at the cusp of breaking through into the second circle. The tournament allows disciples to continue to participate if their breakthroughs happen within the tournament itself, Yan Yun said. A shudder went through my chest. Memories from Lu Jie's experiences, his struggle, briefly tugged at my mind, and I bowed in gratitude. This one must congratulate Senior, Lu Xiang said. This one will look forward to meeting Senior amidst the tournament itself. I gave Lu Xiang what I hoped was a thankful smile. Then an awkward moment of silence descended. But I wasn't the type to jump around the topic and went in for the dive. About your, I meant, damn, this was harder than it looked. It's the Yi blood, Lu Xiang said. Before I could even ask what he meant by that, he opened his mouth. 2 fangs peeked from the inside, and I noticed the odd shape of his throat. That wasn't a human's mouth.
I noticed his sleeves were pulled back, revealing light, scale-like patterns on his skin. The Yi clan are descendants of an ancient serpent. We inherit these physical traits alongside the poison qi. It mellows our other traits.
The difference between men and women isn't as obvious. Lu Xiang looked at me with keen, unblinking eyes, and I began to notice his pupils were slightly oval, like expanded vertical slits. Alongside that, the clan members, when advancing, often shed. It is a process of both physique and spirit, and often our identities can cross between a man's and woman's. This one was born as a woman, but during cultivation, this one's qi turned toward the yang aspect. This one is still a woman in physique, but Senior senses the yang in this one's qi. As things are currently, this one inhabits the yang qi. That is intriguing. Lu Xiang remained unmoved. Then a light smile broke out on his face. I couldn't help but notice the way his face was slightly different from a human's in its musculature, and my imagination began to run wild. How did qi switch between yin and yang? What was the process like? How did a snake have human children? Spirit animals weren't completely physical and could take on human form, but to have children, likely something only a very high realm spirit could do. Should I refer to Lu Xiang as she now? Born as a woman, but cultivation can turn toward yang, was a bit too confusing. To all my senses, he felt like a guy. His qi aspect itself was yang. But apparently the same didn't go for his body. So should I refer to you as a girl now? I asked. Senior can refer to this one as Senior has so far. The qi reflects this one's spirit, after all, Lu Xiang said. We should head to the town before it's too late, Su Lin said. Where are you heading? Yan Yun asked curiously, and I noticed the two of them had been listening in on our conversation. I stopped for a moment before speaking up. To Su Lin's brother. I think I can cure his crippling partially. Yan Yun gave me a look as if to say, Are you serious? Although the expression faded. If you don't mind, I wish to come and see the person in question, she said, and then, in a quieter voice, added, And I haven't gone out with disciples my age before. I wasn't sure how to reply, but smiled cheerfully. Sure, it'd be good to have some insight from someone more knowledgeable about cultivation as well, I said. Yan Yun's lips curved upward in a slight smile. I guess you didn't have many friends around if you were a genius prodigy. You catch the eye as it is. Are we really going to grab all these spirits and go out? The whole city would know about it before we're out of the sect, Su Lin said. I looked around at the eye-catching serpent-like girl-boy next to me, to the quite literal definition of jade beauty prodigy, a lightning rat, a big scary spider, a thunderbird, and an overpowered turtle in my hands. Fair. Time for some disguises? I asked. Lei Yu needs no coddling. Labby will behave. Juju thinks it wise. Chirp! The responses came, one after the other, as the spirits returned to their owners. I looked at Sheldon, who squeaked quietly. Well, I guess he was small enough to stay in my pouch. I turned my attention toward Yan Yun, who'd suddenly shifted into plain clothes, looking a lot more approachable, though still quite beautiful. My eyes moved to Liu Shang, whose cheeks now had a pink touch to them, making them not as pale and inhumanly white, and I noticed him holding a piece of cloth with some red powder on it. This one likes to be prepared, he replied. Time to move out then. Chapter 45. Cultivation Cure. Yan Yun walked silently, following behind the other three as they made their way out of the sect. Her qi was suppressed to appear to be at the peak of the third realm, and she'd changed the form of her robes to fit that of an outer disciple. The clothes oddly pleased her in their simplistic nature and fitting. She felt as if she was someone else, just another outer disciple out with her sect brothers and sisters to the city. Even if it was a lie, the thought soothed her. Lei Yu prefers the resplendent robes of the inner sect. Lei Yu sent the thought to Yan Yun, her spirit imagining himself in a regal gown with enough jewelry on it to shy some lords. "Don't you hate to take on a human form? Say the clumsy limbs are annoying," she asked, watching as the city appeared in the distance. Idle conversations had been occurring among the three walking ahead of her, and even though she walked alongside them, she still felt like an outsider intruding. "It isn't too displeasing," Lei Yu replied. "Yan Yun doesn't need these children as companions. She has both Zhu Ri and Lei Yu with her. Their fates are different than hers, and she will surpass them soon. Yan Yun should look for companions among peers." Yan Yun didn't reply to his words. Her peers were people who refused to look beyond her status and rank, or those trying to use her for their own gains. There were no companions to be found there. She slowed down a bit when she noticed Lu Jie stepping back to walk next to her. Her senses sharpened as she watched the boy intently. There was something strange about him, in the way he seemed so free of the little norms of civil society she'd been raised on. Yet it wasn't just his weird attitude that intrigued her. From the spirit turtle of such strength to having a spirit rat as his bonded spirit and his odd chi, there was a lot to uncover within the boy, and Yan Yun found herself all the more curious. "So, hey, I never thanked you properly for helping me out with Labby's bond and with the thugs, and I just thought I'd do that now when I had the chance," Lu Jie said, and Yan Yun tried to gauge his intent. "So, I'm grateful that, well, you didn't get us expelled and everything. But I wanted to ask, why us? I don't mind participating in the tournament as long as it's not the fighting section. Herb gathering is right up my alley, but why us? I can't believe we're anywhere near the best choice for whatever it is you want to do. And I guess I just don't understand why you would want us." Yan Yun stared intently into his eyes for a moment. "Let me ask you this, Lu Jie. How many disciples in the outer sect do you think are at the peak of the third realm?" The boy gave it some thought. "At least a dozen?" "Less," Yan Yun said. "Besides you, there is another who has recently reached the peak of the third realm and will be going into secluded meditation to break into the second circle. Most disciples from the outer sect that participate in this tournament do so to gain a chance to enter the inner sect, and for a chance to gain whatever prizes may be there. If one can do so on their own strength by entering the fourth realm, why would any disciple participate in what would look to be a squabble among young children? The oldest participant besides you is still a year younger than you are." Lu Jie listened quietly, thinking about it. "There is no honor to be gained by defeating disciples younger than you. Many in your position chose to take roles around the sect, admitting the end of their path as the will of the heavens. Only a few fools keep knocking at heaven's door, refusing to give up," Yan Yun said, feeling her chi flaring. "I need those fools, Lu Jie. A disciple who couldn't beat peers younger than him and couldn't reach the second circle in all these years. I need someone like that to beat Lei and Li." It would be a disgrace for them and a minor inconvenience for the family, but it should serve my purposes well enough. Yan Yun noticed the Yi girl listening. Su Lin seemed content to ignore them. "It would be a chance to get back at the two of them, and a chance to redeem your name. Though it would bring you no honor, if you break through within the tournament and manage to win during the hunt, it would be enough to let you into the inner sect," Yan Yun said. Lu Jie's frown deepened. She'd had the opportunity to look into his background. There was little of note to him before his path as an alchemist had begun. But from what she found, the boy had been desperate to break through and defy the heavens to chase his dream. She would be surprised if he refused her. "Well, I'm not really interested. I don't really want to fight those two either. It went pretty bad the last time I did that. I'd be happy to take the spirit herb and win the competition, but I don't plan to join the inner sect. My path is alchemy now, and to uncover the mysteries of cultivation," Lu Jie replied, turning to look at her with a quiet gaze. He had a well-shaped build, but his demeanor always made Yan Yun feel he was shorter than her. Yet, as he stated his path, just for a moment, she felt an odd change within the boy's expression. There was more life to him, standing with his back straight and eyes focused on her. His chi was filled with a deep yearning to grow, and she found her core shudder in response. An emotion she'd long forgotten under the desperate desire to excel and please her grandfather. The inner sect guides alchemists as well. There are few alchemists around, and the sect is always looking for disciples willing to take the path. Nah, with no disrespect. It's just not that fun when I'm told to explode things. I'd rather do that on my own." A grin spread on Lu Jie's face, and Yan Yun heard a crackle as his spirit rat squeaked in response. "You're strange," Yan Yun said, and the boy sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Yup, sure am," he said, moving ahead to Lao Shang, where he began to poke the Yi girl about her bloodline, while muttering to himself on occasion. Yan Yun watched Lu Jie as a smile curved her lips upward. She envied his freedom. The walls of 7th Peak loomed ahead as we entered the city gates. I'd been impressed the last time I visited, and I was impressed yet again by the construction feat, especially given the lack of apparent technology. I continued to poke Lao Shang about her unique snake features. It wasn't every day I met a snake person, after all. At first, I'd been concerned I was being insensitive, but he certainly didn't seem to mind, so I wasn't going to let go of an opportunity to what was essentially a descendant of a spirit. The talks so far led to a few very interesting insights. The Yi clan's shedding continued till the 6th realm. When ascending to the 7th realm, before they could take their positions as an elder, they would need to solidify their core and identity. This would be the last shedding they experience, and this identity would stick with them to the end. At that stage, the body would morph to follow the spirit, irrespective of what it was at birth. But that wasn't the end of it, not even close. Lao Shang's clan had spirits of serpents born within the family. Not animals who gained sentience and weird knowledge from qi, but born spirits from the non-human descendants of their ancestors. And these spirits often had the same process as the human members, but their identity and forms sometimes solidified as a human, turning them into a human permanently. There was a treasure trove of information here, as information on noble clans was something far out of what Lu Jie's memories contained. He knew about the city Lord Zhou, though not much more. I made mental notes as I followed alongside Liu Sheng, and soon we stood in front of Granny Lung's shop. Signs of damage from what looked like bladed weapons on some of the wood signs became apparent, bringing a frown to my face. The scent of herbs touched my nose, sensing the swirling qi as the old woman continued to refine her pills. I glanced for a moment at Yan Yun to see her reaction before heading inside. I followed Su Lin as we headed into the inside room where Zhang lay nearby. I grimaced at his state once more, feeling the odd lack of qi in his body. I noticed Liu Shang freeze alongside Yan Yun as their gaze fell upon the boy. "Brother Zhang, I've got some folks I know here. They might be able to help, Sulin spoke, walking closer to the boy. He opened his eyes and turned to look at me. A strange weight descended on my chest, coming face to face with what it meant if I gave hope to someone like him, only to fail. My hands clenched. I'll try. I can't guarantee anything, but I think his chi deficiency can be fixed, I said, more to convince myself than anyone else. The theory was simple. Form a source of chi that could directly circulate through his channels in place of his dantian, somewhat like a dialysis machine for kidney failure. I'd be making a purification system for chi to be supplied into his body. Liu Sheng, can you tell me anything about his core? I asked, stepping closer to the boy. I noted the symptoms I'd read of chi deficiency, the atrophied limbs and pale skin, the thin hair, alongside the little threads of chi still leaking out of his body from whatever spirit herbs he may have consumed. This one can see, Liu Sheng muttered, crouching as he took a pulse. A dark green aura spread from him and covered the boy. The core is shattered. The first circle misses pieces, and it has been stitched badly back together. This is hopeless. Liu Sheng met my gaze. What does Senior intend to do? I took out the pill I'd made from my pouch, gently rubbing Sheldon's shell in the process. Sheldon crawled his way out, landing with a thud. Can you help me, buddy? I asked Sheldon. Chirp! I plan to feed him this pill and then enter his core with my spirit and fix it from the inside. A sharp intake of breath came from Yen Yun, and I ignored the reaction as I continued to look at Liu Sheng. Can you make sure his vitals remain stable while I'm in there? Yes, this one can do it, Liu Sheng replied. I turned to the boy. His eyes were sunken into the sockets. I wasn't sure what I'd been hoping to find. Some desire to live, to fight. All I saw was a pained gaze that dared not hope. I didn't know if I could do it. I'd never had the chance to try and enter Sheldon's inner world or core again. I knew the turtle could guide me through the process. Something about my cultivation technique had been adapted by the turtle, and I'd felt the tug on my spirit as he'd invited me into his inner world a few times. But whether it would work on someone else, I had no idea. A smile covered my face as I extended the pill to the boy, putting it in his mouth. With some help, he swallowed, and I sensed the pill dissolve into chi within his body. I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes. Putting one hand on the boy's abdomen, where I sensed the shattered remains of his dantian, I began to circulate my chi. Sheldon soon joined alongside me. My spirit stretched, pulled alongside the flow of chi as darkness covered my eyes. Chapter 46. A Shattered World. A dark, endless expanse surrounded me when I opened my eyes. A dreading cold touched my spine as the sensation of something wrong shook my spirit. The air was thin, making my chest tighten. This place was wrong, extremely wrong, unsettling me just standing here. Chirp, Sheldon explained, although the sound came out like a heavy rumble. I looked down, noticing the massive turtle underneath with a beautiful green and brown shell covered in circles of gold. The realization that my plan had worked finally settled on me, but I let the happiness quickly fade away. I had work to do. Labby, can you hear me? Labby can. Labby dislikes this space. She'll stay inside, Labby muttered, her chi quieting. That was a first. Yet, for once, I didn't disagree. There was something hostile about this place. Sheldon rumbled once more, and I slid off his back to float in the endless dark.
I would have lost my sense of position if he hadn't been around to orient me. I patted Sheldon's shell, extending my chi senses. The world rippled as my chi sense spread out. A shower of green chi pulsed through the darkness, shuddering and shivering as it spread itself all over. That must be Liu Xiang's chi, I assumed, watching the odd smoky chi do its work. I reached out toward the lunar chi in the distance. Pulsing and glowing, a small seed of light that anchored me in the darkness. I walked ahead, keeping a hand on Sheldon's shell as I tried to search for my seed. The darkness stretched infinitely. I tried to chat, yet the shivering darkness soon killed any attempts at a conversation. My senses faltered, slowly beginning to lose my sense of direction. Was I truly making any progress, or just randomly walking around in circles? Time lost meaning as the darkness encroached upon my mind. My vision started to blur as cold whispers assailed my mind. A voiceless voice, a fleeting sensation.
I turned to look at Sheldon and froze as a walking corpse greeted me, covered in purple vines with a blooming flower of miasma on top of it. Sheldon roared, lifting his legs as he tried to stomp on me. My body reacted before my mind could, as chi rushed to my feet and I rolled. "Sheldon, it's me! Calm down!" I shouted, and found my voice echoing back at me, accompanied by a harsh wind brushing against my mind. Sheldon continued to rampage at unseen shadows. Shit, there was some kind of illusion here. I pulsed my chi, flooding it outward, and gently it reached Sheldon. The turtle paused, sensing my presence. The vines on its back began to wither as his new and pristine form emerged once again. Sheldon walked closer as I kept my hand extended. His nostrils flared, taking in my scent. Then he rubbed his head against my hand, and I smiled, giving a light hug. "I think I like you more when you're tiny," I said, as Sheldon nudged me and rumbled in what I could tell was just a low-pitched chirp. "There's something wrong here. More than just the broken core and world," I said, having a look around. "Labby thinks. Labby knows," Labby spoke up, her chi shifting as the little rat manifested on my shoulders. "Labby has felt this. When she'd been breaking through, as lightning and lunar chi pulsed against one another, Labby had seen a gap in her core from where she'd seen the darkness beyond. She'd heard the voices then, for a moment, asking her to give up," Labby said. I noticed the distant cracks in the dark shell from where the chi seeped out. A sound, like a cry of pain and agony, permeated through the wind as I began to realize what this was. "It's his fear," I muttered, the wind rushing against my body. Something told me I was right. His fears, his agony. It takes form here, in this broken core and world. It makes sense. If cultivators forge inner worlds from their cores, then their spirits have to be the strongest here, allowing them to take form. It was similar to Sheldon's lake and inner world, the culmination of everything the turtle cherished. But things were far different here. There was no boundless chi, no chi at all, in fact. The chi I'd spent to calm Sheldon had already dissipated, and the more chi I spent here, the weaker I would be. I may not be able to return if I exhausted all my chi, and each moment I spent felt like I was breathing without air, draining my chi more and more. Is this what it was like for him? Every living moment spent as if dying, as if you couldn't breathe, like your body and spirit kept screaming to have life given to it, yet there just wasn't enough. And so you perpetually suffocated. Anger filled my heart at the thought.
If I was already struggling, I couldn't imagine what life would be like for Zhang. To live like this was far too cruel and inhumane, and I found myself fuming on his behalf. If this was the justice of this world, then I had no need for it. "Master, something is coming," Labby informed me. Sheldon rumbled, his chi flaring, and I narrowed my eyes as a wispy figure neared. A young man, wearing the familiar robes of the Cloudy Peak Sect, made his way toward us. I frowned, feeling as if I knew the boy from somewhere, when it hit me who he was. I stared at John, as he once was. It was difficult to say it was the same person. His skin was smooth, and his eyes held a fire within them, with his hair tied in a knot behind his head. This wasn't the sickly boy I knew, but a powerful and confident cultivator. The shadow stood at a distance, its form flickering and shifting. I noticed the blood on his clothes. I waited for it to do something, to say something. I was out of my expertise here. Normally, I would have felt a lot of interest in how everything worked, but right now, my senses told me to stay sharp.
"Why?" the boy said, his voice hollow and broken, as if suppressing a keening cry. "Too late. Far too late." A chill went down my spine, his skin shriveling in front of my eyes as his hair fell out. Black smoke rose from his skin as black, gooey blood dripped from his eyes. That was miasma. There was a powerful pulse of chi from up ahead, and my vision cleared as I sensed the lotus farther ahead. "Sheldon, run!" I screamed, dashing ahead. A wailing howl tore at me as cold blades of wind rushed at me. Wraith-like creatures leapt from the shadows as the world began to twist. Shit. This was bad. This was really bad. My hands went to my belt, reaching for my explosive pills, but I wasn't in my body. There were no pills with me here. God damn it. A shadowy wraith leapt at me with its claws. Chi flared from my arm as I turned my chi into spirit essence and ignited it. Fire spread from my hands in a plume as it ate through the wraith's shadow. I rushed ahead, ignoring the other wraiths. I may not be interested in fighting, but I hadn't been sitting around doing nothing to improve my chances in a fight. Old Man's advice on mastering the flame stuck with me, and while I couldn't produce fire chi, I could ignite things. Energy was energy, and I had enough chi for a fire show. Flooding my feet with chi, I stomped on the abyss of darkness in my mad dash for the glowing ball of lunar chi being swarmed by wraiths. A roar made me stumble. Sheldon sprayed a massive wave of water all around. My little guy was not so little after all. "Master, Wraith!" Labby shouted, manifesting on my shadow. Wow, Labby knew Metal Claw the shadow. Wow, Labby knew Metal Claw now. I shook my head, shelving the jokes as I refocused on the pill. Chi swirled around my palm as I shot it toward the wraiths, igniting it in the next moment. Like an exploding storm, fire spread through the shadowy wraiths covering the pill. A screeching howl came from behind me, and I turned, seeing the shadow of Zhang, now deformed like a floating corpse with bloodshot eyes headed straight for me. Sheldon gave chase, water flooding all around, yet Zhang was faster. I hurriedly grabbed the lotus pill, letting its energy soak into me. "I'm trying to help you!" I screamed, as a beam of water splashed Zhang to the side. The wraith didn't listen, continuing to thrash as dark, putrid tendrils erupted from behind him, removing any trace of humanity from the boy. This screeching, howling monster wasn't Zhang. No, this was whatever twisted amalgamation had been formed out of all his fears and regrets. We were in the realm of spirits, and that creature was exactly what I needed to purge. I sat down, crossing my legs with the pill in my hand. I hate to ask you to do this, but can you protect me, Labby? My little rat turned to me and squeaked once, patting her chest. Labby will protect Great Master with her life. Please don't, I said with a wry smile. If things get bad, we'll be leaving together, all of us. Labby jumped, purple lightning crackling all around her. I sure hope this works, I said, and closed my eyes. Holding the lunar pill within my arms, I let it float above and began to guide its chi. 2 circles, a cycle of infinity. Like yin and yang, the 2 circles followed one another in an eternal chase for completion. I cultivated, and my chi began to swirl. Lunar chi spread all around me, moving in wispy motes of light as I guided it through the world. Little tendrils began to sprout from the pill, taking root as light began to spread. Something slashed my back, drawing blood. I didn't open my eyes. A crackle of lightning and a howl followed. I continued to cultivate. The chi increased in its intensity as more and more roots began to take hold. Light spread through the barren and dark world, and I sensed the seed with my core reacting. Something shifted in my core as the chi began to swirl in a frenzy. I guided the chaos, tying it all together under my cultivation, under the cycle of the chi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, a seed was planted. 9 cycles, 10 cycles, the seed blossomed. 30 cycles, 40 cycles. Roots began to spread. A tendril pierced my shoulder, and my eyes clamped in pain. Fire licked my body as my spirit trembled and the chi lost its shape. I refocused. I wasn't really here. My body was outside. The pain was a hallucination, a trick of my mind. The pain ebbed when Sheldon roared and tore the creatures away from me. I continued. 90 cycles. 100 cycles. My presence spread through the world, covering all within it. I was a part of this world, and my spirit was its own. I felt memories trying to rush in, and the wraiths tugging at my mind, trying to wreak havoc in my own core. I flinched, about to cut myself off when the seed within my core pulsed. These wraiths, ultimately they too were energy, and something within my spirit longed for them. They had something I lacked, something I needed. I opened my eyes as chi burned through my spirit. Light shone from my core, and I bared my spirit in front of the wraiths and began to pull. Miasma swirled around me, and the wraiths paused as if confused at the sudden pull. Where once they rushed to enter my spirit, now they struggled to escape. Miasma swirled within the world. Zhang's spirit howled, all sense of reason and humanity lost. They tried to escape, yet my will was stronger. The miasma flooded my core, greedily absorbed by the seed within me. My cultivation shifted, my dantian aching to grow as the cycle within it changed. The seed shivered at my core as it finished absorbing the miasma within itself. It ate greedily on the wraiths until filled to the brim. The second circle of my dantian began to take shape. I focused on feeling the turmoil in my spirit as the miasma raged. Realization dawned on me watching the cycle of chi and miasma. I couldn't see it in the outside world, yet here, within this spirit world, I could see the cycle for what it was. 2 halves of a greater whole. Fire chi, water chi, lunar chi. Miasma, death, blood. All of it a spectrum of the same source, different forms of the same energy. The first circle was Qi, representing life. The second was Gu, representing death. With both together, the cycle was complete. I began to break through. Chapter 47. Trials and Tribulations. Poison qi swirled, coursing through the veins of the boy as Liao Xiang purified the deformed and clogged pathways. The state the boy's pathways were in left Liao Xiang with little hope at any chances of recovery. He'd heard of elders in the sect capable of restoring cultivation in certain scenarios, but even they wouldn't be able to save this boy. Merely heal him to leave a peaceful life at best, and die younger than most.
What's taking him so long? You reckon he's lost? Su Lin asked, as Liao Xiang wiped his hair to the side. The rat-like boy had grown used to his presence, and, against all odds, hadn't responded with confusion or disgust when he'd become aware of his peculiarities. This one doubts it. Senior is still moving through, and this one can sense disturbances in the core, Liao Xiang replied. He's there, but something's wrong, Yan Yun muttered. Liao Xiang glanced at the Yan girl. The Yan clan weren't nobles, yet the influence of the clan was undeniable. He'd already heard of the young prodigy the clan was raising. Zhe still thinks Lu Jie was putting on a front, Zhe said, diverting his thoughts back. Liao Xiang slightly shook his head with a light smile. It had come as a surprise to him to have Lu Jie not show any kind of reaction. Even in his clan, those with the poison bloodline were avoided. He'd come to terms with his life and reality long ago, and had been prepared for Lu Jie to rethink their relationship. Yet the curiosity about his bloodline that ignored all other factors took even him by surprise. Liao Xiang felt his qi shift. He'd slowly but surely been finding his nature returning to yin, the yang qi mellowing out the closer he got to breaking through. Liao Xiang was fond of his feminine side a fair bit, seeing how it had been what he'd spent his childhood as. Although there were certainly benefits to the yang aspect qi as well, including an increase in strength at the cost of dexterity.
A groan came from the boy, catching Liao Xiang's attention. He refocused his efforts, pulsing his qi through the boy as he spread vitality all around. A frown covered Liao Xiang's face when his qi vanished, greedily being sucked into the core. Liao Xiang extended his senses, taking out his needles. He pressed his hand against Lu Jie's, which was set against the boy's dantian, and took a look. A shuddering, howling crack spread through his mind, sensing deep, unending darkness pulsing within. Is that supposed to be happening? Su Lin asked as Liao Xiang opened his eyes, noticing black splotches on the boy's skin.
Miasma, get Lu Jie away, now! Yan Yun shouted as her lightning pulsed.
No, Liao Xiang spoke, infusing his voice with qi. His aura spread out, lashing, and the Yen girl stopped. He wasn't her match, yet his aura would still unnerve her despite the difference in realm.
Senior's spirit is still in there. Things will go very wrong if you separate him now, Liao Xiang spoke, simultaneously instructing Zhe. His spirit grabbed the needles he needed, beginning to place them on the boy's skin. Poison qi touched the end of the silver needles, turning them a dark black as he pierced the boy's skin. The poison wouldn't harm him, but it would stop the miasma from spreading. I don't understand. Why is he suddenly turning into a demon? There should be no way, Yan Yun muttered, her qi increasingly unsettled. Liao Xiang held back a sigh. She was like all lightning cultivators, quick to anger and impulsive. At least she's not as bad as the spirit rat. Zhe hopes the moon tempers her spirit well. There could be many reasons, but now is not the time. This one has heard of such occurrences. Without the core to protect the spirit, Cultivators can often fall prey to spirits and wraiths.
Perhaps Senior entering the core allowed such a pathway to be opened, Lao Shang spoke, his hands continuing to move across the boy, inserting needles at the right points. Had he been a normal human, sweat would have dotted his forehead. Instead, Lao Shang quietly hissed beneath his breath, letting out his frustration. He didn't like doing it. The sound was too inhuman, too unsettling. Yet the frustration of the task had bested his ingrained habits. He still forgot to even blink sometimes. Mingling within society was tough. And that is precisely why Zhezhu will never be doing something silly as taking on a human form. She'll let her sisters have their fun, and wait for them to cry about how they only have 2 eyes and 4 limbs and can't even climb walls anymore. Lao Shang smiled at Zhezhu's words. She knew he was worried, even if he didn't show it like others, and the words were meant as a distraction for him to calm down. He couldn't deny the effectiveness. Zhang is stable, for now. But Senior, as long as Senior's spirit remains within, this one can't do anything. We can only wait, Lao Shang said. A muttered curse came from Su Lin. This was a bad idea. I should have known. You can't fix this stuff. I should have thought more, Su Lin muttered, staring at Zhang, clenching his fist. Lao Shang turned toward the boy. He could tell Su Lin felt unnerved by his look. It did so with most people. Panic would lead to nothing. And besides, if Zhang was going to turn, it would have happened a while ago. If his spirit has held on for so long, then it won't break today. This one isn't asking you to trust any of us, but trust your brother. Su Lin held his gaze, then let out a breath as he nodded. Bah, what are you kids doing now? An old woman exclaimed, walking in with a cane. Her skin was a sheet of wrinkles upon wrinkles, and the smell of spirit herbs permeated from her. Her eyes were sharp as they soon settled upon Liu Shang and the sleeping Zhang behind him. Yi? Doesn't matter. Good use of poison right there. I would have had some words if it had been any less precise, the old granny muttered. The boy really went ahead and tried to challenge the heavens, didn't he? She stared at Lu Jie, muttering something to herself. Is there anything we can do? Yan Yun asked. Watch and let the heavens decide, the woman said. And so, they watched. Qi swirled around Lu Jie, while the pill poured lunar qi within the dantian of the boy, Zhang. It swirled and it circled, spreading all over. Dark swirls of qi churned as the splotches on Zhang's skin began to fade. The miasma ebbed and it flowed, before it soon began to gather around his core, and then toward Lu Jie. Lunar qi flooded Zhang as life began to return to his body. Yet, things weren't done. The qi within the room began to swirl in a frenzy, and qi radiated from Lu Jie's body, energy permeating from his dantian as the world around him began to shake. Something was taking root. A pulse of qi spread, washing out in a massive wave. Liu Shang stumbled back from the intensity of the qi, his pupils dilating as he hissed. They'd all felt that. Any nearby cultivator felt that. A powerful pulse of qi had just permeated the area. He's breaking through. This can't be, Yan Yun said, rushing to the nearby window and peeking outside. Her eyes widened in surprise, looking back to Lu Jie. The girl's hand was shaking as her qi churned in turmoil. The qi of the heavens are swirling. A tribulation has begun. Lu Jie has begun a tribulation. There's a storm outside and, heavens, he's going to die like this. Lu Shang hissed, audibly this time, his eyes turning to Lu Jie. The last tribulation he'd heard of was when an elder had broken through into the 7th realm. a young prodigy who'd worked for decades and had become one of the youngest elders in the clan. A tribulation for entering the fourth realm? The heavens themselves will shake, as every cultivator in the city would become aware of it and would rush to seek the clan that gained a new elder. Just what was Lu Jie up to? There is this sensation that people have, this odd premonition about things, be it a hunch or a very strong gut feeling. I knew a fair few people, even those of more rational and scientific inclinations, who had these hunches, these gut feelings they trusted. I'd always found it foolish. To trust an impulse was stupidity. I'd heard the claims that it was instinctual logic, or evolution, or whatnot, and had called bullshit on it all. I'd never had this hunch, and I was doing just fine. That is, until today. Today, I had a hunch, and it was telling me I was in deep shit. Miasma and qi churned in a torrential storm within my core. Leaves blossomed from the seed within my dantian, spreading out and yearning to bud as heavenly qi poured within me. The lotus I'd established within Zhang's core blossomed to form a massive flower of pure qi, spreading its light as the world around me began to creak and groan. The shattered remnants of Zhang's core pulsed and throbbed as the qi of the heavens flooded them. Light spread within the dark world as I consumed all the wraith, wrestling the two opposing energies together and holding them in a perpetual cycle. Two cycles, yet the same whole. Vaguely, I heard Labby's voice in my mind. I couldn't make out the words in the state I was in, yet I could sense her concern. Sheldon's spirit touched my own, and my qi trembled from the Great Spirit's touch. I smiled, a pained expression on my face, as I continued to gather my energy. My spirit felt like it would be torn in two under the weight of the forces it carried. I had no idea what would come of breaking through in a place like this, yet something told me there wouldn't be much of me left after the process either way. From the very first day when I'd changed my cultivation method, there'd been an insight I failed to recognize. 2 cycles and their cores. My path and the steps I needed to take. The hints had been present, yet the memories I'd inherited from Lu Jie refused to let me believe something absurd like that. Perhaps it was a good thing. It had let me live a bit longer. I opened my eyes, watching a white expanse in front of me. My hands were dark splotches of black with twisted claws jutting from them. The miasma hadn't left my spirit untouched as it made its way in. I focused my will, shifting my spirit back into a human form as I pushed the miasma further in. I felt at my core, at the second circle forming within, the realm Lu Jie so desired to reach, the realm he'd so desperately struggled to get to. Now it hung like a noose upon my neck. My eyes shifted to Labby, the little rat crackling with nervous thunder. Somewhere along the way, I'd cut off our bond to protect her. Yet even now, I felt as if I could hear her thoughts. I smiled, feeling oddly calm as my form began to fade away from the turmoil of qi and miasma within my core. A bright lotus bloomed in front of me, roots of qi spreading all over. The second spirit landmark I'd made. I could sense the first one all the way back in my chamber, connected to my soul. It had been a success. Zhang would be healed. I couldn't bring back his cultivation, but with this, he would at least be able to live like a normal person. It was the most I could manage for him. Thunder flashed around me as the heavenly qi swirled. Lightning roiled, and I cursed how little time I had. Dumb as fuck, tribulation clouds couldn't even wait till I had a moment with my spirits. It only served to prove there was something conscious within the qi itself. Stay away, Labby, Sheldon.
"I really don't know what I'm doing here," I said. Labby squeaked in reply, protesting. I turned to look into Sheldon's dark green eyes.
A moment later, the turtle grabbed Labby in his mouth and dragged her away. I nodded in gratitude. My form began to dissipate. I had held off the breakthrough for too long, and the turmoil of forces desired a release. The chi rumbled, asking for me to abandon the miasma, to break through and consume the goo within me to progress. It wished for me to follow the path it ordained for me and bend to its will. I closed my eyes, ignoring the thunderous force of the chi, sensing the insight I'd gained. Within the seed, in its blossoms, born of two opposing natures of energy, were words. It was in no language I recognized, and simultaneously, all of them. The words whispered in my soul. The first law. The insight that signified the first step I'd taken, an immutable truth of the world around me. I had barely scratched its surface, but even just that was enough to push me into a new realm. I knew the first step within my path now, and it wasn't the path the heavens wished to force upon me. I opened my eyes and faced the heavens above. I refuse. The world stilled around me, as if time itself had slowed down. I refuse to progress on your path. The chi trembled, raging at my words. It crackled with lightning, blinding my sight. It was a warning. The moment I progressed upon the insight, lightning would tear my spirit apart. Anger filled my chest. Go on, strike me down. That is exactly what you'd planned to do, hadn't you? I'm starting to realize why it's so difficult to spread knowledge in this world. Why, even when people live for centuries, no major breakthroughs occur. It's because of you, isn't it? The moment someone gains the right knowledge, the right piece of information, you come down with your thunder and lightning, ready to strike them down, I said to the heavens, my fury boiling forth. How many have you struck down? How many lives have you smothered? How much knowledge have you vanquished? I shouted, finding something in my spirit melding. The memories from Lu Jie began to boil forth, his spirit submerged in mine, and mine in his. I bared my teeth in defiance. You held me back. For months, for years, I struggled all by myself. I pushed and trained, yet nothing. I was looked down on, cursed at, the scum of the sect, not knowing his limits. They called me a fool. They thought I was arrogant, but I didn't give up. Up until the very end, I didn't give up. And now that I've finally touched upon one of the heavens' truths, you try to strike me down? Rage filled my spirit as chi and miasma boiled forth from my core. Thunder crackled from the heavens, rising to a crashing wave. I refuse. I do not follow your rules. This is my path, a path of knowledge and a path of understanding. One that wished to bring change to this world. And you? You are in my way. Lightning struck my spirit, and my core shattered in two. My spirit ripped itself out of Zhang's core, carried by torrents of thunder and lightning. The seed within me pulsated, burning from an overwhelming amount of heavenly chi pouring into it. My life was fading from my grasp. I closed my eyes, cycling my chi as darkness covered my sight. Chapter 48. Twin Paths. I didn't remember dying. The last memory I had was of being in my room, preparing for my test, as my mind drifted on random thoughts, procrastinating my time away. Now I found certain memories drifting forth as I floated within the darkness. Faded, blurring images came to me, of screams and of fire. There was a loud explosion and a burning hot sensation embedded in my gut. I remember looking down, feeling numb, as blood poured out of my gut. My classmate grabbed me and screamed as I fell, and then there was nothing. School shooting? I couldn't tell, my memories were too vague. But dying from a bullet wound was not the way I'd expected to go out. I guess this made for the second time I died in an unexpected way. I looked down at myself and found a familiar pair of jeans and a t-shirt covering me. I'd almost forgotten how it had felt to wear regular clothes. It felt nostalgic, yet also oddly foreign. "What now?" I called out to the dark. No response came. Is this it? Just unending darkness? Talk about lame, dude. The silence stretched on. I kept muttering to myself nonetheless. The words were more to keep myself sane than anything else. Eventually, I began to walk. This wasn't my first foray into unending darkness and floaty void expanses, after all. Not that my first one lasted too long or went particularly nice, but dying was just one of those things that happened when you went spirit delving. What if I wasn't dead? Perhaps this was just a haze-induced coma, and I was still alive. It'd be odd after having the literal heavens shoot me with lightning, but I've heard of stranger things happening. I tried to feel at my core. Two broken halves sat within, shattered and split right down the middle. Guess there went my cultivation days. At least I may still be alive, I muttered, finding no relief my words may have implied. Dying might be the better alternative over living as a cripple. Although I could probably still do science if I wanted to, there was just something about the joy of exploring magic that I couldn't replace. It wouldn't be the same. Without Labby, Sheldon, all my notes on alchemy, the pills I was working on, the spirit garden, none of it would be the same. Whoa, no depression fest. Things might be recoverable. Should have thought of all this before defying the heavens and calling it dumb and stuff. Too late for regrets, man, I said, trying to keep my spirits from sinking. I'm not sure it worked. It seems we're more similar than I'd ever thought, a familiar voice whispered. My head snapped forward, and my eyes widened in surprise as I paused mid-step at the shadowy figure. My own face, a face that I'd grown familiar with in the last 2 months, headed closer. A frown covered his brows with an arrogant touch to his spirit. He wore the same outer robes I used to, but the clothes fit him more than they had ever fit me. I watched with a sinking heart as Lu Jie neared. "You're alive?" I asked. He held the same arrogance I associated with cultivators, yet there was also exhaustion in each step he took. "I am, or was, until you took my name, that is," the boy said. I winced. I did do that, didn't I? I pretended to be him and lived his life in his stead. In my defense, I'd thought he was gone for good. Not that it'd have made me any more likely to give up being alive. I decided to put my moral quandary to the side. "Well, thanks for letting me borrow yours. I made sure not to tarnish your name too much, but a crazy young beauty thought you were into men. My bad for that," I said, trying to get a reaction out of him. Neither of us laughed. An odd sensation filled my chest now that I was face to face with Lu Jie. Was this the end of my free life trial? Subscribe to the premium service for more? Subscription services didn't want to leave me even in a whole other world. God damn it. "You still don't see it, do you?" Lu Jie asked. I raised my eyebrow. "Not if you're all mysterious about it, no. If you tell me, though, then I might." Lu Jie continued to stare at me with a silent expression, almost like Lu Shang when he didn't blink for a minute or two straight, only slightly more unnerving. "What's your name?" Lu Jie asked. "What do you mean by my name?" I asked, baffled at the question. "Of course, my name is Lu Jie."
My words died down the moment I uttered them. My gaze drifted down to my hands. They were shaking. Lu Jie was the arrogant boy in front of me, the boy whose path ended early, but who stubbornly refused to accept his fate. The boy who had been beaten down by 2 young children and had lost his life in an unfortunate accident. He was Lu Jie. But then, who was I? It hadn't been until my so-called death that I had finally begun to realize who you truly are. Why do you think you remember my memories? Why is it so that, despite having an unfamiliar face and body, you moved as if it was your very own, as if you'd never had a doubt in the fact that this was you? Lu Jie spoke. You've been there all along. A bundle of memories. Right from my childhood, you were there. Little memories of a world I'd never seen or heard of, things I'd never encountered coming to my mind. I had never understood it. The elders called me spirit-touched and sent me to the cultivators, who soon found potential in my spirit and qi in my budding core, Lu Jie said, and I sensed dark mist rising from his limbs. Do you know what they didn't find? What I didn't find until the very end? It was you, Lu Jie said, his eyes burning as he stared into mine. I stumbled back as if physically pushed. I was... what? My lips parted, desperately trying to come up with a name, my name, to recall my memories, any memories, of who I had been.
What I saw wasn't the modern home and my family, not the luxuries of the modern world and internet, but instead a broken-down shack and a kind man toiling in the fields. You are me, Lu Jie continued, or at least a part of me. I do not know what to call you. You have no name I know of besides my very own, Lu Jie. You have lived the same life I have, even if you do not remember all of it. Same as how I do not recall everything from our previous life, Lu Jie said. Just hold on, please. This is getting a bit too freaky. I clutched my head, trying to sort my mind. A laughable notion. Nothing made sense right now. I am you, but not you? Like, hold on. So you mean to say that I am a part of you, and I've been here from the start? All those memories I thought were yours, they were me? Me from when you were running the body, that is, I asked, and Lu Jie nodded. They were both of us. You lived within my mind, and you sometimes spoke when I slept instead. You have been my shadow, the hidden half the world didn't see. The difference between us is not too clear. I am you, but not complete, and the same goes for you, Lu Jie said. My heart thundered on the tides of a mounting headache. My clothes began to shift, and I now wore robes from this world, a world I'd lived in for years without being aware of it. Then, how come I'm the one running things now? I asked. Or what? Is this where you consume my spirit and become complete and ascend in your big dick quest to immortality as your spirit bloodline awakens or some shit? There was heat in my voice. I didn't want to be reduced to nothingness again. No, Lu Jie replied. That was a surprise. No, just like that? You don't want to be the one doing all the, being alive and stuff? I would be suspicious of him, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying. None of this was a lie. I could tell. I was him, after all. I wish to, now that I'm awake again. The desire fills my heart. But I can't. My spirit is still too weak, and I've changed. If I took over, we would both die, Lu Jie said, his voice bitter. I've also had some time to observe you, and think about my life as you went about denying everything I'd lived for up until the very moment I'd died. I winced. Self-roasts sucked. I watched you through your journey, and I spent a lot of time thinking. I was arrogant, foolish, and frustrated, and I let my ambition and anger get the best of me. I had worked harder than anyone else, yet I'd found only half the result, and ultimately it led us to this, Lu Jie said, extending his hand outward, and an expression of muted sorrow covered his face. Well, yeah, you were kinda stupid, honestly. Wait, I'm just roasting myself here, aren't I? Damn it, I muttered, and was surprised when a chuckle escaped from Lu Jie. I was a fool. That is another reason why I wish for you to return instead of me. I wish to see just where your path will take you. The insight I couldn't grasp within all these years, you managed to touch upon with such ease. Perhaps there is something within that yearning of knowledge and understanding which separates us. You have ignited my desire to see and walk that path with you, Lu Jie said, a dark smoke whipping around him. Miasma, are you gonna go demonic batshit on me now? I asked, trying to circulate my qi when I soon realized the state of my dantian, sitting shattered in two. Odd for you to say that. Did you forget your own words? Energy is just energy. There is no good or evil within it, Lu Jie said, gliding toward me. The insight I lacked. The reason why, when you cultivate, you do so not in one, but two cycles. It is me, and it is you. There are two of us, two that form the same whole. All my life, I'd cultivated only one half of my spirit, leaving the other behind. It's why it took me twice as long and twice as much effort to get to where I was. But not anymore. Something in my spirit was rising. I had an innate understanding of what I was meant to do here. It is time for us to be free, Lu Jie said, extending his hand. Miasma rose around him, sizzling and hissing as it circulated the boy in a dark haze. And then the boy spoke, his words shaking my spirit. I am the goo, the miasma, the poison, the death. And I am the qi, I whispered, extending my hand. My spirit shuddered as I brushed my spirit against Lu Jie's spirit. The two halves of my shattered dantian split apart. Miasma circled around me, mingling with qi as two cycles formed, one flowing into the other, an eternal cycle that complemented one another. The energies flowed, filling each half and complementing the other. The qi filled mine, the gu, Lu Jie's. Two cores shone within the darkness, revolving around each other like twin stars circling one another. One was black and filled with miasma, the other a pure white filled with qi. There was the two of us, two halves of the same whole. And thus, so was our path, made of not one, but two forces. Something changed in my soul, in both of our souls. Words arose from the depths of my being, marking themselves within my mind. The first law within the path I walked, it revealed itself to me. And for the first time since I'd opened my eyes in this world, I felt complete. The first law of cultivation, the duality of qi and gu. The qi churned around me, mingling with the gu from Lu Jie as a storm surrounded the two of us. I stared at Lu Jie, and he gave a wry smile, black hair whipping in the unseen wind as our spirits intertwined. I'll see you soon, Lu Jie, he muttered, and the storm swallowed us whole. Chapter 49. Half-Step Breakthrough. Yan Yun felt as if the whole world was spinning. Thunderous heavenly qi crackled within the chambers around Lu Jie as he sat deep in meditation. Her heart hammered in her chest as her qi rumbled in turmoil, crackling. Even Lei Yu had left her dantian, perching upon her shoulder, too impatient to stay within. A tribulation in the fourth realm? Yan Yun didn't know anyone other than the great founder of her sect who'd managed such a thing. A man whose name still echoed throughout the empire centuries after his passing. Was Lu Jie truly a genius of such caliber? She couldn't bring herself to believe that. Yan Yun needs to step away. The tribulation qi spares none in its path. Lei Yu spoke in her mind, his concern audible in each word. He was unsettled, and she didn't blame him. All of them were. History was taking shape in front of their eyes. Heavens, I'm too old for this many disturbances, the old woman spoke, taking a seat as she quietly sipped her herbal tea. Yan Yun almost burst out in a fit of anger and frustration at her behavior. Taking a moment to calm her qi, Yan Yun asked the old woman, "Is there no way to stop this? He's going to die. I've seen his cultivation and it's unremarkable. Perhaps he stumbled upon some great secrets as he tried to fix the core, but his spirit won't handle it. It'll be in shambles even if he survives." Yan Yun clenched her hands as thunder qi pulsed around her. She couldn't lose Lu Jie. Her future relied on him. Patience, young girl. You let your qi have the best of you. Tame your thunder and watch. Mortals do not dictate the path heavens take, the old woman said, opening her eyes a slit. The woman turned to look at Lu Jie, taking another sip of her tea. A sigh escaped her as she set it aside. Making my old bones creak, all you young, bright-eyed cultivators, the woman grumbled. Su Lin, ward the shop. Take Chen and Yun to help you. Be quick, before any cultivators sense where the source of the tribulation is. Su Lin stared at the old woman in surprise. His expression soon turned resolute, and he rushed out of the room. Yi boy, or girl, I'll never tell with the Yi. Pull Zhang away from the boy, the connection is cut. It's all him now, Granny Long said as plumes of smoke rose above her hand, slowly heading toward Zhang's mouth. The old fool. Raising a disciple like this at his age. Still hasn't given up, has he? Heavens curse him, the woman muttered. The plume of herbal qi settled all over Zhang. Yi Liaoxiang obliged, pulling Zhang away. The black splotches receded on his body, leaving behind skin that began to visibly heal. The boy was recovering in front of her eyes, and she could scarcely believe it. Lu Jie had truly done it. She extended her senses to scan the boy's core, frowning as she found it still shattered, albeit pieced together like a broken mirror that had been stuck together. The core was whole, but cracked, ready to crumble at the lightest touch. A smaller knot of qi burned within that shattered core, spreading qi around the boy's pathways and returning life to his limbs. Now, head out. It's going to begin soon, Granny Long instructed, standing and moving toward Lu Jie. She hovered her hand above his abdomen, muttering some things that made the qi pulse as the frown on Lu Jie's face eased. The next moment, light shimmered nearby, as a turtle and a rat appeared within the chamber. Lu Jie's spirits. The rat sparkled with thunder and squeaked, the turtle holding her in its mouth. Looking silently at the boy's sitting form, a sinking premonition began to settle in Yan Yun's mind as she watched the events unfold. Labby needs to go to her master. Let her go, the rat screamed, her qi flaring as arcs of purple lightning flared around her. Stay quiet. You can't help your master now. Do not interfere or you shall shoulder his death, Jiju said, her qi subduing the rats. The little spirit rat continued to protest. Yan Yun stared at the spirits, then at Lu Jie. She clenched her fists as she watched the pure arcs of golden thunder swirl around him, an odd envy blossoming alongside her worries.
We need to step out. Now, Granny Long said. Carry Zhang outside. Let's hope the boy knew what he was doing. Yan Yun stepped outside, the rest following. The weight of the heavens descended upon her shoulders, making her chest tighten. She could only wonder what it was like for Lu Jie. The next moment, a pillar of lightning struck down upon the boy, blinding her sight and senses. There was a shattering of a core, carried by the great pulse of heavenly qi. Lu Jie's spirit was torn apart, splitting in two. She closed her eyes, silence descending upon the chamber. The only remaining sound were the cries of protest and grief from the spirit rat. Turmoil filled her heart alongside an odd grief. She'd barely known the boy, yet his demeanor had given her hope. One to pursue her path with the same burning desire he had, the stand against her grandfather. Yet the heavens were kind to none, especially those who lacked strength. Even if Lu Jie survived, he would never again cultivate. Yan Yun turned, wishing to not face the boy when he woke up, but suddenly Lao Shang spoke with a hiss. He's there. Something's there. This one needs to heal the senior's body. His spirit is still there, Lao Shang said, rushing inside. Yan Yun was about to stop the boy. Denial would do nothing. She herself had felt his core split in two halves. Yan Yun froze, an odd sensation reaching her senses. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stumbled within the chamber, watching Lao Shang working to heal the boy's burnt and bleeding body. This couldn't be. Are Lei Yu's senses playing tricks on him? Her spirit murmured. Yan Yun wished someone could tell her as well.
She stared at Lu Jie, where he lay, clothes burnt and tattered with charred flesh covering his body. Yet a defiant grin still hung on his face. Yan Yun felt her heart thunder at the sight. Yan Yun extended her senses and felt at the strange marvel of nature in front of her. Lu Jie had formed two cores. I remembered saying how cultivation was almost addicting, how the growth was addicting, as the qi increased your life force and all that. Well, I take it back. It sucked. And it sucked a lot. Pain racked every inch of my body, while fire seemed to pulse through my veins. My cores shuddered, revolving around each other in a slow and smooth cycle. The smell of herbs touched my nose, and a tingling sensation brushed on my cheek. I opened my eyes to a furry gray rat sitting on my chest, sleeping peacefully. My eyes burned, and pain still racked my body. Yet I smiled anyway as I watched Labby. I guess I did survive. I'll have to thank Lu Jie for that one. My gaze turned sideways, noting Sheldon sleeping nearby. Moonlight drifted in through the windows, and for a moment, I almost felt like I was back to the day I'd woken up in Old Man's chamber. Confused and scared, and with my body aching all over. "Keep lying down, you fool. Your spirit was torn in half today," a voice came, and I turned to spot Granny Lang walking toward me with her trusty cane by her side. She looked 100 at the best of her days, and yet today, the old woman still managed to look a decade older. "You'll send this poor woman early to the grave if you keep doing foolish things like that," she said, and the cane descended on my forehead with surprising speed. I flinched, clutching the sore location. That actually kind of hurt. I rubbed my forehead, lying back down. I gently patted Sheldon's shell. The little turtle's eyes flickered for a moment, but he remained asleep. "Did it work? With Zhang?" I asked. "You almost die, and the first thing you ask is that? Kids these days," the woman said, almost as if scolding me for it. "He can't walk yet, but he's getting there. And if you meet Su Lin, don't say anything about his eyes."
I've known the boy for years now, and I can't remember the last time I saw him cry." I smiled at the old granny's words. I closed my eyes, letting the scent of herbs and gentle qi flow over me. A few moments later, I focused on my dantian and found 2 cores present within. My spirit was tied to the core filled with qi, and I could sense the presence of the core of miasma tied to Lu Jie's spirit. Within each core were 2 circles, denoting a new foundation and the entrance into the second circle. But despite that, the cores themselves were present at the peak of the 3rd realm, as if perpetually in the midst of breaking through. The 2 cores attracted each other, diverting their energies in a cycle that kept them in a stable state, despite their perpetual half-step into the 4th realm. I guess I was in realm 3.5 now? 2 times realm 3.5? The poor man's 7th realm? I snorted, redirecting my attention back to my cores. At any moment, I could reach out to either of them and push them over, breaking through to the 4th realm. Not once, but twice. That would be such a waste, though. This here was possibly the only chance I'd have to study the breakthrough process and take my time with it. Not to mention the stable binary system of 2 opposing forces within the cores themselves. The fact I wasn't exploding from the inside was already amazing. Feeling curious, I let my spirit shift and reached to the core of Gu. My spirit brushed against Lu Jie's. His spirit was dormant, sleeping, yet there was still some awareness present in him. I let my spirit mingle with his as the central core within my dantian changed to one of miasma. "Stop that," the old woman said, her voice sharp.
I don't know what you've done to yourself, boy, but do not let others sense your core of miasma. You'll be killed immediately, and no one will stop it." I nodded, letting the miasma briefly flow through my spirit. I could sense my pathways burning as the miasma flowed through it, and if I continued to use it, I would soon lose the ability to channel. I shifted back to my qi core, flooding my pathways with qi, and washed the miasma from my body. My mind was still in pieces, trying to come to terms with everything I'd learned. The fact I was Lu Jie, or a soul that had been inside Lu Jie ever since his birth, that I didn't even remember my own name. The strange circumstances of my core and cultivation served to distract me from those thoughts. From the sinking sensation, I may not even be real. I had never had an existential crisis before, and I was glad. It truly sucked. "Why didn't you kill me then?" I asked the old woman, the sound of herbs being crushed playing like a soothing rhythm on my ears. "I do not kill, child. My job is to heal, and I especially do not kill the savior of one of my children. Not to mention, you hadn't turned into a demon," Granny Lang said, holding a pill to my mouth. I opened and swallowed, grimacing at the bitter taste. "How does that work? The demon thing? My memories are not trustworthy, is all I can say about them." "Ha! You ask as if an old woman like me would know the secrets of heavens and demons themselves," the woman said. If I could have given her an unamused glare, I would have. I sufficed with a grunt. The spirit can fall astray from its path. There are reasons why breakthroughs are often made in secured, isolated locations. It's when the spirit is at its most vulnerable, when it can be corrupted away from the path. When that happens, the cultivator slowly begins to lose control over his qi, before soon descending into madness. If left long enough, a demon would be born from whatever remains, consuming the accumulated miasma after weathering away the soul of the cultivator. With how stupid and arrogant some cultivators could be, I was wondering if half of them might just be corrupted as well. Then what about me? I feel pretty all right. Strength was gradually returning to my limbs. The granny's pills were just as good as the old man's. I'll have to give her that. Boy, you are the single most strangest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And I've lived well over a century by now. Now stop flapping your lips and rest up. I have other work to do, Granny Lang said. She slapped my arms one last time, making me cringe before walking away. Labby stirred on my chest, crackling with lightning for a moment, and I reached out to her with my spirit. Our bond snapped back in place as I tested out pulling her in my spirit. The action came with practiced ease. I worried for a moment how my second core may affect her, but a brief check on the bonding arch showed that she'd be fine. Gently, I pulled Labby back in my core. "Senior?" Liu Xiang's voice came, and I turned to see the boy standing near the entrance. His cheeks had lost whatever pink shade he'd put on with the powder, returning his skin tone to a placid white. I almost preferred the slightly inhuman look on him now. "You guys decided to stay?" I asked. It had probably been a while, seeing how it was nighttime. The sect in the city had been scrambling to locate the elder who initiated the tribulation. A storm had been brewing. The sect would be willing to overlook the absence for today, Liu Xiang said. I frowned, realizing just how much of a ruckus I'd caused. Really shouldn't have gone Xianxia MC mode back there with all the heaven-defying. Absolutely regret it. My body felt like it had been sent through a ringer. "Senior, there is someone who'd like to meet you," Lao Xiang said, and I raised my eyebrows in wonder. A figure walked in, hands wrapped around the shoulders of a boy I recalled to be Cao Chen. A figure that looked both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Jiang stood with Cao Chen's support. His skin was still wrinkled and his limbs weak, but there was fire in his spirit now. The same fire I'd witnessed within the cultivator inside his core. For whatever reason, neither of us felt the need to exchange any words. I felt the lotus I'd left within his core, and my anchor tying his spirit to mine. In silence, he bowed his head, and in silence, I nodded in acceptance. "We will never be able to repay you, Lu Jie. Not me, not Yun, and not Su Lin. We may not be of much worth as cultivators, but if you ever need us, we will be there," the boy said, his voice trembling. I nodded, and the two of them walked back out. I let my head back down, exhaustion creeping back. I closed my eyes, an odd sense of satisfaction filling my chest. One fading thought remained as I drifted back to sleep, accompanied by the image of Jiang's bowed head and the gratitude in his eyes. Perhaps it really wasn't so bad to defy the heavens sometimes, after all. Chapter 50. Dual Cultivation. Sunlight poured through the window within Granny Lang's shop. Yan Yun's hand hovered over my abdomen while I sat in meditation, circulating my qi. A result of my partial breakthrough had been the sharpening of my senses. They were not one, but two layers present within my mind, a sense of qi and another of miasma. The miasma no longer felt like someone had plastered a negative color film on my qi sense. Now it was an addition to the qi itself, just polar opposite in nature. I sensed Yan Yun's furrowed brows and the qi swirling in her core. Where before I'd been unable to tell much beyond her being in the fourth realm, I could now sense her strength and gain a measure for it. "Whatever miasma there is, I can't sense it," Yan Yun said at last, pulling her hand back. I nodded in acceptance, satisfied at my successful attempt at masking the goo in my second core. "I still can't believe any of this. All my instincts tell me to kill you on the spot, yet I cannot sense any taint on your mind whatsoever. Just what are you, Lu Jie? Are you some ancient spirit here to play tricks? Heavens, are you still the same boy who'd lost to Li and Lei? Yen Yun asked. I gave the girl a wry smile, wishing I could say no. I would have before, but now I wasn't so sure. About anything. I don't know. Am I? I'm certainly not desperate to progress and scrape for every inch of resource. As far as the miasma goes, I don't know about that either. All I did was find out the first law. Thunder flashed in front of my eyes as the chi of the world trembled with fury. I gulped, cutting off my words. Yen Yun jumped back and stared at me in horror. Guess defying the heavens once wasn't enough to let me off the hook. Heavens, Lu Jie, don't summon another tribulation. Unlike you, I don't want to die yet, she said, her cheeks red and her breath heavy. The expression almost reminded me of her furious blush when she'd encountered me in the alleys here. But wait. Is something wrong? I asked. Yen Yun calmed her breathing, glaring at me. You summon the wrath of the heavens in front of my face, and you're asking if something is wrong? Do you really wish to anger me? Was being struck down by lightning from the heavens once not enough? I meant with you, silly, I said with a grin. I never tried to talk much since, you're the prodigy and everything, and the daughter of Elder Yen and whatnot. This just feels a lot more like your natural personality. When you'd met me in the grove inside the sect, you felt angry. At yourself. I guess I'm a bit slow to only realize this now, huh? Yen Yun's eyes widened for a brief moment. I am all right, she muttered, diverting her gaze from mine. It's nothing. I was just angry due to something my grandfather said. In hindsight, it was stupid of me to rush out like that. I should have talked to my grandfather, told him that I disagreed with him. But instead, I became furious and left. It's too late to go back. He won't change his mind now. Is this in relation to why you want us to beat your cousins? I asked, receiving a nod. Talks of my marriage with Lord Zhou's son are being initiated. I haven't been engaged yet, but once I am, there will be no chance of escaping it. And if the twins lose to someone like you, then perhaps the Lord would change his mind and— Yen Yun sharply looked up at me, the weight of what her words implied striking her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's fine. I really don't care. Normally I'd agree, those two are pretty strong. Arrogant and bratty, but also strong. And you aren't wrong. I'm pretty pathetic as far as cultivation goes. 20 years old and still stuck in the third realm. Quite sad, isn't it? I said, with an amused smile. After yesterday, I'd die of shame if anyone would call me a prodigy in front of you. Realm is not the only judge of strength, Lu Jie. The Dantian is just the method of refining the spirit. I've studied cultivation ever since I was 5, and yet I've never heard of a man having 2 cores. Cultivators often have multiple aspects of qi, and a path that branches off into multiple aspects. Yet a spirit can never follow 2 paths. It would split apart from the divergence. It's not 2, I said, receiving a confused look. It's the same path. There are just 2 sides to it. Gathering qi at my fingertip, I traced 2 circles onto the floor, and the qi highlighted the illustration. 2 cores that form a single cycle, I said, as I drew lines connecting the 2 cores together in an odd infinity symbol, showing how they revolved around the same central point. The circle they form, the large one of their rotation, that signifies the whole. I'm not sure why you think a cycle has to be limited to just one single sphere. I let the qi revolve on the floor, representing the spin of my cores. But it doesn't— How would you balance if one of your cores is behind the other?
if their paths are too dissimilar or too similar? Yan Yun asked. There was a strange sense of joy in the burning curiosity within her eyes. You either split the core further into 3 or merge them back. I honestly think of these as energy levels. The first singular sphere is the most stable system. The energy is uniformly divided around a central spirit core within the dantian. The second, what I think I have, is a two-way split binary system. The rotation of the 2 cores balances them out, but they have to be polar opposites. For example, I'm pretty sure my chi aspect is wood now. I'm not completely sure, but I'm reasonably certain. Glancing around, I spotted some herbs set on a nearby table and extended my chi.
A trickle of chi poured toward the herbs, and new leaves began to sprout. I cut off my chi, letting out a breath. Focusing on my cores, I switched to the miasma core. The goo spread through my pathways, my vision shifting just a little. I stretched out a thread of goo, and the herb's life drained in front of my eyes, leaving only a dried husk behind. I quickly switched back to my chi core, washing away the remnant miasma from my system. I turned around to find Yan Yun a farther distance away, lightning crackling around her. She stared at me as if I was some sort of monster waiting to devour her. Is it that uncomfortable? I asked, receiving a nod from her. Even knowing you're not a demon, I still feel my core shudder at the vile sensation of miasma as it courses through you. Not to mention your eyes. My eyes? I asked, confused. The whites of your eyes start to turn black and the pupils turn white. It's subtle, but the more you use the miasma, the stronger the transformation. It makes you look like a demon. A horrifying realization washed over me. Not only do I have a bullshit MC-level dual-spirit goo-chi system thing, which, to be fair, is amusing, and I want to study the hell out of it, I also got an edgelord demonic transformation. Damn you, original Lu Jie. Your edgelord tendencies are starting to corrupt me. I groaned, clutching my chest as a pained smile covered my mouth. Are you okay? Yan Yun said, rushing back to me. I found myself bursting out in laughter. I'm sorry. I'm all right. It's just... Oh, God. I can't believe I'm turning into that. Another pained chuckle escaped my mouth. Heavens, you're scaring me, Lucia. Is the miasma taking over? I knew there was no way you could control such a vile force. Hold on. Maybe we can still remove it. There has to be a way, Yan Yun muttered as she got up and began to rush out. Stop! Hold on! Hold on! I shouted. She turned back around, surprised. It's all right. I'm sorry. I was reacting that way because I remembered something back from home. It's a silly thing we see in stories. The demonic powers help the hero save the world as he conquers the dark aspect, and I just found it hilarious. Are you saying you're such a person? Yan Yun asked. I choked back another laugh. Her expression was so serious. No, I'm not. I sure hope not. I'm perfectly happy just doing alchemy, I replied. If you are to lie, you should lie convincingly at least, Yan Yun's spirit bird, Leiyu, spoke up. Ha! Well, it's true. I have no idea what I'm doing, and honestly, I really don't know much about cultivation. I used to, but my memories haven't been the best ever since my fight with your cousins. I wouldn't mind learning a few things from you. Not to mention, I could probably teach you a few things about electricity, and even Labby after she's had a few more classes in science, I said. Yan Yun studied me for a moment before nodding and carefully seating herself on the floor in front of me. What do you know? She asked. I know about the 5 circles, the 12 realms, and that the first 3 realms are the foundation realms, and realms 4th to 6th are about the core. Yen Yun's qi stirred. The 4th realm is the beginning of the formation of the core. The first 3 realms denote foundation, qi gathering, and qi condensation. You are somewhere in the middle of the 3rd and 4th realm. She glanced at my abdomen. Up until the end of the first circle, each realm only has 1 step in between, she continued. A minor bottleneck to overcome at the peak of the realm. But from the 2nd circle onward, each realm is divided in 3: lower, middle, upper, and peak. You begin at lower and breach the bottleneck to the middle of the realm, then upper, and finally the peak of the realm. So, you're at the peak of the 4th realm? I asked. I'm close to the peak. There is room to grow yet, but my time to break through will come soon. Once I do, I will step into the 5th realm, which is core refining, Yen Yun replied. Isn't that quite high? For someone of your age, I mean. You're 16, right? I said, and received another nod. There have been greater prodigies than me. People who have reached the rank of an elder before they were 20. Any who can reach the 5th realm before they're 18 become qualified to earn a nobility title. My grandfather has no use for such a title, but once I break through, I would be a baroness within the empire, Yen Yun explained. I whistled in awe. Seeing how the age of 8 was usually the expected age to break through into the 4th realm, that seemed like quite an impressive feat. Does that mean the Yen clan is nobility? I asked, confused. No, we aren't. My grandfather has the rank of a noble, but such ranks are not hereditary. It would take a lot more than just cultivation strength to receive a hereditary title, Yen Yun said, and I mentally noted the details. Back to the topic. The dantian is a method of refining, and it's the capacity of the spirit that determines how large one's dantian can be. Yours had been small, smaller than most people I knew. There were some cultivators like that, born with feeble spirits who could only gather meager amounts of qi. I'd assumed you were just one such person who lacked the favor of the heavens, Yen Yun said. I frowned at that. The lacking amount of qi had been something the original Lu Jie despaired about for a long time. But that couldn't be true, seeing how you have survived a heavenly tribulation, even if just a partial one at the 3rd realm. I had Yi take a look, and there's something odd with your spirit. A conflict within your spirit. Each time you cultivate, it's as if you're fighting yourself and dragging half of your spirit alongside. It has left both your cores far smaller than they should have been, Yen Yun said. I grimaced at her words. Well, can't expect all that internal conflict and having 2 spirits stuffed in the body to not have any adverse effects. I'm not surprised there's some major downsides to this makeshift cultivation technique. There's a reason people use established methods, I said with a shrug. That isn't true, Yen Yun said, surprising me. While it's not easy to increase one's qi capacity at later realms, your core has still not formed. Had you broken through, you would have effectively cut your qi's growth short forever. But as things stand, it's a simple fix. This feels a bit too convenient to me, but I wasn't going to complain. Take my hand, she said, extending both her hands, expression serious. I extended my hands, grabbing hers lightly. I tried my best not to think about how oddly soft her fingers were. Follow my qi. I do not know how you would circulate your other core, but try your best to follow along, Yen Yun said. Thunder qi swirled in her core, circulating like a coiling arc of lightning. Her qi brimmed with energy, ready to burst out. This technique is for a pure yang qi like lightning or fire, though it can be applied to any, Yen Yun said, as the qi in her core clamped down upon itself.
I followed along, circulating both qi and gu within my two cores, and my twin cycles began to rotate. Following suit, I pressed down on my cores, and their rotations slowed down, the qi and gu building up within the core themselves. When the qi has reached a tipping point, bottle it further and push outward. Then continue to circulate until your core is filled again, Yan Yun said. I tried to reply, but only managed a grunt. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. Each breath was labored and exhausting. The qi and gu continued to build within my cores as I matched my breathing with Yan Yun's, struggling to keep pace.
The twin cycle of circulation came to a halt, and for a moment I thought I'd lose control over my cores. Then slowly, the cores began to spin, now in an anti-clockwise direction.
"Let go of your qi,"
Yan Yun said, thunder crackling around her. The qi spread out, pushing on her core, and I followed. My cores hummed, spinning faster and faster as qi and gu poured out, equally balanced on both ends. Energy rippled around me, and a strange rhythm took over my breathing. My breath matched Yan Yun's, thoughts beginning to drift into an endless void. Two cores swirled in a frenzy within my dantian, energy rippling with their rotation, and a dual cycle was formed. I could sense Lu Jie's spirit stir within my heart. As if breathing for the first time, my qi poured into my body, accompanied by equal amounts of gu to my core. For the first time since I'd begun, both halves of my spirit cultivated together, and the missing pieces slid into place. A new understanding formed, a new sensation. This was my path. Two cores, but one path. A path of twin cores. I smiled, still holding on to Yan Yun's hand, and together as one, we continued to cultivate. Chapter 51. Sharing a Path. Time seemed to fly by when I cultivated, as I get lost in the sensation of cycling my qi over and over, growing in strength with each step. I could feel Lu Jie's emotions passing through and mixing into mine, his relief and joy, as if the shackles he'd been born with all his life had been removed. I couldn't help but smile at that. There was still a lot I needed to think over. The fact that one of my cores now contained a force associated with demons, which thankfully I could hide, and that I was partially Lu Jie. At least, I think I was. Wasn't entirely sure what I was. Perhaps just a soul who'd moved on to this world and hitched along for a ride in a guy's body like some kind of soul parasite? The idea was a bit creepy, but not completely undeniable. Maybe, when my soul had been sent here, it was merged with Lu Jie's, creating the two of us. Regardless of what I may be, I still felt a bit bad about taking over Lu Jie's body. Not that I could give it up. I liked being alive in the life I was leading these last few months a lot. Could I create a new body for Lu Jie if I cultivated more? I recalled cultivation having something like nascent soul or soul splitting, and I don't see why I couldn't have something like that form a body for Lu Jie to live in. A shudder went through my chest. An odd sense of desire rise from within. Perhaps that was an agreement on Lu Jie's part. Guess I couldn't let myself stagnate and get lost in doing silly science before I reached that point. Things were very coincidentally working against me to get me to further cultivate one way or another. Is this what those cultivation novel protagonists had to deal with all the time? If so, then I have at least some measure of pity for them. Life is tough in these worlds. Cutting my cultivation short, I stretched my limbs a tad and inspected my core one last time. Yan Yun had left a while back, although I didn't know when exactly, as I'd been fairly deep in cultivation. I also noted the distinct lack of Labby or Sheldon inside my dantian. They were nearby at the very least, which eased the bubbling worry. I glanced around the house, noting Cao Chen carrying a heavy-looking bag of herbs nearby. "Where is everyone?" I asked the boy. "The pale guy and Granny Long are inspecting Brother Zhang's health while studying him. The pretty girl and your spirits are there too," the boy said. I gave him my thanks and followed the smell of herbs to the chamber. The sight of a half-naked guy with needles poked into every inch of his body greeted me. Combined with the old woman sorting through herbs and a snake-like androgynous guy, I still wasn't sure what to think of Liu Shang, defaulting to the current qi status, sat with matching frowns. Zhang's eyes widened when he noticed me, trying to get up. I gestured for him to remain seated. Oh, wow, that came naturally. Almost felt as if I was some kind of great benefactor or something. I walked to stand next to Su Lin. "Great master!" Labby exclaimed, jumping off the bed and climbing my leg up to my shoulder. Sheldon chirped in greeting, but remained content on his perch near the windowsill, basking in the sun. Gently I nuzzled Labby's soft, furry little head. She squeaked happily, and I felt content with life once more. I'd been concerned when I hadn't heard Labby talk too much, and honestly, I could see why she'd need some time. I'd cut her off right as my spirit had been torn. Guilt rising, I pet her head even harder. "I'm sorry, Labby, for cutting you off like that. You must have been scared." Labby flicked her ears. Lightning crackled around her in purple sparks, and the little crescent on her forehead momentarily lit up. "Labby understands, Great Master. Labby is weak, and the Great Master wished to protect her. Labby was scared, but Labby also understood. She was powerless, and the Great Master was kind to protect her." Labby spoke in the quietest voice I'd ever heard Labby speak in. She'd always been a ball of energy, raring to go. To hear her voice dim made my heart squeeze. "You don't have to think about any of that. You're still a kid. You call me your master, don't you, Labby? In that case, what kind of master would I be if I let you get hurt?" I sent back as Labby nuzzled against my face, her sparks tingling my skin. "Come here, boy," Granny Lang said, waving at me. I looked at Su Lin, who nodded. The boy had been oddly quiet. I put the thought aside, moving closer. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" Granny Lang said, looking at me with squinting eyes. Had I fucked up somehow? No, I replied, looking hesitantly at Zhang. "That makes the three of us then, because heavens take me if I've ever seen this in the 7th celestial peak before. Did your mother or father ever mention meeting one of nature's spirits from the west?" Was she implying that Lu Jie's parents? "I don't think so," I replied honestly. I only vaguely remembered his childhood, and nothing mentioning any nature spirits had come up so far. "This one thinks it is Senior's strange cultivation technique," Lu Shang said, taking out a needle from Zhang's back. "Zhang, can you control the qi within your core?" Granny Lang asked. Zhang took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. A few minutes passed in silence before I caught on to the trickle of qi coursing through his pathway. It was the qi of the lotus I'd planted within his core. Although, oddly enough, it wasn't lunar qi, but something else entirely. "I can," Zhang said. It was a bit amusing hearing his voice, which was unexpectedly deeper for someone who looked so skinny. I was already beginning to spot some muscle definitions starting to fill out as he regained his qi, even in a single day's time. "The boy's core is in shambles, and he cannot cultivate. Yet his qi remains in his core and gathers at his will. His cultivation base is lowered, near the tail end of the 3rd realm, but perhaps it may recover," Granny Lang said, igniting herbs in a smoking pipe. The old woman turned to look at me. "I don't know what the old fool is trying to raise here, if you even are his working," instead of something of your own. While you couldn't return his future, you have returned what had been taken away and provided him with a new one, Granny said. I regarded Zhang, who sat with his head dipped. Well, can't say I plan to give up on completely fixing him either. I have a lot to study within his core and how my impromptu fix is working as well. So, I'll be seeing you around, Zhang, I said, grinning as the boy looked up, his eyes glistening. Damn, dude. If you cry, I may cry too, just because. I'm an emotional guy. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for me, Lu Jie, he bowed, and thankfully left it at that. I nodded, wondering if I should use this opportunity to inspect and play around in Zhang's core. It was tempting, but decided to let it be. We'd both gone through quite a bit recently. I'd come back when he was healthier to take a look. Granny Leng got up, carrying her pack of herbs and leaving a plume of smoke behind her. I'll leave you kids to it. I've got a shop to run. I looked around the room at Labby, Sheldon, Liu Xiang, Yan Yun, Su Lin, and Zhang. After such a short amount of time, I'd managed to get to know a lot of people. Despite my best effort to run away from the sect and stay as far as I possibly could, the thought amused me now. I think we still have some time before we need to return to the sect, I asked, receiving a nod from Liu Xiang. Very well then. I assume you guys have questions about everything that's happened. Honestly, I have them too. A lot of them. Finding those answers is my entire path. And very recently, I found something that's holding me back from walking that path. It's why I plan to bring all of you alongside me on this path, on a path of knowledge and understanding, if you'd be willing to listen. I gauged everyone's reactions to my offer. Labby will follow the master anywhere, Labby exclaimed, and I laughed. I noted the nods around the room. Very well. Since I'd promised to teach a few things on electricity as well, I believe it's time I held my very first science class here, I said, excitement bubbling forth. The heavens may try to stop me again, but like hell was I going to let that stop me. With a grin covering my face, I announced my path. Welcome to the path of science.
Chapter 52.
Science Class. There are 4 fundamental forces in nature, I said, walking around the room with 4 fingers held out. Lightning check? Clear. No heavenly tribulations from that. The first is the force that keeps us tethered to the ground, gravity. It's what governs the movement of celestial bodies and the formation of planets and life. Labby squeaked, and there were confused looks all around the room. You really don't need to worry about it for now. I may be completely wrong here. This is all knowledge I gained from back home. Gravity is still real, and the reason why things don't fall into the sky is all you need to know, I said, closing one finger. Secondary lightning? Check. The second and third are weak and strong nuclear forces. It's what helps the formation of nuclei that allows for complex elements and not have everything just randomly floating around as hydrogen particles, I said, closing 2 more fingers. Once again, confused expressions all around. What would this had-dero-jin be, Senior? Liu Xiang spoke, carefully pronouncing each syllable. It's the lightest element in the universe and the simplest. It's commonly found as an invisible, highly inflammable gas that makes a popping noise if you burn it in small amounts, I replied, and got a nod. Su Lin was already drifting off. How is any of this related to lightning chi? I doubt you know more than the Yan clan would on how to bend thunder and lightning with its decades of archives, Yan Yun said. Oh yes, definitely. My knowledge of lightning chi is by all means vastly inferior. Yet lightning does not exist just as chi, does it? Thunder and lightning are both things found in nature, outside of the influence of chi. And that is governed by the 4th force, electromagnetic force. I closed my last remaining finger. I'll be fairly surprised if people knew more about lightning. Oh, actually, I missed one more important force in this world. It's the force of... Chi swirled with the sound of crashing thunder, vibrating angrily around me with the turbulence of a heavenly tribulation beginning to rise. Wide eyes stared at me, at the second coming of the tribulation, and I coughed. I think I'm going to skip that one, I said, receiving eager nods. Just what did you learn? No, don't tell me. I'm being foolish. I wish to live a while longer, Yen Yun muttered, shaking her head in exasperation. I rubbed the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed and guilty. Sorry about that. I wanted to test if it was a once-and-done kind of thing or if the tribulation would come again if I tried to share the information. The heavens are relentless, I said, glancing up. It was a bit cliché to defy the heavens and whatnot, but try having the literal world sparking your ass every time you tried to talk about specific things. It was like having a worldwide surveillance system that could bypass all security. I shuddered at the thought. At least conventional science seemed to be okay. The only issue was secrets of cultivation and so on. Very well. All right, so I have this hypothesis on the nature of energy and how Qi interacts with different forms of it. But before we get to that, electromagnetic force first. It originates from charged particles. Everything, when broken down small enough, is composed of these charged particles, and they're what create electricity. Master, then how come Labby doesn't feel anything when touching everything around her? Labby asked, and I smiled. Good question. It's because there are two types of charges, positive and negative, yin and yang, if you will. And these charges are almost always in balance with one another, nullifying each other. It's a bit more complicated, but that's the basic gist of it, I said, and Labby squeaked. Then, how does this balance break? Yen Yun asked with eager curiosity reflected in her eyes. The science magic was working. Have you ever rubbed a particularly woolen cloth with another? Or touched a piece of metal on a hot and dry day? A lot of reasons can serve to create an imbalance. The charges want to correct this imbalance. The positive, or yang, seeks the negative, or yin, and versa. And when they cannot find a way to meet, they accumulate, waiting for something that will allow them to combine and neutralize. And the Earth is the biggest neutralizer we have. It's why the thunder from the sky strikes down, seeking Earth, I said. Yen Yun's eyes widened. I forged ahead. Metal is a very good conductor of electricity. If you have a long metal rod high up in the sky, it will provide an easier path for lightning to follow to meet the Earth, and thus, nothing will be struck besides that metal rod. That makes no sense. Why would it? But then swords are a bad idea around lightning cultivators, Yen Yun muttered blankly. Labby doesn't understand either, Master, Labby muttered quietly. I turned to Lao Xiang. Your needles are metal, right? Silver, from what I saw, but I'm guessing here. Senior would be right. These needles are made of silver to detect the yi poison qi in the bodies during the process of healing, Lao Xiang said. Can you give me one? I asked, and Lao Xiang took one of the silver pins from his hair and tossed it to me. Silver is one of the best conductors of lightning. It allows for it to pass easily toward wherever it may wish to go. I threw the silver needle into the ground, embedding it. Labby, try to shoot some lightning at me by passing it near the silver pin, I said. Labby hesitated, clearly not willing to put me in harm's way. Don't worry, I'll be okay. You won't hit me. If you want, be gentle, I said, receiving a squeak. Purple electricity arced around Labby before it shot toward my feet. The lightning crackled right for me when the arc bent toward the silver embedded in the ground, hitting the head of the pin instead. Labby's lightning moved on its own? Labby said. I don't believe that. Let me try, Yen Yun spoke, standing up. Lightning qi gathered in her core, and I tried not to gulp nervously. With a stomp of her feet, an arc of lightning shot toward me at high speeds.
I almost jumped back, but kept my composure, as the lightning arced to hit the silver pin instead. Risking injury in the name of science, eh? Professor Walter Lewin would be proud. What did you do? Yen Yun asked in surprise. Su Lin shifted. Seems I had his attention now. Nothing, I replied with a smile. It's the nature of lightning to follow metal. I think lightning cultivators are probably already aware of that, with swords and metal objects, even if they don't really know how it works. That's not true. Swords and metals aren't good against lightning cultivators, because they gather the lightning which can backfire on the wielder. I've never heard of the lightning just vanishing, Yen Yun said. This one is surprised as well. Metal can attract lightning, but it cannot erase it. How did this one's silver pin do that? Lu Xiang asked. Like I said, the earth is one of the best neutralizers. Lightning seeks earth and balance. It always seeks earth. The difference is, instead of my own body, I provided a different path to get to earth. An easier path that it gladly picked over me. Yen Yun took her seat back, and I wondered if a lightning rod would work on a heavenly tribulation. Something to be tested. Labby understands. Maybe... Labby squeaked, and I laughed. It's all right. There's a lot to cover for just a single day. We can do this every so often, I said, feeling an oddly content emotion fill me. I imagined a class full of willing people, prepared to listen as I told them about the mysteries of the world. My heart swelled with delight at the thought. So, that's lightning. A bundle of positive and negative charges. Positive repels positive and attracts negative.
The two seek harmony in being together. The movement of these charges and vibration are what cause lightning to be formed. But what about qi? I said. Lightning qi is one of the purest expressions of yang qi. It's fire honed to its best, energy at its purest form, raw power and strength that can tear through almost everything. Yen Yun spoke smoothly, as if she'd memorized the words by heart. Tell me something. Is Labby's lightning yang qi? I asked. Yen Yun turned to look at Labby. Perhaps. I cannot say, she admitted. I nodded, quite surprised. I hadn't expected her to admit not knowing something this easily. Lightning is two-faceted, positive and negative. I see no reason why lightning qi would be one. There is yin and there is yang. The imbalance and difference in these two aspects is what causes thunder. Labby started with yang, but her qi turned pure yin when she broke through to the second realm, reflecting her lunar path, I said. Labby squeaked happily. Yang and yin. An imbalance among the two? Yen Yun muttered with a frown as lightning crackled around her hand. I extended my hand, pouring out a swirling ball of qi which I carefully ignited, forming a floating ball of fire. The eyes within the room turned toward me. You're a fire cultivator? Su Lin asked in shock. Nope, this is plain old regular qi, or whatever my qi's nature is. I'm not sure yet. Do you know how alchemists can light the flames under their cauldrons? They don't use fire qi, do they? The formation etched within the cauldron is what generates the flames, Liu Xiang spoke up. Alchemists can light things on fire, not gather flames like Senior is, Liu Xiang said, and I shook my head. You're partially right. The formations I don't know about, but I suspect they only automate what a human does. Thing with fire is, it needs something to burn. Fire qi, as I've tested and experimented with it, takes the form of fire on its own, but my qi doesn't. To cause a fire, I need to burn something, I said. What is Senior burning? Lao Shang asked, likely knowing I wanted someone to ask me, and I smiled. My qi, I'm burning my own chi, I said. Master is burning chi? Labby asked. Yep. While I was making the fire pill, I realized that not only was the flow of chi important to crafting the pill, it would also help in forming concentrated areas of chi that can be ignited by providing heat. I'm just doing what the spirit formations do, but manually. Can't really do it with water and earth yet. Haven't quite mastered water and earthbending, I said. And stunned silence filled the room. I continued on. Energy is energy. Even mass is only another form of energy. The heavenly chi began to rumble around me. That was a no-go, huh? And that's why the nature of chi is guided by the cultivator. The energy all around us has all forms of chi present in it. The heavenly chi as well. But cultivators only gather one form to fill their dantians, which makes sense. Conflicting energies can go wrong. But this doesn't mean that one form cannot imitate another. Blank stares came my way, and started I to laugh. I think that's enough for one day. There's so much to cover. I can't do it in one day. This takes years to learn. Years you learned? From who? I've never heard of any of this, Yen Yun muttered. My smile started to slip. My home had a lot of great people who discovered the mysteries of the world and created many books to explain them and share their discoveries with all, I said, feeling a quiet pain in my chest at the words. Your home is a quiet farming village, Lu Jie. Are there such great secrets buried there? Yen Yun asked. I opened my mouth to speak when a loud crash interrupted me. It's time to pay up, old woman, a voice screamed. Su Lin's eyes widened, and he shot out of the room. Zhang tried to get up when Lao Xiang grabbed him by the shoulder. You shouldn't be moving about. This one will go, he said, turning toward me, and I nodded as Labby returned to my dantian, and we walked out. The main door was knocked down, where Su Lin and his brothers barred tall and burly ruffians from entering any farther. My eyes drifted before spotting Zhou Chen standing amongst the men. The thugs event again? It's almost as if someone was intentionally sending all these problems my way to make my life harder. The heavens really were ruthless. Chapter 53. Verdant Pills. The guy standing in front of all the other thugs wore cultivator robes, his chi flaring all around him. I extended my senses and found he was in the lower fourth realm. I was both impressed by the show and pitied all of them. Impressed, as even a large sect like Cloudy Peak Sect would easily pick up a disciple in the fourth realm, even if they aren't too young. He could pass for his mid-20s. If any sect outside of the 7 celestial peaks were to recruit him, he'd easily become the core disciple or heir. Yet, at the same time, I pitied them, because these goons picked the worst time to arrive. Again, when there were so many of us around, and a prodigious thunder cultivator. What you here for? We've already paid you guys, Su Lin said, straightening his back. With a perpetual sleazy look and slouch, it was easy to forget that Su Lin was quite tall and well-built, taller than me, and I was fairly tall. The thug glared, his presence flaring outward. Surprisingly, Su Lin held his own, not budging an inch, with a wide grin covering his face. You're the guy Silver Fang threw out, aren't you? The thug asked. Silver Fang. I'd heard Su Lin mention the name before. The guy running these thugs around? Wait, have I stumbled upon some kind of black market drug syndicate in real life? The protection fee's been raised, didn't you hear? It's 5 golds now. Unless you want the halls sending their cultivators to see just what kind of pills you've got stocked up in there, I'd suggest either pay up or leave the shop and run, the thug said. And I sensed Su Lin's anger rising, his grin fading into a deep frown. Heavens, can't even let an old woman live in peace,
Granny Lang said as she walked out, glaring at the thug. "Don't pretend to be some frail old woman, hag." A mocking grin spread across the thug's face. "We've heard about you and what you used to do." Granny Lang clicked her tongue.
"Pay them whatever they want," she said, turning to head inside.
Su Lin clenched his fists, glaring the thug down. My eyes drifted to the back of the group, meeting the familiar thug, Zhou Chen, from last time. His eyes widened, nudging the cultivator standing in front. "Is that the guy?" "Cloudy Peak Sect, not to mention an outer disciple," the thug said, his gaze drifting from me to Yan Yun and Liu Xiang standing nearby. I had a suspicion I knew exactly what the thug was going to say. "What's a beauty like that doing with the likes of these two? And a pretty boy, huh? Never knew you swung that way, Su Lin." The thug laughed, and his lackeys followed. "You should leave them and come to Silver Fang. He'd appreciate your beauty a lot more closely. Even that pretty boy would make for a nice treat," the guy said. Yan Yun's chi crackled within her core. "I said it the last time, and I'll say it again. You really don't want to start a fight," I said, anger and disgust boiling in my chest. "Think yourself strong? Leave the pretense. Ya may scare these cowards, but any real cultivator would sense your middling chi. But since you seem so intent, this big brother won't hesitate from putting some sense in you," the thug said. "Not me. These two are, though," I said with a smirk, pointing to Yan Yun and Liu Xiang behind me. Confusion scrunched his face, looking between what he only saw as a young girl and a pretty boy. His face turned red with fury. "You dare!" the thug screamed, his fist lashing out. With surprising quickness, I turned to the side, my feet sweeping out as I grabbed an exploding pill and ignited it. Fire blossomed all around, rushing out in a whirling inferno, and the thug's clothes were signed, embers rising. My right hand stung, burnt from the impact of the explosion. I coughed, the thug staring at me in surprise. Fire burst his hair on the right side, his clothes black and charred. Guess he hadn't expected a firebomb. Amateur mistake.
"Let this one handle them, Senior," Liu Xiang spoke.
I jumped back, cycling chi to my hand. I'd had enough showing off. A day of cultivation was no way enough time to catch up to years of faulty cultivation practice. And I didn't plan to use any miasma here. Liu Xiang swept ahead, and with swift hand movements, needles struck the thug in key locations. The raging thug roared, only to collapse to his knees. What have you?" the thug muttered. The powerful Fourth Realm cultivator collapsed in front of Liu Xiang, who wasn't even near the peak of the Third Realm. With an inhuman hiss, Liu Xiang spoke. "Yi poison. It won't kill you, but perhaps you wished it would. This one does not appreciate being regarded as a plaything." He flicked his wrist, and a green aura flared around him. A shiver traveled down my spine. What the fuck? Was this the same kind and slightly weird guy I knew? The lackeys backpedaled, running away one after the other. A couple dragged the cultivator on their shoulders. Liu Xiang's aura settled down as he bent down, picking up his needles. He turned back and dipped his head. "Apologies. This one's yang qi can sometimes cause aggression," Liu Xiang said, his words cutting through my dumbstruck stare. No, I mean, thanks? Is he really going to, suffer that much? Seems a bit excessive." "No, the poison was meant to paralyze. At worst, it would give him a bad stomach for a few days," Liu Xiang spoke. A smile crept on his face, and I noted a very important personal rule. Never, ever fuck with people who knew poison. Liu Xiang, particularly. I laughed nonetheless, imagining the guy suffering through diarrhea. Probably the best solution to any arrogant thug or young master. Diarrhea poison. Well, that was unexpected, and interrupted the class. But I think we should head out now anyways, I said, looking around, and received nods. I can't, Su Lin spoke up, his fists still clenched. I have to stay here.
Those guys will be back, and you won't be here next time. They won't let this go. This time it was one powerful cultivator. Next time, there might be 5. Su Lin turned to Yan Yun. I know you asked me to help in the tournament, and Lu Jie even cured Zhang and everything, and I'm an ungrateful bastard, but I can't. I won't be returning to the sect. Zhang is weak, and he needs me, and Granny can't deal with these thugs on her own. Su Lin deeply bowed his head. I didn't know Yan Yun very well, what with her background as a prodigious jade beauty. While I could tell she was dealing with things, what she did now would allow me to decide just what sort of a person she was. I'll provide some spirits herbs for your brother in exchange. I, in surprise, a grin creasing his rat-like face before he bowed again. I swear to the heavens. I suggest leaving this place to move somewhere else. Without any sort of protection, no one would be able to stop those thugs from bringing harm to you, Yan Yun said, as the boy raised his head. Why are these thugs coming to bother you and Granny Lang? I know you've got some history here, and I was content to not pry till now, but this is spiraling out of control, I asked. Su Lin diverted his eyes away, closing them and thinking for a moment before he spoke up. Alongside the alchemy halls, the Silver Fangs run the black market on the pills. The halls keep their recipes a secret and in control, but they also have many forbidden ingredients and pills. Silver Fang deals in those and other pills the halls won't take. I'd been selling yours to them for a higher price than a normal pill to buy more herbs for Zhang. They found your pills to be more effective and wanted me to bring you to them, Su Lin said. Wait, he's the drug lord of this city and you were selling my pills in there and he wants me? I asked, my voice rising in pitch. Now he's trying to get me to bring him this alchemist, the one whose chi smells like grass and earth. The verdant pills, they call it, Su Lin spoke. I face-palmed. There went my plan to remain unnoticed. I knew my pills were improved, but I also expected other experienced alchemists to have come up with much better versions of their own. Those that tried, anyways. Unless I was missing something? Perhaps it was tied to how I cultivated, and why I could form these spirit anchors to herbs. This guy doesn't know who I am, right? I asked, receiving a nod from Su Lin. All right. I think I have an idea to sort this whole mess. I dug into my pouch and held out the lotus seeds I'd packed for the pill I used to fix Zhang's qi deprivation. There's a village close to a qi vein nearby. It's called Taizhou. Ask for the village head there and tell them mine and Liu Xiang's name. They'll let you move in. You already have the pills I gave, which should be enough to sell to get a home there for all of you, I said. Su Lin probably could have been bowled over by a feather if his shock were anything to go by. Hey, we're business partners, okay? I've only really known you for 3 months or so, but that's enough time to know someone. And this isn't a charity, it's an investment. I need a lab, somewhere outside the sect where I can pursue my path and make pills in peace. Taizhou is close enough that I can easily run to the city for whatever I need, and with the cultivators arriving there due to the qi vein, Granny Lang should have enough business as well. I'm sure the village will appreciate more cultivators around, I said with a smile, handing the seeds to Su Lin. Su Lin bowed his head. I was wrong about you, Lu Jie. I thought you were like me, but you're meant for far greater things. May the heavens bless you.
I scratched my cheek in embarrassment.
I don't think they do. They keep shooting lightning at me. Su Lin stared at me before bursting out in laughter. Laughter that I matched with my own. Looking at Su Lin, there was an odd feeling in my chest. I hadn't ever really gotten the chance to know Su Lin. Perhaps once I was done with this tournament, I could. I extended my hand, curling my fingers into a fist. Su Lin looked at me in confusion. It's called a bro fist. Just form a fist and tap it against mine, I said. Su Lin formed a fist, setting it against mine. I'd gladly call you a brother. It took a moment before I caught on to what he meant. Bro fist. Brother. Swearing each other as brothers. Oh well, it'd be too awkward to try and tell him that's not what I meant. I pulled my hand back, smiling as I turned and caught Lao Xiang watching. I detected a smile in the faint upward curve of his lips. Yan Yun stood with a complicated expression. I glanced behind, seeing Zhang leaning on one of his brother's shoulders. He nodded, and I nodded back, turning around. What a strangely eventful trip. Time to head back, I guess, I said, when a crackle and a grumble interrupted me. Labby is hungry, master, Labby exclaimed. I could almost sense her drooling. With a laugh, I took out a pill and handed it to my little rat, heading back to the sect. There was a spirit herb hunting tournament I had to prepare for. Chapter 54. Forming Bonds. There were many things on my mind as I made my way back to the sect. The tribulation, Silverfang, and the verdant pills. Not to mention the reality about my existence in Lu Jie's body. The fact Lu Jie was still alive, or at least present within my soul. And lastly, the first law of cultivation that I'd briefly glimpsed. I would need to spend a lot of time analyzing what it truly meant for both me, my future, and the reality of the world I was in. But for the moment, I let all those thoughts fade to the back of my mind for later inspection. We were allowed easy passage into the sect, not held back for more than a cursory glance. Not surprisingly. No one suspected 3 outer sect disciples of summoning tribulation clouds. I took my leave from Yan Yun and Liu Shang, with a promise to meet at a later point to prepare for the tournament. Something even Liu Shang expressed an interest in. Once in my chamber, I found Nian sleeping on my desk, curled up over my notes. Labby's herbs, Labby exclaimed as she left my dantian, headed straight for the spirit herb garden. She ran amongst the spirit herbs and almost rook a bite when she froze and turned toward me. Can Labby have the herbs, Great Master? She asked. As many as you'd like, Labby. My heart swelled. My little baby rat was slowly starting to grow up and learn restraint. Squeak! Labby happily exclaimed, jumping into the herbs. Mian yawned, eyeing Labby, but the ginger cat seemed to have had his fill already. Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed from inside my pouch. What is it, Sheldon? I asked, picking the turtle up. Sheldon chirped again, bumping his head against my hand, and lightly bit my finger. That was odd. Did he want something? Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed once more, wiggling his feet as if to free himself from my hands. Not enough to jump down and hurt himself, though I doubted it hurt him. This whole chamber would be destroyed first before it could hurt Sheldon. Gently, I set the turtle down. Sheldon dashed up to the spirit herb garden and turned to look at me with another chirp. You want me to sit down? I asked, receiving another chirp. I closed the door before taking a seat in front of Sheldon on the floor. The turtle chirped, and the golden circles on his back lit up. Chirp! This time I didn't need to think too hard about what Sheldon wanted. You want me to follow you in cultivation? I asked. Sheldon's mouth curved up in a smile. Curious, I focused on my chi core, circulating my chi. A rumbling voice that shook my core echoed in my mind, breaking my concentration. Wrong. Incomplete. Unfinished. My eyes shot open. What was that voice? I looked at Sheldon. He stared with a serious expression, and another thought was relayed to me. Bond. Link. Companions. The concepts he tried to share with me was like trying to squeeze a massive book right into my brain. Each word was heavy with the weight of chi, and my cores strained, unable to bear it. You want me to form a bond? Are you sure? It's a pretty big decision, and you're a lot stronger than me. I didn't want to tie you down with me if you one day wanted to leave. Strong enough. Now. Comprehend. Cycle. Together. I stared at the dual spins etched in the color of gold on Sheldon's greenish-brown shell. I could recognize the flow anywhere. It was my cycle. The dual cycle of chi and gu. Chirp! A smile covered my face. I took out the jade slip that contained the art the elder provided me for bonding with Sheldon. Setting it on my palm, I took a meditative pose. Two cores came to the forefront within my dantian. They spun, like twin stars circling each other in peace. A balance formed of two halves. Sheldon's chi erupted around me, a tidal wave washing all else out. Two whirlpools circled around one another. I could sense Sheldon restricting his presence to the inside of the chamber, and I was thankful for it. Anyone who'd sense this in the outer sect would come rushing. I followed suit with the flow of the turtle's chi, matching my own. In a few moments, our cores hummed together. I sensed the remnants of gu in Sheldon within his second cycle. It was weaker, far weaker than the boiling and hissing miasma present in my core. Yes, it too was a cycle. Together, we sent our chi into the jade slip. The bonding art pulsated, chi flaring, as my chi began to intermingle with Sheldon's. A torrent of water chi rushed toward me. I gasped when the water chi swept me away, drowning my spirit, the force of the flow enough to crush me. The art flared, and the water flow narrowed, the tidal rush slowing down. Sheldon's chi slowed down, turning from a storm into a pool of water that swirled gently all around me. In a slow trickle, the chi headed within my dantian, filling my chi core. A bond snapped into place, and my senses expanded to Sheldon's chi. It was an ocean, deep enough to wholly consume me, wide enough that I could swim within it for years and never see the end. It was an entire world upon itself, tied by a thin thread to the twin cores within my dantian. Like a mountain hinged upon two glass orbs. My spirit touched Sheldon's, and I marveled at the little turtle, finally able to sense the strength of the magnificent creature I brought with me. 3 circles shimmered in Sheldon's core, forming the foundation of his dantian, as a bright and pure core shone within them, brimming with chi. This was the 7th realm, the realm of elders, and of where the path toward true immortality began. Sheldon's chi gently guided me toward him, and I let the waters carry me along. My spirit floated, stretching in a now familiar sensation. Something snapped and opened my eyes. "Back here again, huh?" I said, looking around. I sat on a small island surrounded by a vast lake filled with little creatures of all kinds, beyond which was an endless white expanse stretching on to infinity. Sheldon's inner world. A little turtle swam through the same lake, climbing up on the rocky island. He bumped his head on my leg. "Well, I guess we have a bond now, Sheldon. So this should be easier to do, but why have you brought me here?" "I assume it was me,"
a voice spoke. I jumped and spun around. Lu Jie stood behind me, dark black hair flowing down his back. He wore the same outer sect robes I did, yet the little furrow of his brows and the way he stood gave him the edge I associated with cultivators. It felt strange to see my face like that, even if I knew that wasn't me. Not completely me, anyway. "Oh, hi. Never knew we could meet again so easily," I said.
I wasn't aware either. It isn't often that an elder spirit graces disciples like me. Well, I guess it isn't too out of the norm with every ridiculous thing you've been doing, Lu Jie said, and I frowned.
"Hey, I've been perfectly content to just stick to myself and do alchemy. It was only when you came around that I went all heaven-defying and everything," I said.
Have you truly? You have raised a spirit rat and set her upon the path of the moon. A spirit everyone thought useless, incapable of cultivating. You have befriended yourself to one of the Yi, one of the most withdrawn and solitary clans among the great clans. You have the prodigious young beauty of the sect coming to you for help. And you gave back life to a crippled boy, shaking the heavens and summoning a tribulation. Do you truly think you've been content to simply do alchemy, Lu Jie? I was unable to come up with a retort.
"Chirp!" Sheldon squeaked, drawing our eyes as the little turtle jumped into the water. Lu Jie gave me an apprehensive look, and a grin formed on my face.
With a light dash and a flare of my chi, I leapt into the water behind my little turtle. Chi flowed around me, pushing against my feet as I easily propelled myself through the water, almost like a torpedo. Water swirled as the little turtle zipped around at high speeds. My eyes drifted, noticing the many fishes and plants and little life forms that constituted Sheldon's inner world. I stared in wonder as a school of fish swam past me in a rush, almost indistinguishable from the realm, even if I knew it was just a creation of Sheldon. I swam up to the top of the lake, shaking off the water and vaporizing the remaining bits with the chi around me. I carefully balanced myself on the water's surface. Being here was freaky, but in the coolest way ever.
"Are you not going to come in?" I asked, looking at Lu Jie, who continued to sit silently near the shore.
The elder spirit wishes for you, doesn't he?
"I'm just the bystander here," Lu Jie said. The boy looked at me with a thoughtful expression, and I felt a tug at my chest, the familiar weight of living under all the failures in your life. With a splash, Sheldon jumped out of the water, reaching the shore. The little guy squeaked, grabbing Lu Jie's finger in his mouth, and pulled. "I guess you're invited too," I said with a smile. Lu Jie glanced at me with an odd expression before slowly walking ahead. I let go of the chi propulsion at my feet, sinking back into the water as Sheldon swam within the lake. Lu Jie swam behind, reaching me as Sheldon's eyes gleamed, the twin swirls on his back glowing.
Cycle, show, follow.
The voice reverberated through the world and gave Lu Jie a nod. A stream of water generated by Sheldon propelled us down, deeper into the lake. The many fishes started to decrease in numbers the deeper we swam. My eyes drifted across the world hidden under water, and I truly began to appreciate the size of Sheldon's inner world. The outer lake was just an entrance.
The true world lay beneath the surface of the water, a complex system of life thriving and mingling with the chi as they all contributed to the cycle. I pulled back as a particularly large fish swam right in front of me, snapping at the smaller ones and swallowing them whole. Sheldon came to a halt. In all directions we were surrounded by a mystical world, a world in its own right, one I couldn't wait to explore and understand. Incomplete, recovering, small, form. The words played in my mind. I almost opened my mouth to speak before realizing I was surrounded by water. Using my chi and our newly formed bond, I sent instead. The cycle is incomplete? Or, well, recovering? That's why you use this small form? Chirp! I nodded in understanding, my fascination growing. If this vast world was incomplete, and Sheldon was still recovering from his injuries, I wondered what a world of a true seventh realm creature would be like. My heart fluttered in excitement, the desire to grow. Cycle had life, Sheldon said, the chi carrying his words directly to my mind. Something guided me to have another look around, and I noted the dead remains of the dying plants and the many predators preying on other creatures. But now, death, too. Something resonated in my chest, the chi stirring in my core. Together, complete, Sheldon said. I felt a tug at my dantian, a strand that extended from my own core to Lu Jie's right next to me, a bond that tied us together. Sheldon turned to me, his form still the small and familiar turtle. But there was a weight behind his words. The moon spirit's words played in my mind. The heavier the book, the more worth the chi gave to its content. The world was listening. You, life, is there. But death? Incomplete, even now, Sheldon said, shaking the waters. My eyes drifted toward Lu Jie, who stared wide-eyed at the turtle as if in shock. Aware of each other, but incomplete. Regret. Not equals life. Dominates. Death. Tags. Behind. Must be. Equals. Before I could comprehend the broken stream of words and concepts, water pushed me. I shouted, surprised as I was thrown out and landed with a crash on the shore. Ouch! Could have warned me, I said, mostly out of habit as I felt no pain. I looked up to see Lu Jie nearby, sitting silently. Lu Jie's eyes turned to me, and I felt something stir in my chest. Sheldon's words began to play in my mind. We weren't equals, me and him, even though we represented two halves. I was the one in charge, of this body and life, of my path. All this time, I'd thought of Lu Jie as someone else, as an unfortunate boy whose body and life I'd stolen. I'd avoided the thought, living without any guilt as I went about my life. Even now, I still avoided the truth of what I really was. Something I didn't fully understand even now, and likely never would if Sheldon hadn't pushed me to do this. I was a coward at heart, but perhaps it was time to change that. I took a deep breath, evaporating the water off of me, and stood straight. I'd avoided this long enough. We need to talk, I said. A bitter smile covered Lu Jie's face, and a strange emotion overcame me as Lu Jie closed his eyes. Yeah, we do. Chapter 55. Heart to Heart. There are these days where your mind just can't help but think over all the little mistakes you've made, all the regrets and self-hate. The ugly emotions you keep hidden in some corner in your mind boil over and splash forth, and suddenly you realize just how much of a mess you are. How much you could have done better. How many mistakes you've made. Imagine if that day was a conversation with your other self or soul, and you'd understand what I was going through. What has it been like, being in there all this time? Could you see and hear everything? I asked. I should be the one asking that. I've been like this for a few months. You were there for all my life. 20 years. You'd know better than anyone else, Lu Jie said. Right. I still find that so hard to swallow. I guess it's like I wasn't really there. Like I never knew I was there. I just have all these memories and these emotions. I know these things and remember knowing these things as if I were you, but I wasn't there till, well, till you died or whatever happened in that fight, I said. It's been the same for me. I wasn't there up until the heavens had shaken and our core was split in two. It was only then when I came to be and started to understand everything that had happened. Like a dream, I live through your memories, only awake when we're here, in these little worlds. It is only here that I exist. Otherwise, I am nothing but a shadow within your soul. Must have me hard, I muttered, receiving an unamused look. Right. I'd lived like that for 20 years, still wild. I know how this sounds, and I understand. You're not really there to experience anything, but I never had to give up anything. Even now, I'm still afraid that eventually you'll take over my spirit, and all that'll be left of me will be a memory as the world fixes its error and the main character takes off on his chase for the heavens. Now with extra bonus power from eating another soul, I said, my chest tightening. Though surprised at just how honest I was being today, I suppose it's pointless to lie to yourself. I can't, Lucia said. I cannot say that these interactions do not tempt me. I wish my life back. I desire it desperately, but I can't. I shouldn't even exist. It would serve your purposes far more to get rid of me and alter your path than walk this way. Why? Do you not want to live? Do you remember my words? For when we'd first felt the brief touch of the first law, when we'd finally grasped the first of the truths. I am the death, the goo. There is another name for one like me. A demonic cultivator, Lucia said, as black miasma flared around his body. My spirit is weak, and it has succumbed to the demons, fallen astray from the path of our forefathers, as I let myself be consumed by my fears. I cannot return. There is no place for me back there anymore. Bullshit. Try that on someone else. I know who you are, I said. Perhaps it's because you're still me in some ways, but I refuse to believe that someone who so stubbornly cultivated for years, dragging my spirit up with yours for twice the work as everyone else to progress, would give up just like that. Do you truly believe that? That there's no place for you? Lu Jie dipped his head. I cannot stay there for long. My goo would corrupt our body the longer I remain, killing us both. Well, tough luck. I'm not giving you my body either. I just hate hearing you say you can't. Because that means I can't. And I'm not a quitter. Failure is just another path toward success. I refuse to believe the stuff about demons and whatnot. Many things that are dangerous in nature naturally can form boons for humanity when handled correctly. If we let our fears govern us, then the world would never progress. Our path would never progress. And that is the worst crime we can do. Qi flared around me, responding to my agitated emotions. Goo flowed all around Lu Jie in a large cycle that mimicked the dual cycle of my cultivation. It rumbled and twirled and twisted, and my qi followed his. Something shifted in Lu Jie's expression, a look of determination that hadn't been there. Thank you, Lu Jie, he said to me, and I felt oddly embarrassed. Don't thank me. I'm a coward. I'm still focusing on your problems to avoid my own. To avoid realizing just how unsettled I feel every second I'm reminded that I was here, in this world, all this time, without ever being aware of it.
Yet I can't bring myself to give back what should have been yours, I said, my voice wavering. It isn't just mine, Lucia. Perhaps it had been when I was a boy. But can't you feel it now? The tie that joins us within our souls? Only together are we complete. With both chi and gu, life and death. Only then is the cycle complete, Lucia said, walking toward me, and I smiled. Well, we do have a lot to learn. I've barely experimented with goo. I wanted to see if I could do alchemy with it, or how goo would affect my spirit plants and whether it followed the same saturation principles as qi. And just so many tests, I said, excitement replacing the ache in my heart. You can thank your fortune you have Xiaodong then, Lucia said. Xiaodong? Ah, Sheldon, right. No English. Wait, can you speak English? I said, and switched spoken languages. Do you understand me? It felt very weird, having not spoken it at all in the last 3 months. I wonder why I never realized I'd switched way too easily to a completely new and supposedly unfamiliar language. Lucia frowned. I can understand you, but I cannot speak that, he said. I guess you didn't get to hang around watching me fumble in college and play bullshit games like I was. I wouldn't worry too much over it, I said. You will have to teach me about these games.
There are many things I remember but do not understand. I wish to learn, Lucia said. Oh boy, you'll be in it for a treat, I said with a laugh, a strange relief in my heart as Lucia smiled, his eyes wrinkling with soft lines. It was such a genuine emotion that I found myself staring. Would we truly be able to be one? Lucia asked. Would I truly be me? Would you truly be you? I took in a deep breath. I don't know, I replied honestly, and Lucia nodded back. But we could find out. See what happens? There was an odd shiver to my voice. I was scared, but I knew I needed to do this. Lucia nodded along, and the qi around me rustled while the miasma around him swirled. I held out my hand, and Lucia his. When they touched, qi and gu swirled in tandem, the world cracking and crumbling. A storm began to build, my spirit stretching. Lucia's spirit reached out to mine. 2 cycles turned together, one of qi and the other of gu, 2 halves representing both of us. There was a similar fear to mine reflected in Lucia's eyes, but we were resolute. I uttered the words in my mind, and the world echoed them for me. The first law, duality of qi and gu. Our spirits began to merge, memories mingling and blending. Our 2 cores spun in a frenzy as the qi formed a tornado, spreading waves of qi and gu outward. I was Lucia, as one and a whole. A crack broke the cycle, its foundations crumbling. Our spirits shot back to our bodies, and I was launched away, my hand burning with agony. The world shuddered. Cracks spread through the cycle of qi and gu, breaking them in 2 separate halves. Gathering my bearings, I pulled myself to my feet. What happened? I muttered, looking around in confusion when I heard Sheldon's voice rumbling within the world. Not equals yet. Cycle remains broken. But my words died off as I looked at Lucia. Are you okay? Lucia looked up at me in confusion before nodding. I'm all right. I guess I was a bust, huh? I said, scratching my head. For a moment, it worked. Just for a moment, I'd felt a strange union of our spirits. The break, I think it was because of me, Lucia said. I have a selfish request to ask of you. What is it? I asked curiously.
I raised my eyebrows, watching Lu Jie gather his words before he spoke once more. I want to apologize to old man. Moments passed in silence, a familiar pain blossoming in my heart. My chi rustled, unsettled at the prospect as I rubbed my head. I let out a deep sigh as a bundle of anxiety formed in my gut. I know it's a lot to ask, and I know what it's like to be just a shadow. I will not hold it against you if you do not let me. All right, I said, cutting him off. Lu Jie leaned back in shock. Are you truly? But what if I take over your body? It will mean our death, but what if I'm lying? Well, I'd have been stupid to trust you and myself then. I smiled the best smile I could gather as I tried to hide the bundle of anxiety, nerves, and fear that waited to pour out. I didn't wish to vanish. I didn't wish to die. I didn't wish to remain as a faint shadow. But I had to, because I understood. Please don't kill me, I said, and Lu Jie nodded to my words. I won't, Lu Jie said. He bowed his head deeply. Thank you. For some reason, I could trust him. My chi shivered as if collapsing back upon me. My spirit shifted, coiling upon itself as the bond between me and Sheldon shuddered. With a wave of chi, my senses began to fade as my spirit let go and the world receded around me. A moment later, Lu Jie took over our body, and my world turned dark.
Chapter 56. An Old Man's Past. The world was a swirl of colors as awareness returned to Lu Jie. Sensations assaulted him all at once. Sight, smell, sound. It was all so minor, yet he relished each moment. Relished experiencing it all for himself. And with it came greed. He wanted to remain like this. Goo boiled within his core, crawling across his pathways. It agreed with Lu Jie's thoughts. He was the one who this body belonged to. It should be his. A voice interrupted Lu Jie's thoughts.
Great Master?
Labby squeaked. Rising above the spirit grass, she stood on her back legs, her pink nose twitching adorably. New emotions filled Lu Jie's chest. Concern, care, comfort. It wasn't he who felt as such, but his other half that slept within his spirit, the one who he owed his life to. Lu Jie's mind cleared, drawing upon the chi in his other core. It purged the miasma, removing its clutches, and returned clarity to his thoughts. He had limited time and a purpose to fulfill. He wouldn't be betraying himself by losing to the whispers of the poisonous energy that coursed in his body. I will be heading out, Labby. Stay here and don't cause trouble in my absence, Lu Jie said. Is something wrong, Master? Labby doesn't like the feeling she's sensing from Master right now. It doesn't smell like spirit herbs anymore. Lu Jie paused at the sharp senses of the spirit rat. He'd forgotten how sensitive the little rat was to her master's chi. Leaning into the love he sensed from his other half, Lu Jie smiled and spoke in the impolite and casual manner the other boy did. It's nothing. I'm just going to do some work. And if you stay put, I'll let you have just one more spirit pill today. The little rat rejoiced, squeaking happily. Labby will stay put, she exclaimed. The turtle eyed him as he walked, and for a brief moment, Lu Jie realized what his fate would have been had he given in to the whispers of the miasma. He bowed slightly to show his gratitude and walked out of the chamber. Chi swirled through Lu Jie's pathways, masking the goo that swirled within his core. Yet even so, he could already feel the effect of the miasma slowly starting to corrode his pathways. Even if he wished to remain, his spirit wouldn't have held on for long. He needed to hurry. The familiar corridors evoked a strange emotion from Lu Jie.
He held no special love for the sect, but it had served as his home for far too long for him not to grow attached. The path through the outer sect soon led to the chamber from which he smelled the familiar scent of spirit herbs. Lu Jie stopped outside the chambers, a sudden fear taking hold of him. He hadn't met the old man in a long time now. Back when he'd still been around, he'd never taken the time to ever talk to him, to thank him for all he'd done. He'd been far too busy fighting his destiny to ever appreciate the people around him. It was only his own foolishness that led to his fate. Lu Jie regretted all of it. "Why are you standing around like that, Lu Jie? Come in," the old man's voice came from within. With a deep breath, Lu Jie walked into the chamber. The sight of the cauldron and the many herbs, the books and the comfortable side chamber were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Not much had changed, even in the while he'd not been around, and yet enough had that Lu Jie couldn't help seeing the differences. There were books, notes, herbs, and pills that his other half had left in this chamber. Results of long talks with the old man about the workings of certain spirit herbs and pills and how to make them. Things he'd never taken the time to do. "What is it, Lu Jie? You look distraught. Is something wrong?" the old man said, his white brows furrowing in concern. "Here, have some tea. I've just made some from the remaining spirit herbs. Although, don't tell anyone. They'd label this old man a fool for wasting herbs."
Lu Jie stared a moment longer, before putting his hands together and bowing his head. "This disciple greets his master." The old man moved closer. "Raise your head and speak, my disciple. What bothers you so much? Even your qi feels shallow and unsettled today." Lu Jie raised his head, shaking it. "I just realized that I'd been ungrateful to you, Master. You'd saved me after my spar, healed so many of my injuries. Even when this foolish disciple had lost his temper and despaired at his fate, you'd been there. Yet I'd never once returned a word of thanks until the very end," Lu Jie said, looking up at the old man. The old man gently extended the teacup to Lu Jie and took a seat nearby. Lu Jie held the cup, following behind and taking a seat. A few moments passed where neither spoke, the chamber filled only by the sound of old man sipping his tea. "Have I told you about my grandson?" Lu Jie shook his head. The old man had mentioned his grandson, but never once had he ever talked freely about him. "Sheng Yuan, my grandson. He'd been my very first disciple, the brightest one I'd ever had. In my youth, I'd gone on many adventures thinking myself righteous and blessed by the heavens. It had been until I'd first held my grandson that I'd come to realize what a fool I'd been. If there was ever a boy who'd been blessed by talent, it had been him," the old man spoke, his voice quiet. Lu Jie waited patiently for the old man to continue. "The boy progressed quickly, gaining a foundation at the age of 5. He'd been at the peak of the third realm before 12. Many sects had eyed him, and at last, the first peak among the 7 celestial peaks invited him to their sect to serve the emperor himself. The first peak. The highest celestial peak was a sect even nobles had difficulty sending their children to. Old man's grandson had been invited to such a place. I rejoiced. All of us had. Talent like this was seen once every 100 years or more. The boy was a blessing to our clan, one that would carry us to lofty heights. And as such, Yuan had held the weight of his entire clan on his shoulders, and he'd outdone our largest expectations. Yuan remained in the sect till he'd been 27. In his 20s, he reached the peak of the 6th realm and had begun preparing to break through to the 3rd circle.
It would have made him the youngest elder of all clans among the empire. If this disciple may ask, what happened to him? The old man sipped his tea, staring away as if to a far-off distance. Have you heard of Yang Shen, the fire demon of the West? The fire demon killed your grandson? Lu Jie blurted out, almost standing up in surprise. The tales of Yang Shen had been told for many years now, of the terror of the West who led the demons behind him, the greatest threat to the Azure Jade Empire. The old man looked into Lu Jie's eyes. Yang Shen was my grandson. The world spun around Lu Jie. Something touched upon the edge of his senses. A sensation that arose from the old man, something he could only grasp through having partly broken through into the second realm. He couldn't sense which realm old man was in. Lu Jie's knees buckled, and he collapsed into a kowtow. I'd failed to recognize your strength, master. I am but an old man now, Lu Jie. I've just seen more than most. My life, my grandson. I'd left it all behind when I retreated to the Seventh Peak and the Cloudy Peaks Sect. Now I'm but a humble alchemist. Lu Jie raised his head. Even now, he didn't feel even the barest hint of strength or presence from the old man. If someone had asked, Lu Jie would have said the old man was weaker than him. How blind he was. But why are you telling me this today, Master? This disciple doesn't understand how he had reminded Master of such a talented individual, Lu Jie asked.
The old man had never told any of this to anyone, not even to his other half. Why him? Like you, Yuan had burned with a desire to learn. He'd also taken each defeat heavy on his heart and worked twice as much to grow. Unlike you, it had borne fruit for him with his blessings of the heavens. Yet in your struggle, I'd sometimes seen the shadow of my Mocha younger grandson. The old man sighed. You wish to hide things when you fail to see what's in front of you, Lu Jie. I sense your twin cores. Your spirit isn't unified, is it? The old man set his teacup to the side. Lu Jie's heart thundered. Was he going to be killed today? Labeled as a demon? This old man senses your concerns, Lu Jie. But one does not swear the oath of master and disciple so easily. If I wished to slay you, I would have the moment you stepped within this chamber. But the path of the heavens has cruel twists of fate, and perhaps it was your fate to seek me as your master. Gratitude, Lu Jie said, kowtowing his head once more, and the old man nodded. I had been content to let you do as you'd pleased, Lu Jie. Your qi had been meager, your spirit tied like a knot within itself, incapable of taking form. But now that you've taken form, found your other half and freed it, perhaps I should begin teaching you some real alchemy as well. A wave of qi passed over Lu Jie. Are you willing to take this path? Lu Jie stared at the floor, clenching his fists. Desire burned in his heart, yet the goo continued to erode at him. He didn't have much time. It is not this disciple's choice to make, Lu Jie spoke, looking up. The old man nodded contently. I accept your apology, Lu Jie. It is this old man's foolishness that, despite everything, I still think of you as my grandson. Lu Jie's eyes watered as he bowed his head. A tug pulled at his spirit as qi spread within his body, coming forth. His time to return had come. Thank you, grandfather, Lu Jie whispered, and his world turned dark. I blinked my eyes, staring blankly at the old man, who continued to smile at me. Had a nice sleep, my young disciple? Huh? I muttered, looking around me in confusion as a jumble of memories came to me, but I could barely parse through them. Up until now, I'd only taught you the basics. You hadn't been ready to do more with your lacking qi. But that has changed now, hasn't it? I nodded lightly. Just what had Lu Jie told him? Very well. Mist bellowed out of the old man's sleeves. His voice rippled through the air, carried upon qi as it demanded my attention. It is time I taught you what true alchemy looked like. Are you prepared to walk this path, my disciple? A shit-eating grin formed on my face. I didn't know what kind of talk Lu Jie had with the old man, something I'd need to ask him, but for now, my heart thundered with excitement. I'd been mostly fumbling around on my own as the old man had been taking the slow and steady approach. Like hell was I going to refuse. I'm ready, I replied, my qi bubbling forth, eager to be used. It was time to level up my drug-making skills, baby. Chapter 57. Heart of Alchemy. The old man walked with fire burning in his eyes and above his palm. Instead of the kind smile I'd come to expect, it now burned with a strange sense of intensity, almost as if he'd suddenly become young again. Have you mastered the flame since we last talked, disciple? Old man asked. I nodded, circulating qi above my palm and igniting it, forming a ball of fire. I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. Is this a known technique? I thought I'd come up with something new. The old man smiled as the flame leapt from his hand and toward the cauldron, igniting the spirit stones underneath. Not a rare assumption for a young disciple to make, and it is not a well-known ability outside those that walk the path of alchemy. Cultivators tend to attune themselves to a singular path within the world, forgetting that all is connected around us. A little blob of water flowed around the old man. Something occurred to me, something that should have been obvious from the very start. The old man could control steam. It made sense he could control either water or fire. Then, you can control all the elements? Wouldn't that make alchemists really strong? I asked. Being able to control all the elements sounded broken, no matter how you put it. There is balance in all things under the heavens. We attune ourselves to the world around us, and in doing so, push away the path of strength, choosing to pick creation instead. An alchemist's abilities are not meant to harm, but to heal, unless dire need calls for it, even if we can choose to cause harm. Something like the Hippocratic Oath, then, or an agreement among alchemists to not use their abilities outside of self-defense. All of this just made me wonder, why? In a world where strength reigned supreme, cultivators choosing to forsake power and use it only as a measure of self-defense was an image I struggled to come to terms with. I sense your questions, Lu Jie. There are many mysteries in the world of alchemy. The halls are not so strict purely out of greed, but also out of necessity. It is not the cultivator with the sword this old man fears the most, but the healer who could kindly put his heart to rest forever with just a touch, the old man said. Slowly, I started to understand. It wasn't just that people didn't pick alchemy for a lack of strength, although there would be that too. But it was also that alchemy, healing, and other paths required both cultivation and knowledge to progress upon them, and came with far more danger. The image of Liu Xiang came to mind, his poison healing abilities and his needles. I wondered if Liu Xiang was aware of these details. This old man sees that you understand. The path of alchemy, it is one of refining, purification. Not just within our own bodies with qi, but outside as well. We draw out that which exists around us and refine it to its best. But like all things under the heavens, there is both good and bad. I had a feeling I knew what the old man was talking about. Forbidden pills? I asked, getting a nod. There are many, even in Seventh Peak City, who turn to the strengths within blood and death to draw their strength upon. Corrupting forces. Everything needs a balance, even pills. Something so many young cultivators fail to see, unable to look beyond the faint glimmer of strength that would forever ruin their foundation. The old man's hands swept out as chi rippled all around the chamber. Blood and death? I asked. The blood of spirits, the life of dying creatures. There are many dark arts in the world, not the least of which come from the demons themselves. But now isn't the time for such talks. Tell me, disciple, why is it that alchemists must master the flame first and foremost? I thought about it, trying to think of a suitable example. Before, I would have said it was because fire was the first factor in trying to form and refine a pill, the first key thing to take note of. But with my recent talks with Yan Yun and my own studies, I'd come to learn more about the spiritual aspects tied to things. Fire is the purest expression of qi. Fire, or heat, is what fuels life. It's the simplest form, yet also the core aspect in refining a pill. The control of heat and cold is what defines an alchemist's ability. The old man smiled. It seems you have learned well on your own, Lu Jie. Fire is the heaven's purest expression of strength. It is power, energy, heat, and it is what an alchemist must learn to tame first. But do you know what comes before fire in alchemy? Wood? Indeed, for without spirit herbs, pills would be a laughable idea. All elements work in tandem within alchemy. But those that cultivate wood qi find themselves in tune with the spirit herbs themselves, an advantage you possess over others, or a disadvantage if you wish to pick a path of conflict. The heavens give and take equally. I cycled my qi, inspecting it, none too surprised to hear that my qi was wood aspect. Would be tough not to realize that by now, but I was certainly surprised to hear there were hierarchical roles in alchemy. I wondered if the verdant pill business and the effectiveness of my pills had anything to do with this. I would need to measure my spirit stones and time for utilization of the pills again. A smile tugged at my lips at the thought. It had been a while since I'd done some proper experiments. I was starting to crave it anyway. Of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, I see the use of all these elements within alchemy, besides metal. Are there any metal pills? I asked. The old man shook his head and tapped the cauldron near him, and it rang with a metallic ring. You forget your tools, disciple. An alchemist with no cauldron is no alchemist. Now you have acquired the spirit herb, learned to tame the flame. What remains is to understand the equality of earth. It is earth that bears the life of the spirit herbs, and it is earth that often binds the wood within a pill. What do you understand of it, Lu Jie? My mind reached a blank thinking of a reply. It's the thing that spirits herb grow in, I said. The old man shook his head. You do not listen to the earth, disciple. It is a living, breathing thing. You understand, but do not comprehend. Listen to the earth. It is what births life, the source of strength for the spirit herbs and for all alchemy. Listen to it carefully, the old man said, his hand shifting toward a few herbs growing nearby. His qi rustled and the plant shuddered. At first, nothing happened, and I was starting to wonder if the old man was playing some kind of trick on me. Then I felt it. Hundreds of little roots ran through the earth and extended beneath the floor. There was minute qi present all around me, mixed in with the life that moved within the earth as it slowly but surely began to drift toward the plant. That spirit herb was drinking in the essence of the world. This old man has the chi of fire. The tender touch of wood and the calm weight of the earth doesn't mesh with it well. But that was just a little fragment of what the earth gives. All within the heavens are bound to the earth, even the great dragons, the old man said. Beyond earth, there is metal. The cauldron is not just a tool. It is an extension of your will and chi, a third hand that shapes your pills. And lastly, there is water, to tame the fire and guide it, and draw out the essence of the pills within itself before fading, leaving behind the purified result. The balance of all 5 elements is what true alchemy is about, Lu Jie. The old man's kindly smile returned. I was starting to understand just how many factors I'd been missing. It wasn't just the elements themselves, but also the chi they represented. I hadn't been looking beyond just the application of chi in the factors of what went into making a pill, when I should have been paying attention to everything that contributed to the pill. I bowed my head in gratitude. This disciple thanks his master for the lesson. The old man laughed. Do not be so hasty, my disciple. This old man hasn't even begun. I looked up in confusion as he walked up to his cauldron, and the fire began to blaze around him. You have already formed one of the 3 pills. It is time that I showed you the second one. This is the 7 earthly spirits pill, formed of spirit grass grown in 7 different natures of soil, combined to grant a sturdy weight to the cultivator and bolster their vitality. His hands moved swiftly, and chi swirled, turning to an inferno as the old man added the herbs and water within his cauldron. I extended my senses, noting the slow and steady movement of his chi, gently coaxing the earth chi from the herbs. Earth is sturdy. It does not give easily, and so you must gently break it down. Push and pull like the tides of water, and repeatedly break down the chi, the old man said, mist and herb-tinged smoke swirling all around him. The smell of earth soon hit my nose, many kinds all at once, as if I were flying across the vast lands and taking in the world around me. Once it breaks, you must be quick to collect it, or else it will solidify and tangle itself up. I almost jumped back when the flames flared, rising to a frenzy. Then, you slowly tie it together. You must not force it, or the pill will shatter. The act is like handling a young child. You must mold it like clay, or it will all fall apart. I watched in silent admiration as the chi moved in a precise swirl, carefully coaxing the earth chi within itself. In a moment, the flames went out as the spell of rich earth took over the chamber. Unwilling, I found myself breathing easier, life flowing through my body. And that is how it is done, the old man said, grabbing the likely scalding hot pill in his hand. I stared at the muddy-looking pill, almost like a ball of clay. If shown to a regular person, they would likely think of it as mud. But to any who could sense chi, the deep layer of chi present within would be obvious. Meditate upon this lesson for now, Lu Jie. And once you have succeeded, return to me once more. There is much to learn from the nature of earth for you. It would also serve as a method to resolve the conflict within your spirit, and the reason why you still fail to progress, even at the cusp of greater insight, the old man said, smiling at what was surely a dumb expression on my face. You are still young, and with age comes wisdom and sight. This old man isn't blind, after all. I started to laugh, feeling a bit silly. I bowed my head deeply, expressing my gratitude to the old man.
a sentiment even Lu Jie could agree upon with me. Now go, disciple. You have much to learn, and this old man must return to his duties. The sect doesn't stop for us, after all. Excitement burned within me heading back to my chamber. Firebending lessons were done. Now it was time to learn how to earthbend.
Chapter 58. Understanding Goo. I took a breath, stilling my hand as I gently pressed the brush against the paper. Carefully guiding it across the sheet of paper, I let my chi flow through it and into the ink as I wrote down the character for wind. The paper rustled, floating upward before it snapped to the wall, sticking onto it. I looked at the other 7 papers, similarly stuck at equal intervals around my room, forming an encirclement. Chi flowed through the papers, the formation setting itself within the chamber. A mild exhaustion overcame me, and I put aside the brush. I had picked up an obfuscation ward from the library to try and hide the chi and, more importantly, goo that I'd be experimenting with. It had been surprisingly easy to set it up, at least until I actually began working on the formations. Piles of crumpled sheets lay behind me. Even the slightest mistake in my brushstroke resulted in a formation that refused to work. I really doubted a non-cultivator could reach that kind of precision, which was just another way this world was unfair to its denizens. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, marveling at the formation. I had no clue how writing certain characters infused with chi provided certain effects, but there were mentions of 8 characters that formed the basis of all formations that everything was derived from. I'd borrowed a book from Liu Xiang for this formation. A brief study told me about their relative simplicity and usage. Each formation consisted of a character, usually more than one, that described the effect of the formation. The formation can be infused with chi to achieve this said effect on the applied surface, or linked together with others to form more complex effects. Of course, it was far more complicated than just that. Though the basis seemed to be based on these principles, it almost felt like basic logic gates that could be linked together to form chi circuits. I turned to my notes. With everything happening recently, my notes had begun lagging. I still hadn't made any entries on the first law itself, the confirmation of the heavens trying to dissuade cultivators from following the path I was, and the working of my cure for Zhang. There was so much to take note of and work on. Normally, I'd be really excited about working on everything, but with the tribulations and the upcoming spirit herb hunt, I found my mind wandering away on tangents. First things first, I needed to write down what was up with my cultivation, and then the first law. Second, I needed to form a working hypothesis on how it worked and why the heavens were so adamantly set against it. Flipping through my notes, I smiled at the various hypotheses I'd previously made. A lot of them were wildly off, focusing on completely wrong aspects. A lot of them were still theories worth testing, especially now that I was aware of one of the laws. I laughed at an early idea I'd scribbled down at the chi attributes being like atoms, where there was a fundamental atom of chi that, when combined differently, gave fire chi, water chi, and so on. Settling on an empty page, I reached out to both of my cores as they spun within my dantian. The 2 cores were diametrically opposite to each other. If I tried to slow one down, the other would slow in response, clearly showing some sort of connection. I focused on the core containing goo and tried to feel at my spirit herb garden. Where I'd expected a violent hissing revulsion from my spirit anchor to herbs, I instead found a complete lack of response. My focus shifted from the now nearly invisible roots of chi to the little worms and dead leaves and plants that were mingled within soil near the plants. It was well covered within the chi,
but there was a minute amount of miasma all through the earth, mixed in at every inch of it. I opened my eyes, looking at my spirit herb garden in surprise.
It should have been obvious, and yes, sensing the ever-present nature of goo that I'd been completely blind to all this time was still a surprise. Did fungi and such cultivate goo with how they grew in rotten corpses of plants? I took note to check within the library about the existence of spirit mushrooms, as odd as that sounds. Moving on, I took hold of my brush. I stared silently at the blank page for a while before beginning to write. The first law. Heavenly chi crackled around me, thankfully mildly enough that I hoped no one noticed. I hurriedly abandoned the idea, cutting whatever I'd written so far. I couldn't risk starting another tribulation in the sect. A frown remained on my brows as I thought over the matter. Writing the information down was also a no-go. But what if... An idea occurred to me, a cheat that only I'd be able to utilize to circumvent the heavens. My heart leapt at the prospect and simplicity, one I'd unwittingly been using all this time. Taking my brush, I began to write. In English. I held my breath, ready to erase the words the moment the heavens rumbled. Nothing happened. My face split into a grin, and I straight out broke into a cackle, raising my hand up in victory and looking beyond the roof of my chamber and up to the sky. Take that, stupid heavens. I laughed for a moment longer before my heart began to thunder in excitement. It was time to note my progress. Writing in a furious frenzy, it almost became a trance as the words came one after the other. The insight I'd gained was only of the surface level, and there was so much that was still left to explore. But this was the first step I'd taken toward grasping the mysteries of the heavens themselves. Chi and goo circulated in my cores, responding to my excitement. With a last, long stroke of my brush, I finished writing what I'd learned in Zhang's core. The first key insight of my path. Now, there, to be shared with the world around me. I grabbed my notes and began to read. The first law of cultivation. The duality of chi and goo. The two forces of diametric opposing natures work in tandem to constitute the heavenly chi, the force that permeates the entire world and is the basis of all forms of cultivation and immortality. Chi represents life. Goo represents death. Both are the polar opposite ends of forces that constitute chi, otherwise known as heavenly chi, the energy we absorb to progress in cultivation. The path of cultivation is twofold, that of life and that of death. The cultivation of the Azure Jade Empire is based around the growth of life and chi. It promotes longevity and thrives in conditions that support life. But quite similar to the nature of yin and yang, there is some yin present in the yang and vice versa. Similarly, the path of goo, a path that, as far as I know, only demons use to cultivate, and one I know very little about. Goo is contradictory in how it promotes death, yet not of those that wield the goo itself. Goo is destructive and destroys the cultivator from the inside, as observed from the damage to the pathways. It may explain why chi was given precedence over the course of history when humanity developed in this form and cultivation was first established. Both paths work fundamentally the same, where the cultivator will take in the heavenly chi around them, subverting them to their spirit's shape, from which they then convert it to either chi and goo. Chi is tied to goo and goo to chi. Both lend to each other as much as they are polar opposites, and the two forces, when tied together, constitute the two halves that form the heavens themselves. Though I wanted to add more, the frenzy was lost. The rest was mere hypothesis and conjectures I didn't have a strong enough basis to express. The idea of cultivating goo was still one I don't fully understand, what with how the energy tried to eat at me from the inside every time I used it. There were methods with which I cultivated my chi, and I was trying to use the same methods to cultivate with goo. I had a feeling that was part of the reason why I couldn't control the goo as well. I needed a way to test with the goo, something that could mimic my dantian, but wasn't going to be inside me. I turned to my cauldron as an idea sprung. Getting up, I grabbed some spirit herbs from my garden and started a fire beneath my cauldron. Pouring in the herbs, I added some water and let it simmer for a while. Then, as the flames began to rise and the essence of the spirit herbs melded within the water, I added a trickle of goo. Steam exploded, and I jumped back. A cloud of smoke covered my sight, and my skin tinged from the heat. I stared at my cauldron, now knocked over and leaking soggy, hot herbs onto the floor mat. My heart hammered, and I forced it to settle down, walking closer. Carefully touching the cauldron to not burn myself, I flipped it over, reveling pulverized remains of the spirit herb. I picked them up, and they crumbled away like powder. That was unexpected. I noted the reaction in my notebook and took another batch of spirit herbs, this time gently feeding them goo. Heat rose within the plants as they bloated and popped, the water within them boiling in response. I extended my senses and noted a complete lack of any remnant chi present in the remains of the herbs. I could use this. My drugnade, with a sealed trigger that disintegrated upon contact with goo. The energy released seemed far more potent than just relying on fire chi, and it'd serve as the perfect trigger mechanism that wouldn't be susceptible to other cultivators, something that could easily make the difference for me in the upcoming spirit herb hunt. I began to mentally assort the grenade. It'd need a formation for the ignition, something I'd likely need to ask for help from Liu Xiang. The theory was sound in principle, and this way I could forego the need for actually making black powder and instead rely on a grenade that I could trigger with my mind whenever I pleased. Perhaps I could even add a delay to the explosion to prevent people from noticing the thin strand of goo. I rushed to my notes and began to write the ideas down, occasionally cackling in my glee at the prospect of wonderfully exploding drug grenades in the face of cultivators. Something fuzzy rubbed against my legs, interrupting my moment of glory, and I looked down. Nian meowed, rubbing against my leg, and my frown softened as I bent down to pet the silly cat. He'd never shown so much affection before. With a surprising leap, the cat landed onto my shoulders and leapt onto my desk. I rose a moment too late as the cat grabbed the few spirit herbs and bolted. Too smart. Way too smart. And it wasn't even a spirit animal yet. I scratched my head, not even bothering to steal the herbs from Nian. I was missing a familiar herb-stealing thief in this chamber. My eyes swept across the chamber, worry creeping into my heart. Where did Labby go? Chapter 59. A Desire to Grow. Tall grass rushed past Labby's form as she ran through the field, following the faint scent of the lightning chi. Lunar and thunder chi swirled in her core as she ran through the fields of the outer sects, heading beyond its boundaries and farther up the peak. A place even her great master wasn't allowed to enter. A pill remained clutched within her mouth, the boundaries of the outer sect peaks beginning to shimmer and appear in the distance. A wall surrounded the higher peak of the inner sect, the chi within the air rising with each step. Purple lightning crackled around her as she paused to sniff the scents carried across the air currents and the little trails of chi that brushed past. When she had been nothing but a common rat, she'd mindlessly followed a similar trail to find a gap within the wards to cross. The task to breach the inner sect ward was more formidable.
but she wasn't the common rat she used to be. The chi shimmered an invisible barrier, preventing entry, but Labby soon found a small gap within the boundaries of the walls. With a squeak of delight, Labby rushed closer, squeezing through the gaps. Chi hit her nose with a myriad of new smells. The tinge of the moon was brighter here, even during the day, and the touch of lightning chi crawled upon her skin. The air filled her with energy as her mind began to clear out more so than ever before. So, this was the fabled inner sect. "Labby, where are oo?" Labby froze as she heard her great master's voice come from their bond. It was broken and wavering due to the wards around the inner sect. She could feel her great master's concern as he tugged at her bond, calling for her. Labby almost turned back without thinking to rush to her master's side, but something held her back. Her chi wavered in turmoil, her core shuddering. Her great master spoke once more. "Labby?" The concern in his voice grew, and Labby's heart shuddered.
Her great master was calling her back. He was worried about where she'd gone. Would she refuse his call? Refuse her great master? Labby looked to where she sensed her great master's voice, sending a brief link of her thoughts back, enough to reassure him that she was all right. She squeaked to the empty air, bowing her head in apology as she turned back and began to head farther within the inner sect. The last time her master had been in danger, she'd been too weak, unable to help him. She'd watched helplessly as her bond with her master crumbled, his voice fading and his chi vanishing from her. Labby had sworn she would never let that happen again. And for that, she needed to be stronger, even if it meant going against her great master's wishes sometimes. Labby felt her chi still. She'd made her choice. With renewed speed, she rushed through the inner sect's grounds, following the stronger-than-ever trail of lightning chi. The foggy and misty peaks rushed past Labby as she walked up the path. There was no one within the inner sect peak who wasn't a cultivator, and all of them were cultivators far above her in realm. Labby kept her chi hidden and confined. It was an act that came innately to her, ingrained in her very nature to hide and slither unnoticed. A nature she'd been trying to go against all this time, leaning on the impulses caused by her lightning chi. She didn't wish to be a mere rat. She was Labby, a name she took even against the wills of the chi, and she refused to settle for the fate that was preordained to her kin. The lush grass and stone path uphill gave way to a manor. Labby climbed up the walls, walking through the gaps in the stone as she jumped in with a squeak, almost dropping the pills she carried in her mouth. Arcs of lightning swirled near the entrance in a magnificent display of delicate formations, but Labby's attention was somewhere else entirely. A field filled with various spirit herbs lay in front of her, with a scent stronger than almost any other she'd smelled. It called Labby to gorge upon its delicious banquet. Labby shook her head, bringing her focus back. She couldn't get distracted now. She had a mission to complete. Squeaking the temptation out of her heart, Labby ran farther within the large courtyard and into the manor that remained near the peak of the sect. The Yan Manor. Qi swirled in Yan Yun's dantian as she meditated within her chambers. Li and Lei sparred outside, under her instructions, honing their skills as Lei Yu watched over them. Yan Yun had no intentions of lending a hand to the boys any more than she needed to, and from what she'd seen so far, the boys didn't need any either. An arc of lightning lashed around Yan Yun, striking one of the many silver needles stuck into the ground itself near her. She took a breath, calming her distracted mind, and focused on the insight she'd gained.
She'd asked Zuri to provide her with some silver needles, which she'd then layered around her chambers into the earth in a 5-headed marker, within which she sat to meditate upon the words of Lu Jie and the things he'd shown her that day. Thunder chi churned in her core as she cycled her chi, carefully sensing how it moved. Lightning chi was volatile and unstable, and lightning cultivators ill-tempered and impulsive. Their path of cultivation was often a balance on the needle's edge to temper their chi, without taking the edge off its bite. It was often not the brash cultivator of lightning that people feared, but one as calm as a still lake, waiting for the right moment to strike with all their might. All her life, Yan Yun believed this balance had come as a product of exercising restraint and deep meditation. To hone her thunder, tame it, and channel it with absolute control. To not let the qi govern her, but to instead govern the qi. Yet, a spirit rat managed to show her a new path.
A path consisting of not yang, but yin lightning. She hadn't believed such a thing existed, and here was a rat who'd mingled 2 separate paths into one. That of the moon, and that of thunder. A balance within the yin and the yang, just like Lu Jie had with gu and qi. Yan Yun clenched her fists as another strike of lightning lashed out, hitting the silver pins. She took another breath, calming her mind further. The events of the tribulation and beyond left her with shaken beliefs of the world. She wondered if she was befriending a demon, waiting to strike at her from behind for being foolish enough to trust it. The pitch-black eyes with pure white pupils Lu Jie had gained came to her mind, and a shudder crawled up her smile. At the same time, she remembered the embarrassed smile he'd sent her way. Regardless of her wishes, the oath still held true, and she feared summoning a tribulation upon her head, lest she say the wrong words about Lu Jie. She didn't fear for her survival, but for her cultivation. The thought was enough to hold her lips about her doubts. Yan Yun should take a break. She is unsettled. Yan Yun opened her eyes, stopping the channeling of qi in her dantian as she watched Lei Yu fly within the chamber and rest on her shoulder. Li and Lei? She asked quietly. Ran away. Lei Yu let them. Pesky brats that do not show any respect, Lei Yu replied with a scoff, flapping his wings as he preened. Let them be. Their foolish arrogance will only come to bite them later. Arrogance without the strength to back it is just the ramblings of a fool, Yan Yun replied. Indeed, but that is now why Lei Yu came here. What bothers Yan Yun so? The boy? Lu Jie? Yan Yun gently brushed Lei Yu's feathers. She knew the younger Lei Yu would have never let her do any such thing, but even her spirit had found his arrogance tempered at the sight they'd both witnessed. How can I not be? A tribulation at the 4th realm. A boy possessing demonic abilities and 2 cores who returned life to a crippled man, with knowledge never heard of even in our clan's archives? There aren't many stranger things than him that I've seen.
Lei Yu hadn't taken Yan Yun to be a liar.
Yan Yun clenched her jaw at her spirit's words, a pang stabbing her through the chest. She closed her eyes, cycling her qi as she sat in silence for a moment. I'm envious. He is a boy with no special background, with nothing to his name, yet he performs strange miracles never seen before. Despite having summoned a tribulation at such a young realm, he lives so freely, as if not bound by the chains of society. I'm envious of Lu Jie, of his freedom and his desire to grow. When did I lose mine? When did it all become about surpassing my grandfather? Lei Yu cannot answer that.
It is an answer Yan Yun must realize for herself, Lei Yu spoke, flapping his wings. Yan Yun needs to think over what she wishes to achieve in her life, what her purpose and path are. I wish to be free. The words rang hollow. It was her desire to be free of her grandfather, to be free of the burden of a prodigy, but it was not why she cultivated. A talk for some other time. We have an unexpected visitor, Lei Yu said. Yan Yun sensed a tiny ball of thunder and lunar qi outside her chamber's window a moment later. She sent a thin strand of qi, opening the entrance, and a gray-furred rat stumbled in, a white lunar crescent on her forehead and a pill in her mouth. The little rat shook her head before facing them and crackling with purple lightning. Labby wishes to learn how to fight!
Chapter 60. Broken Cycle. A strange sense of grief washed over me through a tangle of thoughts and emotions from Labby. I'm all right, the thought read, yet it sounded almost like an apology. Should I try to find Labby? I could still sense her vaguely, despite whatever it was blocking my bond to her. She'd been moving toward the inner Sect on her own, and my concern rose. It wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination if Labby had smelled the pills or herbs on some strong cultivator and decided to give chase in hopes of snagging a bite. But something about the message made me think otherwise. I took a deep breath and looked to Sheldon sleeping nearby. Can you keep an eye out for her? If she doesn't want me to find her, then I'll respect her choice, but I can't help but feel a bit concerned. Sheldon opened his eyes, regarding me for a moment. With a light chirp, the little turtle got up. A tide of water rose beneath him as he carried himself out of the window. That was a relief. With Sheldon around, I'd have little concern even if some arrogant cultivator came and noticed Labby somewhere she shouldn't be. I returned my attention to my notes, going back to my plans for the upcoming days. I needed to contact Yan Yun in regards to the prize and details of the spirit herb hunt and how to participate. I'd also need to find a method to reach out to Zhang and Su Lin and how their journey to Taizhou was going. Not to mention practicing the earth pill that the old man told me about, writing about and exploring Gu itself, and also the Gu Drugnade. The modified version of my Drugnade, and likely the most powerful weapon I could currently acquire. I'd held some qualms over producing black powder from the fear of introducing conflict and war similar to back home here. Humanity being allowed that much power was inherently wrong. Yet, I'd been naive and foolish, forgetting just how strong cultivators were. There were 12 entire realms of cultivation. 12 realms, and each successive realm larger than before. Just Sheldon's strength was enough to level a small mountain if the turtle wished. With each progressive day I cultivated, I could feel my dantian growing stronger and brighter, that strength bolstering me. The cultivation method I'd developed with Yan Yun alternatingly cycled both qi and gu within my body, cycling between the two. The gu would damage briefly, and the qi would heal. The cycle continued eternally, and each cycle of injury and healing would leave my body sore and my spirit wavering from exhaustion. I looked at my arms, flexing the muscles. I wasn't buff, even though I should have been with the inhuman cultivation strength I possessed. My muscles were starting to firm up and gain density. I suspected even my bone density had gone up from the repeated cycle of injury and healing. Which is why I really wanted a good weighing scale to properly measure the results of this new cultivation method. I didn't want to become a muscle-addled idiot, but I wasn't going to complain about being physically more able. As they said, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I returned my thoughts to my notes and the many things I needed to do. A lot of this would need work, but from order of priority to ease of doing and my own excitement, I put the Gu Drugnade on top. With a beaming grin, I rubbed my hands in anticipation. Who could remain calm when the prospect of spectacularly exploding things came up in front of them? I tore a piece of parchment and wrote a simple letter addressed to Liu Shang. He was the only one who knew about formations who I could ask, and they were going to play an important role in my Drubna days. "Nian?" I called out to the cat, who ignored me and continued to groom itself. "I'll give you a pill if you deliver this letter for me." The cat's ears flicked as he looked up at me. Then he returned to grooming without further reaction. Was a cat trying to negotiate with me? "2 pills if you do it quickly, but no more. I'll just send it myself otherwise," I said, holding out the rolled-up sheet of parchment. The little orange cat's gaze was nothing short of stern. Then he let out a meow, getting up from his place and hobbled over. I shook my head as I tied the scroll around Nian's neck with a thin thread. "Off you go, then," I said, patting the little bugger. He leapt to my desk, then out of my chamber. My room felt odd being empty of animals. I'd gotten used to always having Labby around, and now Sheldon. Nian was hanging out in my chamber more often than not as well. It was a bit lonely, and at the same time freeing to be alone after a long time. Goo rustled within my second core, along with a whisper in my head. "You want me to cultivate once more?" I called out loud, receiving an affirmation from Lu Jie from my spirit, as the goo pointed to the spirit herb garden anchored to my core. My eyes widened from the realization. That was indeed something I needed to also test out. "I guess you win, then. It'll be a while before Liu Shang arrives anyway," I said, walking over to my spirit herbs. I gently touched the spirit grass growing through the floor mat and boards, the roots intertwining through them and down into the earth. A network of qi was layered within the herbs, one I could tug and draw on to help bolster my cultivation. At least I could before. Was that true anymore? Goo was anathema to qi, and the spirit plants injected with it burst apart and turned to ash. "Only one way to find out," I said, taking a seat and crossing my legs. Breathing steadily, my 2 cores spun leisurely around each other at the center of my abdomen. Slowly, I tugged on the spirit herbs, pulling their qi into me. The essence within them shook as I circulated both qi and goo within their respective cores. The herbs shuddered, responding to my pull as I felt the network of qi spread. Then I pulled on the goo, trying to draw upon the essence of the world to form the energies of death. The anchor shuddered, the network of qi recoiling from the goo, and my cultivation ground to a halt. I frowned, pulling more at the goo, letting it briefly spread through my pathway. The spirit herbs convulsed, their qi mingling with the goo. They destroyed one another, and the air around me began to heat, unseen fire licking at my clothes. Something was wrong. I could sense the flow of qi. It moves from the sky, in the air, and into the spirit herbs, before submerging into the plants as they send little motes and threads of qi toward me. Yet the goo refuses to do the same. Even the anchor refused to work with the energy, and broke apart the moment I tried to gather it from the herbs the same way I did with the qi. I occasionally retried my method to see if it would work, to no avail. My frustration increased the longer the goo wouldn't cooperate. Then it struck me. Perhaps I was drawing from the wrong source. I shifted my attention downward to the earth beneath me. I closed my eyes, cutting off my sense for qi and shifting over to my sense for goo. Slowly, I cycled the goo, drawing not from the air, but from the soil. There was death within the earth. It accepted all and was the resting ground for all life forms. If the air was what let us breathe, then the earth was our last embrace for death. The cycle snapped into place.
The spirit herbs around me rustled, as if something had just mended their paths. Qi flowed from them, filling the first core where I cultivated it, and the goo filled my second core, flowing from the roots of these same herbs. Of the many dead creatures and worms that remained beneath the ground, unseen yet still nurturing life.
The trickle of qi and goo began to rise, turning into a tempestuous storm. Where before I'd only been drawing on one half of the cycle, now I drew upon both, and the energies of the world filled my being to the brim. Goo pulsated within my pathways, immediately followed by qi. It was a fluctuating cycle of goo and qi, like the periodic rhythm of a sine wave that flowed through my pathways. A presence touched my spirit, rising from the earth itself. A vast presence, greater than any before. I'd seen this before, back with Sheldon when I'd been cultivating with just qi. It was the cycle of the earth, the cycle of the land and the sky, of all that came in between. The earth had seemed impossibly vast. Its spirit so large that my senses couldn't even begin to comprehend the breadth. But now, with my new sight, I saw the other half. The half of death. The divide of the yin and yang, of the sky above and the earth below, and the world that came between them. The creatures that lived encompassed by both. It was the forces that ran this world, tied to its very creation. Lu Jie's spirit was rising, his will mingling with my own as we dove deeper within the swirling tides of qi and goo. Something shifted between the eternal sky and the vast earth. They turned, and a pair of eyes gazed upon our twin souls. Words filled our mind as the qi and goo spoke as one, showing us a glimpse at what lay beyond. In the before, there was neither sky nor earth. The world was chaos, endless and seamless. But after endless eons of chaos, came an axe. It split the chaos in twain, forming the yang of the sky and the yin of the earth. Thus, the world came to be. Our children bowed to both heaven and earth, to the two that governed the cycle of the world. Yet there came an interruption, a dispute among our two children upon who was worthy. A familiar story to both Lu Jie and I, the formation of the world. And there was more, the half we'd not heard before. The two split apart, diverging on separate paths. One who would gaze upon the earth, chasing the heavens that lied beyond it. The other, eternally burrowed within the embrace of the earth, waiting to rise and seize the sky from the other. The split between qi and goo. The cultivation of humans and demons. The cycle. It lies broken. The world split in two halves. Two eyes, larger than mountains, focused on me. You are not enough. There must be more for the cycle to be repaired. My soul trembled at the words, at the cycle we witnessed, unable to grasp the information being sent to it. This was but the mere surface, a glimpse at the realities of this world. Yet, even just that was enough. My body was being reinforced and broken down and reinforced and further broken down again. Sweat covered me, and something slimy started to coat my clothes. Goo and qi continued to work in tandem as my cores filled to the brim and lit a tension developed in them. If I cultivate any more, my spirit would rupture. Observe the world, learn and grow, and then perhaps, one day, we could be as one once more. I opened my eyes, sweat pouring from every inch of my body. Unable to sustain myself, I collapsed and almost gagged, the stench from my clothes absolutely rancid. Dark gunk covered them, smelling like the worst kind of sewage water you could find. "What was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. No replies came, and none would even if I spoke more. With effort, I pulled up but found my legs shivering, as if I'd just climbed a mountain twice over. I pushed myself up and pulled off my clothes, throwing them away. A brief look later, I burned the robes. I doubted I was ever going to be wearing those again. Quickly wiping my body with some water, I settled into newer clothes and took a seat, lightly circulating my chi. It had been a mere few minutes of cultivation, yet my spirit felt like it had been ready to pop. I'd need a day or more to process whatever progress both of my cores had made. Whatever it had been enough to leave me haggard. I stared in a daze, recalling the vision. It was like my mind had been fed a mountain of information, yet I was nowhere near capable enough to understand any of it. I closed my eyes, feeling at the thing that remained in my spirit. The seed that stood at the heart of my two cores, the little blossom that centered my two halves. A broken cycle, I muttered. I moved to my pool of water with the lunar lotus and looked at my reflection. A lot had been said, with much I could not yet understand. Still, a strange sense of completion and joy filled my heart. I finally knew what my cultivation was. Chapter 61. Plans and Preparations. Poison chi swirled. Liu Xiang sat on the floor, legs folded beneath him and a bowl full of crushed herbs in front of him. A thin, near-transparent poison dripped down his silver needle before dropping into the bowl. With a hiss, smoke rose from the herbs, the green leaves turning into a deep violet slush. Liu Xiang watched carefully before dipping another thin needle into the mixture, coating it in the dark poison that began to turn invisible. "Is Liu Xiang still thinking over what happened?" Zichu asked in her whispering, chittering voice. "Is Zichu not?" Liu Xiang asked calmly, continuing to dip needles one at a time within the poison. They served as much of a purpose in healing as in killing, and he'd been trained to be prepared to do either at a moment's notice. "A tribulation at the fourth realm. Strange pills, even stranger knowledge. Zichu feels wary of the boy, despite his simple demeanor. What else is he hiding? Even her chi tells her to slay the boy whenever the vile goo comes forth. You know not to heed such instincts. We are better than the impulses we carry," Liu Xiang said, finishing the last of his needles. "Does Liu Xiang plan to tell his father?" Liu Xiang snapped toward Zichu, pupils wide with an unflinching gaze. A quiet hiss rumbled from his throat as he turned back around. "Zichu wouldn't bring this up if the matter weren't so grave. Liu Xiang should know what this would mean for him in the clan if he returned with such great secrets." Liu Xiang took a long breath, a quiet hiss under his lips as he closed his eyes. He'd been hissing far too much recently. It was shameful. A moment later, he opened his eyes. "This one does not plan to share things. This one is trusted not to share. Zichu understands your attachment. The boy is one of the few to not treat Liu Xiang any different for who he is. But such attachments will only—" Liu Xiang raised his hand, cutting his spirit off. This one had expected more from Jiju. Just think for a moment, and Jiju will understand why this one does so. It is not just morals, but practicality that drives this one's actions. Liu Xiang finds the benefits greater than the immediate rewards, Jiju said. It would be beneficial for this one to know Senior better. Not to mention, this one would choose to trust Senior more over this one's father. Not a difficult choice. If one is something close to a friend, this one is intrigued about, and the other the man who shunned us out here. Jiju understands. Apologies for bringing it up. Lu Xiang nodded, letting the topic go. A few moments of silence passed between them when Lu Xiang sensed an approaching presence. A dim shimmer of qi from a familiar feline he'd become acquainted with. With a pulse of his qi, Lu Xiang opened the entrance to his chamber, and the orange cat walked in with a scroll tied around its neck. Lu Xiang watched the cat, and it stared right back, not moving any closer. Most animals disliked Lu Xiang's presence, his natural aura unnerving to all but a few reptiles. Yet the cat remained perfectly calm and still, waiting, a strange intelligence in his eyes. Lu Xiang moved closer, carefully approaching the little cat. There was an understanding between him and the animal, who was on the cusp of turning into a spirit itself. An understanding born of two predators. Gently he took the scroll, opening it up and taking a glance. A frown etched onto Lu Xiang's face, soon followed by bewilderment, and then a small smile. Rare to see Lu Xiang so expressive. What does the letter say? Jiju asked, moving closer. Lu Xiang put down the scroll, his smile turning wider. That this one's choice with Senior was correct. He picked up some herbs and gave them to the cat. The little cat licked the herbs, then to his surprise, moved in for some pets. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Xiang hesitantly ran his hand across the little cat's back. The cat walked away and ran out of the doors. Lu Xiang stared at his palm in surprise, an odd emotion building in his chest. He couldn't recall when an animal had approached him with such affection before. With his bloodline, possibly never. Lu Xiang can't be all secretive about this. Juju wants to know. Juju spoke up in a rare sign of protest. A muffled laugh escaped Lu Xiang. Senior has requested this one's help. Juju will be able to see it for herself. Let us move out now. It would be best not to let Senior wait for too long. This one has a feeling that this year's tournament is going to be slightly exceptional. Qi pulsed through my arms and fingers, sweat beading and covering my forehead as I balanced a boulder half as big as me on one of my fingers. I'd picked the closest boulder I'd found outside and brought it to my chamber for a test. After a brief moment of testing, my physical capabilities proved far more potent than before, even though I was wrung out and exhausted after the whole ordeal. I set the boulder down and punched it, thrusting my qi out as I did. Where I'd braced myself for some stinging in my hand, the solid rock instead gave away, and a small crack ran through it. I didn't manage to smash through as I would have expected a proper cultivator to be able to do, but the fact I managed to crack a rock that probably weighed 5 times as much as me, if not more, was enough to leave me stunned. Tempering the body was a concept I was familiar with. So far, something like that had been far outside of mind and Lu Jie's means, requiring rare herbs, arts, and resources. It was a money sink only available to the young, arrogant masters from big sects and powerful clans. Not something a nobody like me would be able to achieve. Yet somehow, the cycling method involving my spirit anchor managed to do just that. I had my suspicions, particularly in specifics regarding the cultivation method, where I'd cultivated not to the heavens, but to the earth using my goo. It had been different, an entirely new sensation that had previously been unfamiliar, yet it felt right. I'd sensed the gunk leaving my boy, the goo killing the impurities. I suspect it was something within the lines of artificial aging and killing of cells, then discarding the junk while the qi repaired the damage. But I couldn't speak to that without performing tests. I smashed the rock a few times into smaller pieces before I threw it outside my window, one large chunk at a time. Dusting my hands, I returned to my notes. A brief glance through, and a reading of the first law and my hypothesis regarding the first law later, I moved to a new page and began to write down my findings. There was a cycle. That much I'd been aware of from the very start. But the voice, I still didn't know where it had come from. If I had to guess, then possibly something akin to the spirit of the world. I settled on calling it the world spirit. The world spirit spoke of the cycle and the formation of the world. The heavens formed the yang, heavens being synonymous with the sky, which explained why the heavens method of a tribulation was a storm and lightning strike. And the earth was the yin, the deathbed of all life. These two sides formed the world together as one. Something caused them to separate, forming gu and qi. Perhaps gu and qi used to be in harmony, and a diverge caused the split between them, which led to the opposing forces becoming anathema to each other. It would explain why the qi asked for me to abandon the gu and miasma and to consume it, giving in to the qi itself. Oddly enough, the same instincts could be felt from the gu, only that the miasma was violent as a baseline, and it only just got more intense when the qi around me was enraged. Ever since I'd gotten through the tribulation, I'd found the whispers of qi gone from my mind. There were no longer any impulses asking me to erase the miasma. My brush flew across the pages, further writing down my thoughts. The world spirit had mentioned children who disagreed with each other, causing the split. Perhaps it was referring to the split between humans and demons. Then, what would fix the cycle if it was broken? The world was governed by two forces that are separated from one another when they should be one and the same. The heavens, the earth, and people in between, channeling and bringing them together. I sensed my separate cores. They pulled toward each other, attracting, repelling, and spinning in a perpetual cycle. Yet something was clearly incomplete. The little sprout at the heart of the gu and qi core signified something I failed to understand. What and how would life and death come together, exist in harmony within people? If gu mingled with qi, the two would destroy each other. I saw no way to change that. I sighed, closing the notes. There was a lot to unravel. The world spirit could be anything. That voice, the spirit anchor, and the method to restore the broken cycle of the qi and gu. I lacked information, and I needed as much as I could get. Deciding to shift my attention, I opened a different set of notes and flipped through the pages before I landed on my prototype Drugnade version 2.0. The stupid diagram I'd drawn as the functional Drugnade was a simple design, and one that would likely need a lot of testing. Still, my heart thundered at the possibility of how potent this discovery could be. I spread out the notes and began to go through them. There would be a metal covering with shells attached to it to act as projectiles upon the explosion. A thin, hollow cylinder would be inside the Drugnade with 3 separate compartments. I would need formations to activate the grenade within them, else the mechanism would be too flimsy, especially without any proper springs and whatnot to make functional mechanical triggers. I'd also found out the reaction between qi-infused water and gu was far quicker than trying to use pills, so the first section would be my qi-infused water. The second would contain the original Drugnade pill. The last chamber would contain the key ingredient of the qi-gu dual Drugnade, a pill made out of gu. It was the biggest challenge I had to overcome in forming the Drugnade. After giving some thought to my failure with crafting a pill with gu, and my recent cultivation with the spirit anchor, what I'd been doing wrong came to light. The 5 elements of the cauldron, spirit herb and spirit stone, were all based upon qi. As such, the gu reacted violently with them, turning them to ash the moment it came in contact. It had been silly to think I could send strands of gu on its own, and it'd allow me to make a pill forged of gu. No. What I needed was a cauldron with a formation infused not with qi, but gu.
flames that ran with goo, spirit herbs similar to the parasite in Taizhou that contained goo within itself, and water that was saturated with goo. When I had all the elements combined, then I should be able to craft my goo fire drugnade. Thankfully, I had just the right spirit rat and turtle for the task. Excitement filled my chest. Just then, I sensed a familiar presence heading toward my chamber. I got up and headed for the gate to welcome Liu Xiang in. If the heavens would zap me with lightning, then I would just have to create drug nukes to blast that arrogance away. In the name of science.
Chapter 62. Formation Arts. I Formation Arts smiled upon seeing Liu Xiang, receiving a light smile back. Stepping aside, I led Liu Xiang in, closing the doors. Thanks for coming so quickly. I'd actually expected you to be busy and take some time, if not just refuse, I said. Liu Xiang's eyes lightly ran across my room before returning to me. Surely, Senior jests. After what this one read in that letter, how could this one not rush here? This one has already seen these exploding pills at work before in Taizhou. To be able to improve upon them would provide for a great weapon. I grinned, happy to have the excitement for Drugnade 2.0 shared. Forgive me for prying, Senior, but are those the obfuscation formations Senior had asked this one about? Liu Xiang asked, taking in the papers with the barely functional formations stuck on my walls. Ah, yeah. I tried my best, but I doubt it's anywhere near good enough. I tested and felt it worked well enough for my purposes. After some trial and error, I decided to stick to this one. Liu Xiang nodded, walking closer to touch one of the slips. Senior has imprinted the characters, but this one can note a lack of understanding of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams? I asked curiously. Senior isn't aware? Liu Xiang asked in surprise. I shook my head. I felt as if I'd heard about something similar, but that was far from actually understanding what he was talking about. Very well. Would it be okay if this one redoes the formation? Liu Xiang asked. I'd be extremely grateful if you did. Liu Xiang extended his hand. A pulse of qi had the slips of paper peeling off the walls and flying into his hand. Nearly folding them, he ran his hand across the papers, erasing the characters. If this one could have a brush, Liu Xiang said. I promptly handed over my brush. Taking a seat, Liu Xiang set the papers on the ground and began to write. Senior should surely know of yin and yang, and of the 5 elements? Liu Xiang asked, and I nodded. Fire, wood, earth, water, and metal, right? I said. Indeed. Those form the basis of the world within which we live. Yet the cycle of yin and yang is not limited to purely those. There are 8 principles upon which the cycle of yin and yang depends. The formation arts are based upon these, and this one formation is that of wind, Liu Xiang said, his hand smoothly gliding across the page. I marveled at the beautiful writing and the uniform spread of qi placed within each slip of paper. It was quite good, something even my untrained eyes could see. What would the 8 principles be? I asked, my curiosity piqued. The first and foremost are the heavens, or the sky above, the source of all within this earth. The heavens represent creation in its whole. After the heavens is lake or marsh. Then there is fire, thunder, wind, water, mountain, and lastly, the earth. These 8 form the 8 pillars of our reality, at the crown of which remains the heavens, the origin and end of all. Thinking over his words made me frown. The heavens were the origin of all. That was what the cultivators of the empire believed. Yet the vision I'd seen from the world spirit showed heaven and earth, the two ends of yin and yang, forming a whole, and the combination of which had formed all the other elements. Perhaps there were some secrets that the qi wished to keep from the cultivators, and the nature of cultivating both heaven and earth could be one of them. Doing so would not only require cultivating qi and gu, but would also require not just gathering insights and elixirs to grow stronger, but a deeper look within oneself to battle your inner demons and overcome them. Thus, taming the gu within your heart and cultivating it. Because no one was without flaw. Perhaps ignoring the gu and their inner demons was part of why the cultivators were so arrogant and borderline psychopathic. It was something to think over. I watched as Lao Shang finished his work. He raised his hand, and the slips of papers lit up with golden qi, then spread in 8 directions, sticking to the walls. My ears popped as an invisible dome covered my chamber, signifying the ward coming into place. Senior's little garden should be enough to keep this ward functioning on its own, Lao Shang said, and I nodded in gratitude. I'd be interested in learning more about the formation arts and the 8 principles of nature from you. But for now, let's work on the thing you have come here for, I said, picking up my notes and setting them in front of Lao Shang. Have a look. I opened the area of the Drugnade that I'd written in the language here for Lao Shang. Lao Shang went through my notes, my giddiness growing when I noted the wide eyes and brief emotional responses as he read. Is Senior sure about this? Alchemy with gu. Is such a thing truly possible? Guess we'll find out, I replied with a cheery smile. Lao Shang remained unmoving for a beat. Then his lips curved up just a little. Leaving that aside, is the formation something you can recreate? It'd need to respond to my specific qi only, so that random people can't trigger the Drugnade when I'm carrying it. It'd also need to combine the qi and gu, and have a method to ignite, carry that heat throughout, and maintain enough pressure until the breaking point cracks the seams of the shards from the inside. Lao Shang frowned, looking down. This one would have to work out the specifics for the workings of the metal contained and the moving plates, but it certainly looks doable. It would likely also be quite expensive to make each of these. Oh yeah, I definitely expected that much. It'll be a weapon I don't plan to use unless I really and absolutely need to, I replied. This one doesn't understand the purpose of these bumps. It says they are to act as projectiles that pierce the body of any nearby at high speeds. But wouldn't the explosion eat through them? Not to mention the projectiles would only harm those at Realm 2 or 3. Anyone within the second circle is unlikely to be heavily injured with these, Liu Shang said. I see your point, but the goal isn't not to kill. There's always the option of layering the shell with gu, which would be devastating, but I don't plan to do that. The thin seams between each projectile shard is where the metal will break apart, launching the shards at ridiculous speeds. There would be little way to dodge it, and getting hit in the eye could kill even a cultivator. The main strength of the weapon also comes from the strength of the explosion. The shards just provide extra range, I said, and watched as each word widened Liu Shang's eyes even more. Such a weapon. It would be indiscriminate in its path and ruthless. This one's... Does Senior truly wish to create more of such weapons? Liu Shang asked, staring at me with that unblinking stare he sometimes did. A rueful smile touched my lips. If only that was the extent of the merciless and indiscriminately killing weapons humanity had invented back home. As I mentioned, I plan to only use this if the need arises. As for further weapons, well, I have some ideas. There is a lot that can be done, but a lot that needs to be tested first. I don't plan to start any wars, but in this harsh world, these are the only cards I have to play, I replied. my voice determined as I matched Liu Shang's unblinking stare. He nodded, satisfied with my reply. Very well. This one is willing to help Senior on this weapon Senior has, but this one would like to receive one such weapon as well. I'd already been thinking on how to repay Liu Shang for his help. This would be a suitable way.
I do hope you know the risks that come with carrying a weapon with goo in it. I trust you enough to know you won't misuse it, but I'd still just like to remind you, I said. Senor need not worry. This one does not intend to use this weapon at all, unless it is a matter of life and death, if even then. I nodded, and my smile began to return. In that case, shall we start? Liu Shang nodded, and we sat together with my notes discussing ideas. Time flew, bringing with it a strange sense of satisfaction. For the first time ever, I could share some of my ideas and theories with someone. There was still much I couldn't share, unless I taught them English, but even just this was enough to make me really happy. I relished these few hours of joy, sharing my love for discovery and exploration with someone else. Sunlight faded when I bid Liu Shang farewell. Time had passed in a blur as the two of us bounced back ideas for the outer casing, the respecting formation arts, and the mechanisms of the Drugnade 2.0. There was still much to be done. We'd barely started, but at least the legs of our project had started to form, and I was a lot more knowledgeable about the workings of formations now than I was a few hours ago. I stood at my gate, sensing two sources of familiar chi moving closer to me. Sheldon walked in with Labby lying on his back, her chi subdued and dim. Had fun? I asked Labby, who let out a tired squeak instead of replying. Labby felt exhausted, and I let her have her rest. Whatever she'd gone off to and done, it helped her settle down. The constant rumbling of her chi ever since my tribulation had finally quieted, as if she'd found her peace with something. That brought about a bit of melancholy, watching my little baby rat growing up on her own. Sheldon turned to look at me, his words briefly touching my mind. Saw. Broken. Cycle? I did, and I have a lot of questions. Something I'll need to think over in the inner world as I cultivate. Chirp, Sheldon replied, dumping Labby onto the ground before he walked into his little sectioned-off pool, swimming about. My, oh my, how one section of my room must look. Dug in with a pool of water complete with a lotus, and covered in plants and spirit herbs. The herbs had slowly but surely begun growing on the walls as nature began spreading from that section. I'd need to section off the spirit herb garden so that it doesn't spread beyond the little area it was in. Truly, the world never ended. I felt fur on my feet and looked down to see Nian rubbing against me, with a scroll in his mouth. I bent down, petting the little cat as I handed him his 2 pills and took the scroll. I opened the message, reading the contents. The day just kept getting better. Sulin, Granny, and the rest had reached Taizhou. Chapter 63. A New Home. Sulin took a deep breath, grunting as he pulled the heavy cart, reinforcing his arms and feet with qi. Cao Chen pulled alongside him, the wooden cart bumping around, getting over the rock blocking its path. Be careful, you fool. You'll throw this old woman off, Granny Lang shouted from the cart she rested on, going through the packed sack of herbs and her other items. Zhang rested next to the granny, looking healthier by the day. Life had returned to his body, his limbs gaining mass as his appetite returned. Sulin sometimes struggled to believe any of this was true, that the brother who'd suffered for so long had well and truly returned to them. Cao Chen patted his shoulders, and they returned to their efforts at pulling the cart.
After a moment, Su Lin felt a jerk as the cart seemed to lighten itself, and Zhang appeared, patting Cao Chen's shoulder.
"Let me pull, Chen. You should rest."
"But, brother, no buts.
"You're tired, and I wish to test my limits. I've been stuck far too long, unable to move, and my heart aches for some work. Won't you let me have this, brother?"
Chen deflated under Zhang's smile, and a matching grin rose on Su Lin's face upon seeing his brother in such spirits.
"Just go rest, Chen. You know how Brother Zhang is when he decides on something," Su Lin said.
Chen sighed and climbed into the cart, taking a seat next to Granny among all the items. Zhang grabbed the handle, and Su Lin noted the qi flowing through him as he pulled. The cart rushed ahead with increased speed. Su Lin had to nearly jog to keep up. Even while recovering, his brother was still in the third realm, an entire realm above him. Perhaps it was time to begin cultivating again, even if just to catch up to his brother. "Brother Zhang, I know you want to run around after being stuck for so long, but are you sure about going this fast? Your pathways may get injured," Su Lin said.
"My pathways are recovering. No, not recovering. They're being built anew. I do not know what that boy did. Nothing short of a miracle, that's for sure. But I don't feel any strain from doing this," Zhang said.
Zhang's expression was blank, as if he himself still struggled to believe what he was experiencing. Su Lin eyed his brother, his chest tightening, and he let the emotion fade. "Yeah, I used to hate saying this, but the heavens truly blessed us the day I met Lu Jie. I'd almost stolen his pill that day and ran off, thinking him a foolish and naive disciple. It had been a whim that I'd gone along with his words, thinking it'd be some easy money made, and I'd just buy more spirit herbs for Granny to make pills for you," Su Lin said. "You know, I have vague memories from when he'd set the blossom within my core, returning life to me. I'd lost myself to grief and despair. Living each day in such agony hadn't been why I wished to die. It was the moment I regained hope, the moment my heart started to believe I could recover. It had broken me, left me a husk, and I'd lost my mind within the haze," Jean said. "Sometimes I find the fear returning, that all of this is nothing but a dream. I inadvertently started to cultivate yesterday when channeling my qi. Pain shot through my core, and it dawned upon me that I was still broken. What a greedy brother you have, Su Lin, who just regained his life a few days ago and now wishes to again chase the heavens." "What nonsense! Greed is the nature of man. If a runt like you won't be greedy, then what would become of an old lady like me?" Old Granny said, letting out a plume of smoke, a burning pipe in hand. "You've gained your life anew, boy. It will be some time before the scars heal. Take your time and live your life happily, and if you wish, then continue to dream. That boy is abnormal. I can't tell how much the old greedy fool has planned for it."
I'd thought him over his foolish notion of saving his grandson. But perhaps I was the fool here.
"Grandson?" Su Lin asked.
"Yeah, grandson. The old fool used to have one, the pride of his heart. I'd thought he'd directed such feelings toward the boy, picking a new disciple all these years later of all things. But after witnessing the boy's capabilities, perhaps he has different plans entirely."
Su Lin glanced over his shoulder at the granny, who took another puff from her pipe before resting against the items and closing her eyes. "Oh, I see Taijo," Cao Chen spoke up from the back of the cart, standing to get a better view. Sure enough, the little village appeared in the distance. Su Lin took in the town with mixed emotions, wondering what awaited them in their new homes. His gaze turned to Zhang next to him, and Su Lin took a deep breath, pulling ahead with renewed vigor. A new home awaited. The moon spirit, Xian Yue, glided across the cavern floors. Arcs of lunar qi cut through any dead creatures taken over by the parasitic plants, their roots burned from the inside. "Do you sense any demonic cultivators, Xian Yue?" Elder Tianfeng asked, a scroll open in his hand and his brush gliding across the pages with ink that lit up with qi. Tearing out the page, he threw it outward, and an explosion ripped apart the wolf corpses being moved about by the spirit spores. "Outside of the plants, none. The qi vein has been eating through any miasma that rises." Tianfeng grunted, closing in on a lake. Cracks ran through the ground and walls, with marks of fire and a mass of thick dead vines at the center. He pulsed his qi, calling his clones back. The shadows beneath his feet rustled as his other halves gilded closer, turning into little dolls of paper that Tianfeng grabbed and stored away with a pulse of qi. "The miasma roots have been purified." "No, there is little sign of purification by qi," Xian Yue spoke, moving closer to the roots.
Little seeds sat upon them, with tiny little clumps of miasma present, waiting for the opportune moment to take root and spring a new infestation. A lunar crescent slashed through them all, destroying the seeds with a sizzling hiss. Tianfeng bent down, touching the dirt near the lake. Something massive had been dragged out beyond this lake. The elder closed his eyes, a stroke of his brush leaving characters imprinted onto the air itself. With a ripple that shook reality, fog arose around him, and a misty vision played itself. Tianfeng watched the sequence of events alongside his spirit.
"The boy purified the miasma?"
Xian Yue asked, her robes shifting in an unseen wind as her face unveiled itself for just the barest of moments. No, something else entirely. He did manage to rid the spirit of miasma, and the rest was taken care of by its breakthrough, Tianfeng said, eyes gliding across the vision as the events unfolded.
"Does Tianfeng plan to divine the boy's future? I had found him interesting merely for his split soul and interesting spirit, but being able to cure a dying spirit of miasma, the other elders would wish to know of this."
"You've not heard of the news?" Tianfeng asked, marveling at Xian Yue.
"You know better than to keep mysteries from me, Tianfeng,"
Xian Yue said, a cold wind howling through the caverns as she moved in closer to the elder. Tianfeng remained calm, and his spirit took a step back. "Truly? Is it such a grave matter?"
"There has been a tribulation,"
Tianfeng replied. "A new elder?"
"No. The sect isn't aware of who it is. They have failed to find the elder and have decided to respect the new elder's wish for privacy. It is believed the name would soon be announced. No sect would keep a new elder amongst them hidden away," Tianfeng said, heading back outside the qi vein.
"How does this concern the boy?" The elder leveled a heavy stare on Xian Yue. The moon spirit gazed upon him, a chilling howl cutting through the caverns as the light of the moon glistened within the sky. "That can't be. He's merely in the third realm. Sisters, how has the sect not found him yet?"
"I've blurred his fate, covering his presence. All the sect knows as of now is that an elder appeared within the city, and that tribulations have been frequently appearing within the skies. They believe it is a sign of turbulent times ahead."
"Tianfeng, this is treason. To hide the presence of this boy like so? Has he truly decreed you do such?" Xian Yue asked, her voice quivering, accompanied by the rustle of qi.
Tianfeng nodded. "He is to be observed for now. His fate has not yet been decided. But one thing is for certain. The sect must not have the boy." Light shimmered into the dark tunnel from the outside. As the elder returned to the outside, his spirit faded away to Qi as she returned to his dantian. With a few precise strokes of his brush, Elder Qian Feng carved 4 characters upon the entrance, and a shimmering ward appeared on top of it. A wave of qi had the entrance crumbling shut once more, to prevent any curious mortals from trying to wander in. Turning around, the elder walked toward the village. Qi pulsed through his feet as the world blurred around him, and within a few moments, he found himself standing outside the house of the village head. The elder sensed unfamiliar presences of cultivators within, noting the old woman alongside them. She'd come here too? Shen Yue rustled within his core, manifesting outward, and walked within the chambers in a rush. Qian Feng followed. The village head froze before rushing to him in a bow. Qian Feng ignored the elder, his eyes shifting to Shen Yue, who stared at a young boy in surprise, with a blooming lotus stitching together his shattered core.
A moment later, his spirit spoke, her words shaking the qi as all within the chamber besides him and the old woman fell to their knees.
What is the lunar blossom doing in your core?
Chapter 64. Checking in. The rush of the wind passing by filled my ears, and the world passed by in a blur of colors. Even running as fast as I could, my mind struggled to keep up with the fact that a human could move at such speed. It was one thing to sit inside a car and watch the world zip by, and another to feel the rush of the wind in rhythm with the movement of your body as you flew across vast grasslands. I had picked up a movement technique from the library after consulting Lu Xiang over the last week that we'd spent working on the Drugnade's outer frame and formations. The movement art was called wind step and was quite literally exactly as it sounded. Gathering my qi near feet all the way to my abdomen, you kick out with a burst of wind. I was on my way to Taizhou, having almost finished my work on the frame for the Drugnade. The visit here had both been prompted to check in on Su Lin and the rest, alongside my own purposes within the qi vein, where I suspected I could find some remnants of gu spirit herbs. What surprised me was when Labby elected not to accompany me on the journey. She'd been frequently going to the inner sect, and while I felt safe enough to leave her in Yen Yun's care, I still sent Sheldon after her to keep an eye on things. If Labby didn't want to tell me about her new training routine with martial arts, then I planned to respect her choice and not pry into the topic. Though that didn't mean I'd let her run around freely within the inner sect, where any cultivator could kill her with a flick of their wrist. I also couldn't deny a strange overprotectiveness that rose within me when I noticed Labby starting to grow independent and trying things on her own. Her world had revolved around me ever since she'd broken through, and though I was aware she needed this independence and look at the world with her own eyes, it still felt a bit lonely witnessing it happening. What a weird feeling. The town was starting to appear in the distance. With a renewed pulse of qi, I kicked off harder, rushing at ever faster speeds toward Taizhou. I'd continued to cultivate with the spirit herbs every so often, and while there had been no new visions or voices, I'd definitely felt the flow of qi from the air around me to one of my cores, while the gu flowed to my other core from the earth. The process left me exhausted and shivering each time, though the amount of gunk coming out of my body reduced substantially with each iteration. I'd already burned through 3 sets of robes due to that, and had to ask for more, explaining away the loss as an accident. And, disgustingly enough, I'd also stored the gunk in a little box after experimenting with it. It was impurities from my body, if I was to follow the textbooks from the library, but I was damn sure the human body didn't come with cancerous black gunk inside of it. At least, I was reasonably sure that was the case. Whatever the case, I'd certainly benefited from the new cultivation. My body felt lighter, and my skin somehow softened despite the layer of firm muscles building underneath it. It was a surreal sensation.
Yet it also felt undeniably good, even if the cultivation process itself was horrendously painful. Feeling my body break down and repair itself over and over again was not a pleasant sensation. My attention shifted back to the village when the cries of kids running around, first in fear and then in curiosity at spotting me, reached my ears. I waved awkwardly, wondering if any of them remembered me, when a kid jumped out. "It's Savior Lujie!" I almost stumbled at the words, and the kids ran about in a frenzy. People began to walk out of their homes, looking at me with wide eyes as the gaggle of kids surrounded me with shining eyes. "Savior Lujie, is it true you wrestled a turtle larger than a mountain?" a kid asked. "Shut up, Lee. You know nothing."
Savior Lu Jie burned through those scary wolves that moved even beyond death in a single breath. "No mountain turtle can hold him back," another kid shouted, then gave me a quick glance as if asking me to validate his story. "It's not a lie. My pa told me himself. A turtle bigger than anything he'd seen, and Savior Lu Jie beat it with just a single outstretched hand, taming the wild beast." "He also healed the handsome brother as well," another kid shouted. I stared in confusion, looking around to the adults smiling nearby to ask for help. "Kids, stop bothering the honored cultivator or I'll send you to the old lady," a girl shouted, walking in as kids all ran around, rushing away at her words. "Please forgive the children. We don't get visitors here often, and honored cultivator's friends have become a target of tales and fables for the kids," the girl said with a bow. I squinted at the girl, struggling to remember her face when the memories returned. Ah, she was the village head's daughter. Yin was her name, I think. "Oh, it's all right. I was just surprised to see them so friendly compared to before," I said. She glared at any kid who tried to hide and sneak around, and when she returned her focus to me, her eyes wouldn't rise to meet my own. "Forgive me if I overstep myself, honored cultivator, but it is relieving to see that you too are human. The only time before this that we'd met a cultivator had been upon news of some disaster or other similar dealings with spirits, as cultivators do not mingle with mortals like us much. Having cultivators now living amongst us, and having one such as you save the people of this town, has done a lot to change our views." "I see," I said, looking at the kids happily running about. There were still many who were hesitant and afraid to come near me. I smiled at one kid staring at me, giving him a wave. He promptly ran away, hiding behind his mother's back, and I chuckled. "You can drop the honored cultivator stuff and look at me when talking to me," I said to Yin. "But honored I cut her off with a raise of my hand. "My name is Lu Jie, and if anything, I'd rather be called an honored mad scientist." Yin nodded, looking up at me. "Understood, Lu Jie." "Right then. Can you take me to Su Lin and Granny Lung, wherever they may be staying?" "Gladly," Yin said, and I followed behind her. The path led across the village of Taizhou, and we were interrupted more than once by kids jumping on the poor girl, using her as a method to talk to me a bit more. It felt weird to be given so much attention, and a part of me wanted to just walk back and rush into my room with my comforting notes and thoughts. But another part of me, a part sleeping inside my spirit, relished the attention and the sensation of being wanted. Right at the outskirts of the town was what looked to be a newly formed home, with parts still in the works. I extended my senses, finding Granny working within, and Su Lin and the rest nearby, working on the house and other things. It'd be an incredible boon to have an alchemist in the village. My mother used to know a few things about healing and herbs, but any serious injuries or illness had to be rushed to the city for treatment. With cultivators in the village, perhaps we'd even be able to obtain some resources from the Qi vein, Yin said, her voice rising in excitement. She caught herself a moment later, turning away. "Apologies, I forgot myself." I waved her apology away, not paying much mind. The people here weren't used to a cultivator being so casual. Well, they ought to be, because I had many plans in mind for this place. "Ah, boy, you've arrived too?" Granny spoke from within her shop, which was rather odd. She never talked to anyone when making her pills. "What? You look as if you've just seen a ghost. This old woman won't die that easily."
She cackled, and I smiled, walking closer and regarded the old woman. Somehow, she looked better than she had before. "It seems you're liking it here?" I asked, raising an eyebrow.
Bah, I can live anywhere, as long as I have enough spirit herbs to perform my craft. If you'd told me there would be so many to be found, I would have ran here on my own, Granny Lang said, cackling to herself, and I echoed her cheerful mood. "Ah, Brother Lujie," a familiar voice said, and I turned, freezing mid-step. A face with familiar, rat-like features looked at me, yet the bucked teeth were the only similarity to Su Lin that I could recognize. Instead of shaggy hair and rough robes, there was a cultivator standing in front of me, with sharply cut hair tied behind his back, properly revealing his face for the first time. The typical slouch I associated with him was nowhere to be seen. He stood tall, extending to his full height, with a sharp expression. "Who are you, and what did you do to Su Lin?" I exclaimed in mock shock. Su Lin scrunched his face in confusion and turned to Granny in confusion. "Would you like it if I talk like this, then?" he spoke, grinning, and I chuckled, extending my fist. Su Lin bumped his to mine. "It's good to see you, Lujie." "You too, Su Lin. You changed a lot in just a week, huh?" I asked, and Su Lin looked at me with an odd expression. "Apparently, I weren't regal enough, and Brother Jiang wanted to leave a good impression, so," Su Lin said with a shrug, slipping back into his natural speaking method. "Where is he?" I asked, and got my answer before Su Lin needed to reply. The sensation of the lunar blossom set as my spirit anchor reached me. I turned around and was greeted by Jiang, his head dipped in a bow. His looks were almost back to what I'd seen in his core, the vision of a cultivator with bright, burning eyes. I smiled, patting Jiang's shoulders, and he lifted his head.
"It's good to see you're doing well," I said, sensing his lotus. "All thanks to you," Jiang replied. "I hope there's been no issues with the lotus bloom. It's all quite untested, and you're my first patient, so to speak, so feel free to send me a letter if something comes up," I said, and Jiang shook his head. "On the contrary, I feel better, almost as good as I had back when I could cultivate. I know I've said this often, but this is a debt I'll never be able to repay," Jiang said. "You'll totally be able to. The data I'll gather from studying the lunar blossom will be worth more than enough for whatever help I provided," I replied with a grin, patting Jiang's shoulder when I saw him try to refute my words. "Boy, in regards to that, as I'd written in the letter, an elder from the sect had come and recognized the flower you've set in Jiang's core. He left something for you that you should have a look at," Granny Lang said, and I frowned. "Elder Tianfeng?" I asked, having narrowed it down to the only possible elder who would know about the lunar blossom. "I didn't get a name, but he had a moon spirit who was very interested in the blossom, and, more importantly, you. Come in and have a look for yourself," Granny said, and I followed her inside. I glanced idly around the house. There were many herbs hanging around like Granny's old shop, and I shook my head. We headed farther into what looked to be Granny's chamber, and the old woman picked up a wooden box. "He told me to hand you this whenever you came by," Granny said, handing me the box. I noted the strong seal set on it with 4 glowing characters.
It was only due to practicing with Liu Shang on formations that I was able to detect the lock present within the seal, and pulsed my qi, unlocking the box. Gently, I opened the case and took out a folded scroll inside when something else present within caught my attention. There was a seed of goo beneath the scroll.
Chapter 65. How to Start a Drug Empire. I picked up the seed, sensing the goo present in it. My eyes shifted to the scroll, and I opened it. My frown grew deeper the more I read. It was a short note with details on possible methods to grow the seed of goo without letting it spread. A formation was inscribed on the scroll itself that would prevent the vicious plant from spreading. At the end were some possible ways to improve the lotus bloom I'd set in Zheng's core, alongside the flaws caused by my impromptu method. A thought lingered in my mind as I read through the scroll a couple of times, trying to see if there were any other hidden messages. How did he know any of this? Especially that I needed a seed of goo, much less providing me one. A strange anxiety filled me at the idea that someone might be observing me from afar, and if so, why reach out to me like this? It had likely been naive to hope, after causing a tribulation, that no one would notice me. Yet, why would anyone think the old outer sect disciple who likes to hole up in his room surely must have been the one? I'd banked on the fact that my presence was barely noticeable within the sect to keep people from figuring things out. Did Yen Yun or any of the others mention something about me? I shook the thought out of my head. I doubt they would. Even if they did, who would believe them? Another thought occurred to me. Perhaps this is a test. The Elder could have figured out that since we'd freed Sheldon from the cave, and the miasma had been present there, that I might somehow be related, and left this as a way to gauge my reaction. "What's eating at you, boy?" Granny Lang asked. Her eyes shifted to the seed in my hand, and she squinted. "Ah, so it had been bloodroot. Figures." Bloodroot? It's one of the few demonic plants that can absorb qi from the blood of living creatures. Nasty thing, that.
Still, it's good to form some elixirs, as it can suck up all the impurities, leaving the pure qi at its flower. It's a rare herb, boy, but just as deadly as well.
They allow the use of this? I asked. I'd think something like this would be set aside and eradicated on the spot, due to the miasma present in it. The halls don't allow the sale of bloodroot, but using it to craft pills is fine, as long as you can prevent its spread. There's a hefty fine if you do. If allowed to grow out of hand, it can become a danger to powerful cultivators. The image of Sheldon suffering, struck under the ties of this plant, with qi slowly being drained out of him at all times, came to me, and I nodded. I put the seed back in its box, closing the lid, and the seal reactivated. I guess I had the miasma plant I'd come looking for. That was a bit underwhelming. "Granny, how do you think the Elder knew I needed something like this?" "The spirits of the moon are tied to dreams, and dreams are tied to both the past and the future. The Elder must have seen a vision. It isn't rare with powerful cultivators that follow the path of divination and the lunar arts," Granny said, going back to the front of the house, and I followed behind her. The first encounter I had with the moon spirit came to mind, of how I'd been led to Liu Shang, right as I'd been looking for a way to access the second floor of the library. I shrugged. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to worry too much over the topic. The Elder had been nothing but helpful so far. If he'd wanted to do something, I suspect he'd have long since done it. Su Lin and Zhang were working in the front area. I joined them, alongside Granny, and coughed to catch their attention. "Not to disturb you guys while you're setting up your new home, but I had a few things I wanted to talk about, especially for my plans regarding all of you, this village, and my own future," I said, and dug into my sleeve to take out a notebook. I plan to move to have my lab in Taizhou, possibly the perfect place for me with its proximity to the qi vein, the city, and abundance of spirit herbs. And alongside moving here, I also plan to open a lab and something like a school. This is what I'll be using to do that, I said, extending the little notebook. Sulin took the offered notes, glancing through the pages. Aren't these what you were talking about that day? Yes, it is indeed what I talked about that day. Science. The very basics of it, rather. The portions I could write without my dear heavens getting angry with me. It needs a lot, and I mean a lot of work and refining before it will be anywhere near a satisfactory level. But this book contains the basics for most of what the scientific model of the world is based on, albeit an incomplete one, I said, receiving a look of confusion all around. To put it simply, I want the kids here to know how to read and write and do basic maths at the very least, and I plan to teach that. I also looked into how they made books here and managed to come up with a very basic idea for a printing press. All we need now is to find some sort of mechanic who can take a look at the plans in there and tell me if they're feasible or not. I have a lot of other plans and diagrams for things I want to make, so that's another thing I'd like you and the villagers to help with. Finding people who can help me build things and build my lab. What you need all this for, though? Why teach all the runts how to read? They'd be grateful for sure, but I see nothing in it for you. And I know even you ain't that big a saint, Sulin said. That's where you're wrong. The nothing in it for me part, not the saint bit. There is something in it for me. I want to spread knowledge and understanding, and I refuse to live under the chains the heavens are trying to put around me. For how long, though? How much will be done to stop me? How many people must know before the heavens accepts its losses? I don't know, but I plan to find out, I said, almost wondering if I'd get a theatrical rumble from the heavens to my blasphemy. You're insane, Sulin whispered, and Granny Lang cackled behind me. Kids, at this rate this old lady will outlive all of you, she exclaimed, and cackled once more. I don't understand the purpose behind this, but my life is already yours, Lucia. I'd gladly help out, Zhang said with a bow. No need to be so stiff. It'll be a slow process, but one I anticipate will have a long-lasting impact if things work out. In either case, I plan to open my lab here, and I'll need people. Not to mention, I'll need herbs, and I've got some notes there for methods on how to start a spirit herb farm using Zhang's lunar blossom. It probably won't work, honestly, but with Granny around, I'm sure you guys can find a way. I sensed a presence nearby, and whoever it was ran away in a rush. Odd. I let the thought go. The prize from the spirit herb hunt will likely help with the money side of things, and I do plan to win. I've got just the thing being prepared for the tournament, I said, my grin growing wider the closer I came to creating my Drugnade 2.0. Let us start preparation for the seeds of our future drug empire, I announced to the world. And this time, I did get a theatrical rumble from the heavens, and I broke out in merry laughter. Yin stumbled back, her hand covering her mouth as she ran back to her home. She knew eavesdropping was shameful, and no matter how friendly these cultivators appeared, she should have been more careful. Yet the cultivator Lu Jie had simply been too strange for her to ignore. Too familiar in the strangest way. And with what she'd just heard. Yin rushed back to her home, going straight to her own chamber, the chamber her grandfather had lived in and gifted to her in his will. She walked up to the rows of books on medicine and herbs kept by her mother, and crouched down, pulling on an old dusty drawer she hadn't opened in years, ever since she'd lost her grandfather. She opened the drawer, taking out his diary, the only thing he wouldn't let anyone but her look at. Yin stared at the diary, slowly opening the pages. It was filled with words everyone else in this world was unfamiliar with.
words that curved, squiggled, and twisted and turned instead of the regal, sharp strokes. A language that only she and her grandfather had known in this whole, entire world. She flipped through the pages, finding his musings about historical advances from his home, as he'd said. Her eyes soon stumbled upon the printing press written on one of the pages, as something he'd thought about building one day. Yin covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Was Lu Jie truly? No, the cultivator would have been born long before her grandfather died. Yet the similarities were all there. The attitude, the disregard for customs, the strange method of talking. It had been different enough to not be in her notice instantly, but the more she thought over it, the more similarities she saw. Yin closed the book, hugging it close to her chest. She didn't know yet, but she would watch. And if he truly knew, then perhaps there truly would come a day when her grandfather's dreams would finally come true.
Chapter 66. Spirit's Roots. After a brief talk with everyone regarding my plans for Taizhou, I set my eyes toward Cao Chen. The boy stood in the back, his arms and chest broad and sturdy, coated with dirt in a way that somehow added to him. I barely interacted with Cao Chen in all the time I'd known Su Lin. Now that I thought about it, the same went for Zhang. Even with everything I'd done, I barely knew the boy, or how Su Lin and the rest of them had come to swear each other as brothers. Cao Chen dipped his lightly. "Do you need something?" he asked, hauling over a large bag that looked to be filled with dirt. "No, I was just curious, you see. For better or for worse, all of you are involved with me and my plans, and I'm involved with you. But I realize that outside of Su Lin, I don't really know the two of you too well. Like how you came to the Seventh Peak or the Cloudy Peaks sect and became sworn brothers." Cao Chen glanced briefly to Su Lin and Zhang. "If you don't mind sharing, I'd like to know more." "The heavens will strike me down if I refuse after everything you've done, Lu Jie. But I'm afraid there's not much to be heard in this story, like you seem to be expecting," Cao Chen said, putting the heavy bag down with a thud. I eyed the bag momentarily and the ease with which he moved it around. For a second realm cultivator, he may very well be close to being pure physical strength. "Where to even begin?" Cao Chen trailed off, taking a seat, and I followed along. Zhang and Su Lin looked at each other once before they too settled down on the floor with me. "Wasn't it Su Lin who stole from me when we met?" Zhang said, and Cao Chen laughed while Su Lin looked around, embarrassed. "Well, you'd challenged him to a duel and lost in 5 blows, Su Lin countered, and Cao Chen's smile slipped, sending Zhang into a harder fit of laughter. "Well, I will say that the spar was a lot closer than you may think. Cao hits hard." "I just was at a higher realm," Zhang said in a consoling voice, and Cao Chen folded his arms. "Don't you say that, brother. I accepted defeat for what it was. No need to chalk it up to anything but a lack of skill." "Seems like you guys just made trouble for each other," I said with a smile, and the brothers laughed again. "You have no idea how right you are, Lu Jie. No idea at all," Su Lin said as Cao elbowed him. They bickered amongst themselves, and I felt as if I'd finally been let in on a group I had never truly been a part of. "How'd you meet Granny then?" I asked curiously. "Su Lin stole from her, got caught. She beat him up and he agreed to sell her pills to the underground market for more money if she let him go," Zhang said with a chuckle. I burst out laughing at the image of the old granny beating up Su Lin and the surprise on a cultivator's face from being beaten up by an old woman. "We'd all come from different parts of the empire," Cao Chen continued. "Su Lin was born here in the city. I lived in a village to the east of the Seventh Peak, and Brother Zhang came from much farther south. It had been a strange turn of fate that we met, and if Brother Zhang hadn't been there, none of us would have stuck around with each other. You have no idea just how much it means to all of us that you brought him back. I'd almost lost hope, and Cao Chen's voice began to quiver. In a hurry, he wiped his eyes and plastered on a smile. I well and truly mean it when I say, this is a debt we will never be able to repay. I shuffled awkwardly. You can, actually. As I mentioned before, I need help to accomplish what I plan to do. I want to bring change, and to do that, I need people to help me with it. You can help me with that. Cao Chen nodded, his eyes burning with determination. I glanced at Su Lin, who nodded as well, and I nodded back. I want the two of you to cultivate again. Su Lin and Cao Chen stared at me in surprise.
You want us to? Why? We'd tried and we'd failed. We'll never reach the third realm, much less beyond that. It'd be pointless. I've to agree with Chen here. That's a fool's game, Lu Jie.
No, it's not. Now that Zhang's better, Granny can help you out with pills and herbs. You're in a village with a qi vein nearby and naturally growing spirit herbs, and I also plan to start a spirit herb farm here if I can. There are a lot of ways to increase your cultivation. I plan to completely fix Zhang's core, so this might be the only chance you'll ever get to catch up to him. Do you truly intend to let this go to waste? I asked. Su Lin's face scrunched up. Cao Chen glanced at Zhang before he turned to me. Very well. I'll do it. I smiled at the reply, turning to Su Lin, who sighed. Fine, I'll try. Thank you, I said with a smile, as the two of them waved their hands. I turned to Zhang. Now then, it's about time I inspected your core, wouldn't you say? Can't fix what I can't understand, after all. Zhang nodded, and I moved closer. Closing my eyes, I felt the spirit anchor I'd set in his core. Qi pulsed through the flower within, spreading outward through little channels of roots that spread through his pathways. The flower was the core, tied to his spirit and coiled around it. I sensed the fraying shards present there, the cracks in his core that, despite the blossom, remained just as broken. I would need to find a way to heal those. I spread my senses through Zhang's core, channeling my qi through it, and I felt a tug at my own spirit. Surprise rose within me at the pull on my spirit, even without Sheldon around. After a moment's thought, I let myself be swept as the world twisted around me, before darkness covered my sight.
Chapter 67. Spirit's Roots 2. I opened my eyes to a wide expanse stretching onward until a blur of fog and mist covered it from all directions. Thick, gargantuan roots spread through the ground beneath my feet, originating from what I could only describe as a lotus tree that bloomed brightly at the very center of this world. A thick trunk had twisting and curving branches extending to the sky, with tiny white lotus blossoms covering it like leaves. At the base of the tree grew a singular, massive lotus flower, large enough for me to sit in. It was both strange and wonderful. I sensed a familiar presence from behind me and turned to see Zhang standing with his eyes wide and confusion evident in them. "What did you do?" he asked. "You can't tell?" I asked curiously. Zhang looked down at his limbs, as if to check they were real before looking up at me. "This is my core?" I nodded, and Zhang looked around in wonder. I couldn't blame him. Even with all the media I'd consumed at home, nothing could truly convey what standing here in a white, endless expanse with glowing magical lotus trees and an endless flow of qi felt like.
My eyes drifted upward to what would be the sky of this world. In it were two discs. The inner disc, the first circle of cultivation, held cracks spread throughout, but it still glowed with a pale color resembling the moon, tying it together. The same couldn't be said about the second circle, which floated in shambles around the first, pieces of it missing. If I wanted to truly fix Zhang's core, then I would need to find a way to piece together and regenerate his core from the inside. "Was this how you'd fixed my core?" Zhang asked. "Something like that, yeah. Really couldn't have done it without Sheldon, so it wasn't completely my own abilities," I said. "The turtle?" he asked. My gaze shifted to the blooming, beautiful tree of lotus, and I began to make my way to it.
Thus roots jutted out from the lunar blossom and touched its branch.
This was not the same plant I'd left here. Being in here changed it far more than I could have ever anticipated. I walked around to the large lotus sitting in front of the trunk and connected to it at the roots, and I looked at the plant before my curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped at its center. The little pollen tickled my feet as I tried not to crush anything or step on any of the massive petals, but the plant held sturdy and firm. I suppose I didn't have any weight here. An idea came to me as I stood at the center of the lotus flower. "Hey, Zhang, why don't you try cultivating?" "Do you truly want me to cultivate?" he asked, his voice dripping with hesitation. "I have something I want to try. Follow alongside me and try to cultivate. Don't force it if nothing happens, but I think it's worth trying," I said, sitting down on the lotus flower and crossing my legs. Zhang nodded, sitting at the base of the tree outside the flower, and I closed my eyes. Remembering the sensation from back home, I reached out to the spirit anchor, to the world around me, and to the sky and earth. I was here in spirit, in the form closer to my soul, and here I called out to the two forces that governed this world as my cores began to spin in tandem. The cycle flowed like a little creek merging into a river as the pure chi around me swirled. A voice whispered in my ears, a familiar boy wishing to be let out, and I obliged as Lu Jie's spirit began to surface, mixing with my own. Qi and Gu flowed into me, both at once, mingling within my core as the lotus beneath me began to react to the cycling energies. Lunar Qi spread all over, with the essence of the world washing all around me. I cultivated, reaching out to the spirit anchor, and felt it reaching back to me.
A third presence soon began to join the mix, a little halting cycle of qi that hesitantly moved, as if moving an injured limb for the first time in months. The heavens rustled, and the earth rumbled. The duality unified together through humanity flowed through me. Pure essence filled my spirit, undulated energy brimming within my body, as if I'd inhaled a bolt of lightning, and my spirit was unable to digest any of it without my body around. Yet there was a body that could. The body whose core I was in. I took hold of the essence and directed the flow of energy toward Zhang. A roaring tide of essence flowed forth as my concentration began to fray, my will struggling to control essence so pure. The world brimmed with life. The roaring flow of essence spread through the core, and I opened my eyes, sweat beading my forehead even in here. I took a deep breath. Zhang sat in absolute silence as white wisps of energy crackled all around him, slowly beginning to settle down. My gaze shifted to the lotus tree, and I saw the flowers had their petals closed, almost as if it had fallen asleep. My smile began to fade a bit, looking up. The circles still remained cracked, even if the spirit cultivation worked.
it would need more. I had a feeling I knew how I could get something like that. The world spun, and my spirit began to pull itself apart again, Lu Jie's half fading. I stood up and pulsed my qi, and with a jerk, I was back in my own body. "Phew, that went well," I said, wiping the sweat off my forehead. I looked around to see Su Lin and Cao Chen sitting in silent concentration as they too cultivated. I got up and walked out as quietly as I could, closing the door behind me. "Heading out already, are we?" Granny Lang said, almost making me jump. "Ah, yeah. I just didn't want to disturb them," I said. Granny snorted at me. "Try to keep the lies for those children, boy. I can see the look on your face."
What did you find out? I shook my head in surprise and amusement. My anchors have a limit. I can't make an endless amount. What I did was unconventional, and if I want to cure any others who've had their cultivation crippled, I can at best do one more. 2, if I dissolve the anchor in my room. Not to mention, I think I know a way to heal Jiang now. Granny raised a wrinkled eyebrow, shifting closer to me. "You've already done more than those boys ever could have hoped for, Lu Jie. And I know what you might be thinking. The prize from the spirit herb hunt, no? I need a potent herb with enough essence that I can distill and use to cure Jiang's core. While I'd been talking about winning at the tournament, the only real goal I had was to beat the twins and gather as many spirit herbs as I could for myself. But if I can truly heal Jiang, then I guess I'll just have to win," I said, smiling what I assumed was the most uncertain smile she'd ever seen. "Those children truly are blessed. Remember, even if it's not a spar, there will be fights. You cannot avoid as much, even if you wish to. Think once more, Lu Jie, if you truly wish to put yourself in danger like that." "Don't worry, Granny. I have absolutely no confidence in my own skills at all, and every bit of confidence in humanity's ingenuity to create weapons. All I have to do now is blow them away with my science bomb," I grinned, and the old woman shook her head, snorting. "If you're that confident, then scurry off. I've got work to do." "Love you too, Granny," I shouted back, chi whirling around me, and I shot off through the village using wind step, leaving a trail of dust behind me as the children ran around waving and screaming at me. I waved back at me with a smile. It was time to get back home and proceed into drug nade development, Stage 2.
Chapter 68. Lightning Arts. Labby felt a faint presence in the far distance from her bonds to her great master. A strange, melancholic emotion filled her chest to be so far away from him. It had been almost a week since Labby started visiting the inner sect, and today she declined the chance to go with her master. Lightning shot toward Labby, and she leapt, her own purple lightning crackling around her in response. Lei Yu seized the little rat's distraction. "At this rate, she will never achieve her dreams," the bird taunted her, standing in front of her wearing a human form with light brown hair and golden eyes that crackled with lightning. There was no mistaking him for a human. Labby jumped around, striking back with her purple lightning that the bird swatted away with his palm, a crackle of thunder sounding out from around him. "What has Lei Yu taught you?" "Never take your sight off the enemy," Labby replied. The words wrote to her with how often the Thunderbird loved to repeat them. Lei Yu propelled himself at Labby. With a leap, the little rat dodged, lunar chi gathering at her claws. Blades extended from her feet as she slashed at the much larger Lei Yu, who smoothly dodged her assault. "For a spirit, a human form is a hindrance. Unfamiliar, clumsy, and incapable of the strength that their own body could generate.
It is a facade put on to mingle in this society run by humans, a show of respect, and it is why you will never see a dragon wearing a human form, for one of the few things humans still bow to are them, Leyu said, hands behind his back, continuously dodging the bolts of lightning Labby shot at him. But you are a rat, a creature who was never meant to cultivate and gain such strength, and more importantly, knowledge. For you, even a human form provides strength, stability, and mass. Yet it is far easier to take on a form lesser than yours, and far more difficult to assume a greater form.
Not all carps become dragons, and the climb of the waterfall possesses deadly currents that are survived by only a few. Labby squeaked, leaping at Leyu's face, her lightning chi running wild, letting it lash out. A golden bolt struck her down, and she was sent flying. You follow the path of lunar thunder, of yin and not yang, yet your thunder has not lost its temperament. Rule the thunder, little rat. Do not let it rule over you. It is not so easy to master the dragon's tempest. Your nature as a rat is against the nature of a dragon. You cower and run and hide, where a dragon would stand its ground and slay all who rise in front of it. Think once more on whether this truly is the art you wish to master, Leyu said. His body lit up, lightning crackling all around him. Leyu is tired for today. A human form is taxing. Practice on your own now. The faster you reach the third realm, the quicker you'll be able to gain the form of your desire. Labby squeaked as the thunderbird flapped its wings, leaving the chamber with a crackle. She stood there, looking around the chamber in thought. She'd seen Yen Yun perform the dragon's tempest on the very first day she'd begged them to teach her. The world had crackled with power. Lightning rained down one after the other from the sky above. Labby's heart had shuddered with fear, as the art reminded her of the vile tribulation that struck her master so mercilessly. Yen Yun's had been weaker, far weaker, yet the same fear had risen to see it nonetheless. She knew, to have the form she wished, she would need to go past the form she'd been born with, and to do so, she'd have to stand against the wishes of the heavens themselves. It would take a tribulation for Labby to gain the form of her desire. She'd set her mind to master the lightning and tame it, so that it could never harm her or her master ever again. At least, that's what she'd thought to do. A week had passed, and Labby was still stuck trying to gather chi and somehow have the cultivation art work. She'd failed to even invoke a single spark. Perhaps Labby is simply not meant for this. Labby shook the thought away from her mind. She could not give up. What would she do if the heavens came to strike her master again? Could she truly bear being cut off and separated from him, to be made so useless once more? No, Labby wishes to gain power. She wishes to be strong enough to protect her master. With a squeak, Labby crackled with lightning and renewed her training. Lightning rose in a rising tide of thick bolts. The bolt broke around her, flowing through the 8 silver needles set around the ground as she continued to cultivate at the center of the formation. Powerful lightning spirit stones and herbs surrounding her on all sides. Chi cycled in her core, thunder waiting to be let off the leash while she sat deep in meditation. The beginning of the 5th realm sat a hair's width away from her reach. Yet the insight she needed refused to come. Lightning lashed out from the formation, breaking apart upon reaching Yen Yun as it was channeled through the needles of silver, filling the air with a burnt smell. A question continued to haunt Yen Yun. Why did she cultivate? I cultivate to be stronger than my grandfather, Yen Yun tried. Yet the chi in her core remained still. She bit her lips,
frustration mounting. She'd tried every possible answer she could think of. All the time, she kept returning to her desire for freedom, for her desire to be free of her role as a prodigy, as the granddaughter of the Yen clan, and of the expectations everyone put upon her. To be free of her grandfather. Is that not why she cultivated? Is that not what her life had been about all this time? The sound of flapping wings broke Yan Yun's concentration. She opened her eyes and watched Lei Yu fly into the room and perch upon her shoulder.
Lei Yu didn't mean to interrupt Yan Yun, but from the look on her face and the feel of her qi, Lei Yu assumed it still hasn't worked. Yan Yun shook her head. Well, the little rat has already told us all it knew, of the two sides of lightning, and of the endless cycle of numbers which Lei Yu still doesn't understand. How does nothing add value to something? You cannot take nothing and join it with something and create more of it, Lei Yu said, squawking as if offended at the idea itself. Yet there was clearly some truth to the words. The little rat's growth was proof enough. I've already asked La Bi everything she knew, yet ultimately I still failed to grasp the nature of lightning, Yan Yun said, extending her hand as sparks crackled in between her fingers. That is not what's bothering Yan Yun, though, is it? Yan Yun smiled. Since when did you become so perceptive? Lei Yu can grow too, the bird said, turning its head away as if offended. Yan Yun let out a quiet giggle. Her mirth soon began to fade as Yan Yun stared at her surroundings. A moment of quiet later, she regarded Lei Yu. Does Lei Yu know why he walks his path? Of course. Lei Yu wishes to be the most resplendent spirit amongst all, one that governs the sky and lightning, a glorious marvel for all others to look up to, Lei Yu exclaimed, his feathery chest puffed up with pride. A goal to aspire for, Yan Yun replied with a little giggle, making Lei Yu crackle indignantly as he huffed at her. Yan Yun may laugh now, but the day shall come one day, and then it will be Lei Yu who will be the one laughing. Yes, yes, I'm sure Lei Yu will be a splendid spirit that even dragons will look up to, Yan Yun said. Indeed, and for this, Yan Yun must work harder too. She cannot lag too far behind when Lei Yu excels above all. Yan Yun's smile slipped at the words, her focus returning to the thunder crackling around her formation. I don't know if I'm capable, Lei Yu. Perhaps coming this far was the extent of my talents, and this is where my path ends. Lei Yu jumped from Yan Yun's shoulder, lightning crackling around him. From the light came human feet, and a young boy of about 15 stared back at her. Do you truly think so? Lei Yu said, crouching down to stare at her with his deep golden eyes. I don't know, Yan Yun replied, turning her eyes away from her spirit. If I'm supposed to follow grandfather's word, then I would be betrothed to Lord Zhou's son and eventually married. Perhaps that is what I should be doing, instead of plotting these silly plans to somehow walk away from these talks and end them before anything more could happen, Yan Yun said, clenching her fists. Does Yan Yun hear herself? Lei Yu had never taken her to be so weak, to be one to give up so easily in the face of a challenge. Perhaps I am weak. Perhaps it was all a facade and the mask is slipping. The world shall see me as nothing but a liar, a failure, and a deviant. Someone who let down her family, Yan Yun spoke, her eyes meeting Lei Yu's as heat seeped into her voice. Lei Yu thinks Yan Yun is a liar, yes, Lei Yu said. Only a liar can call all the years of effort she'd put in a facade. And only a liar would utter the words that she did. So yes, Lei Yu thinks Yan Yun is a liar. But weak? Yan Yun has never been weak. It is the liar in her that makes her think she is weak.
But Lei Yu knows better. His eyes see far more than your human eyes. Yan Yun is strong, and Lei Yu believes in her. Words stuck in Yan Yun's throat, a strange emotion swallowing her whole. She moved in, wrapping her hands around Lei Yu, and the bird squealed, cracking with lightning as his human form broke apart. "That was inappropriate!" the bird exclaimed in protest. Yan Yun laughed. "Thank you, Lei Yu," she said. The flustered bird huffed, turning away without replying.
She noted the rising feats on his body and the flustered chi from their bond, and smiled. "Perhaps I should—" A crack interrupted Yan Yun as the thin wall connecting her meditating chamber to the sparring room broke, and a little rat tumbled in. "La Bi, what are you doing?" Yan Yun asked, staring at the rat who shook her head before turning toward Lei Yu as she crackled excitedly.
"Labby did it! She made the sky crackle!" the rat exclaimed as her chi pulsed and thin lines of purple lightning crackled around Labby for a brief moment. It was a spark, something even a mortal would struggle to be injured from, and far from being the dragon's tempest, an art even she hadn't yet mastered. But the little rat had indeed succeeded in using the art. Labby was thinking so very hard on how to make lightning when she remembered her master's word. She needed to break the balance. So instead of reaching out to gather lightning, she called it instead, gathering the chi inside her instead of outside, and then letting that chi quickly move out, causing lightning. "Lei Yu can see that," Lei Yu replied. A moment later, her spirit flew over to the little rat and perched next to her. "Very well. Even if pathetic and weak, it is indeed the art Lei Yu asked you to learn. And since Lei Yu had given his word, you may eat one lightning herb from our garden." Hearing the words, a giggle broke out of Yan Yun's mouth, while the little rat squeaked in joy. Some things truly never changed. With a smile, she watched the spirits play, forgetting her worries. The path ahead was uncertain, and she was afraid of what was to come. But for some reason, the fear didn't shake her heart as much anymore. After all, she'd finally managed to make some friends. "Should we truly do this, Li? What if she senses us? The elder would have us both whipped." "Be quiet, Lei. No one will know. I already know she's trying to hide something and isn't teaching all she could."
"She's merely afraid we'll surpass her and take the favor of the clan away from her," Lei replied, masking his chi as he quietly moved through the chamber. "Indeed, a truth that will happen sooner than later. But for now, we need to find something to show the elder that he should pick us over her. A girl to be married off, being the heir, would not benefit anyone," Li said, grinning as thunder crackled quietly around him. The twins stepped into Yan Yun's chamber, keeping their senses sharp as they inspected the area. "She barely has anything in here. Does she even do anything besides cultivate?" Li asked. Lei elbowed him to be quiet. "Hold on, Li. I found something." "What is it, brother?" Li asked, walking over when Lei took out a book from a drawer. "An alchemist and a thief's untold story?" Li read. "Some sort of novel, perhaps? I don't think—" The chamber door rattled, and lightning chi surged through the twins as they leapt out of the room. Zhu Ri walked in, glancing around briefly before walking out. Li and Lei stood with breaths held as they remained just outside the doors. A brief glance later, Li took hold of the book, and the twins rushed off. Chapter 69. Blood Farming. The days began to turn warmer, with only 2 weeks left until the spirit hunt. I ran a sharp blade over my hand, making a small cut on my palm. Blood began to pool and run down. I held my palm above a box filled with dirt, letting it drip down. The blood mingled with the dirt, hurriedly being sucked in by the bloodroot. I picked out the crushed salve of herbs that the old man made for me and smeared it on the cut. Within a few seconds, it scabbed over, and after a minute or so, I peeled off the scab, revealing fresh, pink skin. No matter how many months I spend in this world, the wonder and mystery of being able to do things like this will never cease to amaze me and fill my heart with excitement. I put the box of the salve away, noticing the similarities it had with the salve Granny Lang had made. I really needed to ask one of them about what their relationship was. Putting the thought aside, I turned my sight to the seed with anticipation. I was almost tempted to channel goo to the seed, but I already knew what that had done. I watched for any sign of movement. When none occurred, a despondent sigh slipped from my mouth. Didn't work again, huh? It had been almost 7 days since I'd returned from Taizhou, having taken the time to visit the library and pick out books about bloodroot, precautions, and how to safely grow them. Only cultivators lived within the sect, yet that didn't mean an outer disciple in the first realm wouldn't fall to the plant if allowed to go out of control. I had no plans for something like that. After a day of research and searching, I'd finally found a method that mentioned forming a blood bond with the spirit herb. Further research revealed the sentient nature of the plant and how it could be tamed and formed, almost like a spirit. If nurtured carefully, the miasma would be contained within the petals of the plant, which it could digest and use for its own nourishment without needing to harm anything else. An issue with that, though, was that the root would be dependent on the blood of the one bonded to it, and normal mortals would not really survive the drainage of life force. Basically, this thing was a vampire parasite that could make thralls. The process of bonding was quite simple. I had to feed my blood to the root at regular intervals, almost as if I were nursing a child. The bloodroot would slowly but surely come to recognize me as its mother, for lack of a better term. Being fed solely on the blood of a human would allow the germinating plant to take on a human form as well, thus formed as a bloodroot spirit of sorts. That bit was good. The issue began when I read that the process could take anywhere from 3 to 10 months to happen. Far, far too much time than I had available. I needed this little vampire plant to grow up now and grow up fast. My drugnade's development was at stake. At first, I'd thought connecting the plant to my existing spirit anchor would work. I already knew the cycle went both ways, with the heaven and sky coming together, and I'd been hoping a similar two-polar cycle would form by bringing together the two kinds of plants into the same anchor. That had been a mistake. The chi from the herbs had lashed out, intense enough to almost burn it if I hadn't cut off the link in time. I'd tried cultivating through both of my cores as I connected myself to my spirit anchor, yet the bloodroot refused to show any reaction. That began almost an entire week of madness and chi water energy drink-filled days, where I ran over and over to the library and other places, trying to find a way to induce faster growth. I tried a lot of methods, from crushing up mushrooms and disintegrating them with my goo, and artificially aging them before mixing it in the soil, to finding the manure of some exotic spirit cow from a farm on the Sect. Nothing had worked so far. "The things I do in the name of science," I muttered, shaking my head. I looked at Sheldon lounging in his pond, his arms and legs stretched out from his shell to soak in the sun in a pose oddly reminiscent of Superman. I was starting to suspect that Sheldon liked being small in size a lot more than he let on. I'd been a bit worried that Sheldon might become angry at the root, as it had been the cause of a lot of suffering for him. But if the turtle had any issues with the plant, he hadn't mentioned them to me. "You wouldn't happen to know how to grow this faster, would you?" I asked. Sheldon opened his eyes, maintaining his odd pose as he looked at me, stretching his neck slightly from his shell. "Feed, spirit, purer, energy, will, grow, faster," the turtle said in the low, rumbly voice that was in absolute contrast to his tiny form. Closing his eyes, he returned to his peaceful sunbasking. I truly envied Sheldon. Must be nice not having any worries and just relaxing as you pleased. I think I've tried that already. Doesn't seem to be working, I said. The turtle remained silent, eyes closed, and I turned away to stare at the plant once again. Guess I was on my own. I got up from the floor, dusting off the dirt from my robes, and retrieved my notes. 5 cylindrical containers were present on the table, courtesy of Liu Xiang and my work, as we'd developed different models for the Drugnade version 2, which I'd dubbed the Goonade. I set a strand of goo to each of them, watching the formations trigger as a spark set off at the top, and the shaft moved in the middle, which would combine the goo and chi Drugnades together.
The mechanism had been quite clever, as Liu Sheng used a self-repairing formation, which would then be destroyed by my stand of goo. The heat resulting from that would spark the ignition formation within, while also triggering the moving lever in the middle of the Goonade to set it off. It was his best work, or so he liked to claim, and with how hard he'd been smiling when he'd shown me the first working model, I wasn't too surprised to hear that. I held up the Goonade, triggering them one at a time to check all the formations were working. The next step of the process had been finding a cauldron not infused with chi, which had been surprisingly a lot easier than I'd thought it'd be. I'd managed to find something called a spirit shell, which was pretty much an empty spirit stone that can be filled with chi of specific attributes. As it turns out, it could also be filled with goo, although it loved to explode sometimes when I did that. After buying a bag of these shells, making my metaphorical wallet cry, I'd set off to get a simple cauldron that hadn't been carved with anything just yet. Now all that remained was to carve the cauldron without using any chi, and then infuse water with some goo before working on the goo Drunade pill. The only thing remaining, of course, was the bloodroot. And as more and more days passed by with not even a single bud forming from the seed, I was starting to get impatient. Perhaps the old man can help, I muttered. I was a bit hesitant over carrying a plant with goo in it, but bloodroot didn't seem to be an outright taboo, just something you'd rather not want to have with you. But if there was anyone who could help me with the plant, it was the old man. I thought over the topic a while before deciding the risk was worth the rewards. I trusted the old man, and the box had a formation set on it to hide whatever was inside anyway. I went ahead and closed the lid, placing it carefully under my robes. I took a moment to settle it in a way that wouldn't look odd. I was finally starting to understand why the people here wore such loose clothes and billowy robes. There was no way I could fix a box in what would have been normal clothing back home. "Take care of the room while I'm gone," I said to Sheldon. "Chirp!" came the reply. I smiled and walked out. Trying not to appear suspicious and unreasonably nervous, I headed to the old man's chamber, keeping my chi subdued. Even with the increased activity in the sect due to the tournament coming up, perhaps due to it, actually, no one seemed to notice anything. The path to old man's chambers had become rote to me by now, and even as idle thoughts distracted my mind, my feet took me to my destination almost on their own. "What brings my wayward disciple to this humble old man? Has the earth pill proven to be a challenge?" His hand moved around his cauldron, guiding the flames and refining the herbs within. "Greetings, Master," I said with a light bow. "I haven't really made much progress on the earth pill yet, as some other thing has grabbed my attention." Flames shot up and moved around old man's cauldron, then dimmed down as he turned to look at me. "What would that be?" he asked. "You're aware of the spirit herb hunt, I assume?" "I am old, my dear apprentice, not blind. This old man is aware of the spirit hunt. They like to do some sort of tournament for the entertainment of the lords before the more serious sparring begins.
This year, it seems to be a spirit hunt. More than a couple youthful cultivators have expressed concerns on how watching cultivators gather herbs might be interesting. I nodded,